What happens when you lose the one thing you excelled at? Jiho Seong, a top-ranked player in the online game One Sword, loses interest in gaming when it shuts down. However, he discovers a similar game, Sword Rush, in his school's esports club. With new teammates, he aims to reach the top again. The #1 in the world. How many people can claim to have such a glorious title? For our main character, it was something that he had been accustomed to since his first year of middle school. He ranked #1 in the entire world for a whole year. With every tap and click, he became a gamer who reigned supreme. He's just like me. For real. But today is a special day as he receives a package addressed to him, Jiho Seong. He thanks the courier and takes the box. This box is the symbol of what he once was. His mood takes a dive since today they're pulling the plug on the game that he loves so much. He opens the box carefully. Inside are a gaming keyboard and a specialized note. It is written by the CEO of the game One Sword, thanking and praising him for being the best of the best. This was the game that he used to play religiously. It was an online player versus player game where you fought with swords. The test of a true gamer, one sword. Unfortunately, the game was too difficult, and as a result, the player base dropped to merely 302 people. With that number, it shouldn't come as a surprise. But the thing is, it was the only game that could run on Jiho's old computer. I know the feels, brother. A few years later, we're now hearing a live stream of something called Sword Rush. Subscribers and everyone watching at home tuned in and plugged in. PC cafes were filled with watchers and players. The clacks and clicks of the mouse filled the room. This is the moment that everyone's waiting for. The announcers are hinting at the possibility of Korea taking home the World Cup in this thrilling game once again. Coming in at jersey 23 is Kobe, at 11 is Luck, and wearing the glorious number 14 is the Korean national team's captain, Lee Jin-ae. And with that, the match begins. A barren land and a blue sky, the graphics are insane. A character wearing vivid colors comes into frame, and the physics of the dashes in-game are something to behold. We see a team of 4, a werewolf, a cyborg ninja, a spellcaster, and a female assassin. The assassin leads the squad with a wide swipe of her blue blade. It is skillfully dodged by a masked figure dual-wielding a blade. The mask immediately engages with a counterattack of his own. Their red and blue blades clash and spark multiple times in just a second. Meanwhile, a familiar shadow lurks and slithers beneath the ground. It is the werewolf coming to back up the assassin with a hidden pounce. But something else catches her attention. Something fiery and sharp is coming in her direction. With a loud crash, a blazing force lands. The spark and heat from this newcomer are outstanding. Without wasting time, this fiery redhead locks onto her target. With her hand on her sword's hilt, a strong attack is incoming. Blue and red blades glow in front of one another. Both of them move at speeds that are hard to see with a naked eye. From the ground to mid-air, their speed is outstanding. The clash finally happens, and they are evenly matched. This clash is being watched live by the people who support the game. As the viewership of this championship skyrocketed, so does the people's interest in gaming. However, our boy Jiho hasn't played any games for the last 2 years. Maybe it's because he just couldn't forget the sensation of being ranked first on One Sword. He doesn't necessarily hate other games, but they just don't excite him as much. It just doesn't hit the same. And besides, his potato computer can't handle other games anyway. But even with all of that in mind, something still caught his eye. Students are clamoring and gathering around a particular club poster. It is for a recruitment for an esports club playing Sword Rush. This flashy poster totally caught his attention. He was so engrossed that he crashed his bike into a fellow student. He vowed to focus on studying from now on, but when the grades come in, he feels his stomach sink. He just crumples the paper in disappointment. The student beside him gives him lip on top of that. This friend of his tells him that their time has come. The gaming cafe calls out to them. He nags the guy to study more instead as if he was his mother. He continues to nag him for his pathetic grades, but despite lugging heavy textbooks and studying, Jiho is still failing. This leads to a friendly but brutal scuffle. That's when an aggressive voice calls out to them, scaring them stiff. It is one of their classmates, the one with scary eyes. This man is just trying to get some sleep. They know this guy is the class bully, so Jiho's friend is quick to humbly apologize for both of their sakes. So, they quickly get out of the classroom. Without even getting ready, Jiho is already being targeted by the forbidden grab. And eventually, we land on the gaming cafe. The taps, swipes, and clicks fill the whole establishment. Jiho is forced to take on the gaming headset against his will. He's struggling with the game as his friend bugs him to heal properly. Clueless to what's happening, Jiho's friend continues to trash talk him from his side. Seeing this demonic side, he swears not to get into a car if this guy is driving. The mark of true gamer right there. He finally has enough, abandoning the game with the excuse of taking a pee break. He is so bad that Jiho's friend reckons that a gorilla would be a better player, but a sus-looking man is seated beside him. He just awkwardly goes back to the game. Turning off the faucet, Jiho laments that he really sucks at gaming now. He used to be a gaming god too, but playing a first-person shooter just wasn't for him. His aim is horrible, and he dies every time. He doesn't even know why he agreed to come here. As he sadly walks back to his seat, he hears someone going hard on the keyboard. The sound of those taps seems awfully familiar to him. Looking from the side, it is a girl wearing the same uniform as him. The taps continue to echo in his ears. It is mesmerizing to hear. On the screen, he sees a cyborg-looking ninja character. It is going up against someone wielding dual scarlet blades. The dual blades crackle and spark with critical power, while the cyborg braces itself with a swipe. The two clash onto one another in a colorful and thrilling fashion. Jiho is completely hooked, but it is because of those actions per minute that he's witnessing. The speed of those inputs is just simply incredible. Without even paying attention to who is playing, the only question in his mind is what in the world is that game? The young woman playing the game is calm and collected as she orders her team around a counter. The door of the gaming cafe opens, and the owner promptly greets the customer. But it is someone called Chang-yun. Wearing the same Daniel High School uniform, he asks if Eri is here. It seems like this Eri's mother is looking for her. He makes his way to the young woman's seat. He casually leans on the divider and calls out to her. He is quickly dismissed aggressively, as if he heard nothing. He just reminds her that they have cram school coming up. But she's already told him that she's not gaming just for fun, as he insists that her mother is making him take her. Her mother is worried that she's playing too many games, but she doesn't care. Chang-yun is starting to get tilted, but looking at this young woman's eyes and drive, he reluctantly says that they must go for the last time. With that, she curses as she quits the game. Meanwhile, Jiho and his friend are on the way home. Since this friend of his plays a lot of other games, he asks if he knows this super flashy first-person game. It's got swords instead of guns. You can double jump and roll. It looked a bit sci-fi too. With this description, his friend finally zeroes in on Sword Rush. It's a game that came out like a year or two ago. He remembers that it's got a steep learning curve. The gameplay also speaks for itself. It's evidently freaking hard. The Manga's fallen, and Jiho is back home. The first thing he does is check out this game properly. He watches the finals of a series with Korean versus USA. His attention is fully engaged as he eats his chocolate in hand. That's when something snaps into his mind. This rapid and relentless gameplay is familiar. In the series, Korea continues to make amazing plays. They perform a massive comeback that turns the tables around. Such explosive plays are only possible on Sword Rush. But watching this brings back memories of his younger self. The satisfaction of timing a perfect counter, the toughness of going 2 versus 1, the showdown of getting ultimates off, and the final swing, the final attack that cements who the victor is. In this broadcast, Jiho sees everything in its simplest and distilled form behind the flashy graphics. He watches as this year's League World goes to none other than South Korea. This game is undoubtedly identical to his beloved One Sword. Jiho has slain countless foes with his champion, Spiro. He did everything he could to hold onto his yellow cape, a cape that only the World Rank 1 could wear. He had seen this loading screen thousands of times, maybe even tens of thousands. But that was before One Sword decided to shut down their servers. When he saw the end of service notification, he couldn't help but smash his keyboard in anger. Even though it was just an indie game, they had poured their love into making it. Right now, he's searching for connections between Sword Rush and his beloved One Sword. He found an article about the acquisition of his game by a US company. This came as news to him. He sat back in his chair, trying to make sense of what this means. One thing is for certain, though. One Sword is back. The next day, he rode his trusty bike to school again. He stopped by the announcement board and read the poster. He confirmed that this weird and flashy poster was for Sword Rush. If this game is just One Sword but with better graphics, then he can seriously consider getting back into gaming. Maybe he can finally relive the thrill of competition at the highest level. As he was lost in thought, someone called to him from behind. It was a young lady with an imposing posture. She asked him if he was going to join the club. Caught up in the moment, he immediately answered yes. That's when he caught himself saying something ridiculous. He stumbled in his words as he asked if the young lady was also part of the esports club. She confirmed and asked him what tier he is in. With blind enthusiasm and optimism, he answered that he had no idea. She found this answer absurd. She informed him that he can't join if that's the case, as the entry requirement has been changed. The tryouts would now be a 1 versus 1 with the club captain. With annoyance in her voice, she told him to at least play the game before applying. Looking at this poster stirred some deep and complex emotions within Jiho. Right after school, Jiho's friend is peacefully sleeping at his desk. In true best friend fashion, of course, he would drag the chair he's sitting at. A solid slam on the ground is sure to wake anybody up. Jiho excitedly urged his friend, Jin Young, to hurry and get up. For the first time ever, he's the one inviting his friend to go to the gaming cafe. That's when the class bully, Eugene, interrupted them once again, telling them to get out of his way. Back to their conversation, Jin Young can't believe what he's hearing. A genuine smile crept up on Jiho's face. Much to Jin Young's confusion, he wants to hit the gaming cafe and start gaming again. He watched Sword Rush gameplay reels all night just for today. In the past, he struggled to find his game, but not anymore. He wants to reach World Rank 1 in Sword Rush, and to do that, he's going to need Jin Young's help. But this friend of his was quick to extinguish his enthusiasm to get Rank 1. But either way, they are going down to business. The door of the gaming cafe creaked open. The owner greeted Eri. This young lady is Eri Hun, the potential captain of the esports club. Her arrival is perfect timing to work the counter, even though she needs to practice today. The owner was quick to grab and place her to work the counter. He reminded her that this is the least she could do for playing here for free. She doesn't even have much time to play, let alone man the counter. Meanwhile, a swing of a sword is brightly displayed on the monitor. The target of the swing was skillful with a dodge, but this hooded figure was cornered at the edge of a cliff. The edge is also slowly crumbling as the howling winds pass by. The demon wielding a sword took a leap to finish the job. This exchange on the screen is Jin Young teaching Jiho the simple rules of the game. Like other games, if you kill the opposing team, you win. But Jiho hasn't tried any other games in the past few years. Jin Young distilled it to a basic 4-4 game where you work as a team to win. The maps are also on the small side, and the character movements are quite fast. It's a constant brawl from start to finish. The red demon finally landed a blow that almost caved in the hooded character's block. A resounding boom destroyed the edge of the cliff. Every weapon in the game also has a durability gauge. Sword Rush is a close-quarter melee game, so presence of mind is important. You can play as a tank, DPS, or healer. There's also a fourth role called support, a specialized role weak in 1v1. Hearing all this explanation thoroughly bored Jiho. All he cares about is when they will start playing. So, Jin Young made a lobby and he picked whatever. With a sinister smile, his friend of his acting weird as usual. Jin Young is about to give him the skills of a god-tier fugly silver player. The depth of silver is a true test of sanity, and this man is a casualty. The two started the match with an even clash, but Jiho was already driven to the edge of the cliff. His friend is expecting snacks after this one-sided slaughter. When asked if the controls are difficult, he fiddled around and found that it's not that tough for him. He took a powerful stance as this control is nothing compared to the game he used to play. This caused his friend's rage to boil. Jin Young is going all in to make him quit being such a cocky noob. Meanwhile, he's just observing how the size of the hero affects its speed, as well as attack range, skill combos, and upgrades. But most importantly, a special gauge started to light up on his monitor. Using this special icon, his sword started to glow brightly. The blue and red blades came closer than ever before collision. In his eyes, this is no different than the pixel-perfect one sword. Time is key to everything. That is some godlike gaze right there. With a loud boom, he decimated Jin Young's sword in one fell swoop. As the red demon tried to recover from the recoil, he had already maneuvered around the cliff, skidding behind the enemy. With every swipe of the mouse, he continues to feel it. His hero and the movements of his hands are perfectly in sync. His APM exploded to the limits. With a reverberating boom, he threw his sword with breakneck speeds. Even Jin Young could not believe his eyes. This skill and craftiness were the real deal. His character was eventually skewered by the sword throw. The red demon was obliterated into nothing along with the cliff edge itself. The two stared at their monitors displaying the results of the match. Jin Young's mouth was wide open for the last seconds of the fight. Even Eri couldn't help but notice the fuss that Jin Young is kicking up. He refused to believe that Jiho is a beginner after this 1v1. He covered his face, and his friend took this as him laughing for beating a silver player. But it seems like instead of laughing, he was actually crying. He remembered the tens of thousands of times that he played the game he loves to the point of grinding down his mouse and keyboard keys. It was his entire life, and now it's been remade. The countless hours he spent making notes, strategizing his moves. The sheer joy that he found in the face of a complex game. Everything has come back to him. He couldn't help but shed genuine tears of joy and excitement now that he can play one sword again. Wait, this is hitting me right in the feels. Jin Young can't even fathom what this guy is being so dramatic about. Jiho's mind is already made. He's set on joining the esports club. He proudly announced that when he applies, he'll completely destroy the captain. Unbeknownst to him, this was heard by Eri, the captain herself. She's about to go Michael Jordan mode and take this personally. The night had fallen, and Changyun and Eri were walking home together. But it seemed like something was on her mind. She personally made the poster of the esports club, and he was worried that it would attract all kinds of idiots running at the chance to play games at school. Besides, making it official should be impossible, but she already took care of that. She wasn't interested in gathering game junkies, she just needed a team. She needed kids who would take her goals seriously. Her goal was to make it as a pro gamer. The next day, we see Changyun Lee, 17, Eri's childhood friend. Frustrated that Eri doesn't even know that most Sword Rush pros used to play one sword. And that's what bothers him. There's no reason not to go pro in Sword Rush if you have a clear advantage with one sword experience. If she really wants a team, she needs someone special. A high-ranking gamer that used to play one sword. That's her best chance of becoming a pro. He's been thinking about this a lot. Since one sword came out around their time, there should be someone close to them who played it. Right after the scene at the gaming cafe yesterday, where Jiho finally regains his passion and accidentally provoked the team captain, both he and Jin Young went home cluelessly. Eri is left in the cafe, gaming alone with a scowl on her face. Tonight, Changyun is not bugging her to go anywhere else. Since she started taking in applications, there's no stopping it now. He's only stopping by since he's sick of cram school as well. She suspects that this is just another one of his tricks. He asked her if any of the applicants are rankers, but she smugly answered that finding rankers would be equivalent to finding national team players. She paused playing for a while, as there was one kid that pissed her off pretty bad. This kid was different because he was yapping about one sword or something. He was quick to pick up on this tiny bit of information. With seriousness in her eyes, they'll just have to see how the tryouts go. But Changyun still asked what the kid looked like as he browsed through a one-sword blog. Of course, she remembers. She must remember that face if she wants to crush him in the coming trials with her menacing main hero. Back in Jiho's house, he slowly opened a box. He thanked God that he didn't throw the contents of this box away. These are piles upon piles of his handwritten strategy notes. With that much notes, no wonder he was the GOAT. He recalled what Jin Young said that he's going to have to pick a character for the trial. ideally a tank or a DPS. Each hero is unique in every way, so he better start getting comfortable with one quickly. When asked which hero has the highest agility, it turned out to be the support class. They might be decent for teamwork, but they suck at one-to-one combat. But Jiho still wants to pick it, as Idia is not listening to Jin Young. He tried to convince him that support heroes barely do any damage. But this boy is confident that he'll be fine, since he just won't take any damage. Hearing this insane talk gave Jin Young a headache. He couldn't help but resign to Jiho's choices. He sweetened the conversation by praising Jin Young that he'll be an excellent coach. This was enough to convince the guy to go at it one more time. The two were super loud and excited in the middle of the cafe. When the sus-looking man beside them seemed angry, the two went into serious mode. This gorilla dude is the best character ever. Jiho realized that Jin Young was right when they fought back then. He also needs to get used to the controls. He still has a lot to learn and master. Furthermore, he remembered the girl from the club. He's sure that she'll be there at the trouts. In his imagination, he'll wreck the captain while she's watching. He'll take on the role and he'll have a one-on-one interaction with her. She'll ask him to train her while blushing. He had to sit down and give himself a reality check after this. This boy is so delusional. He's just like me. For real. First things first, he needs a hero that's as close to the one he used to play as possible. The graphics might have improved, but the fundamentals are the same. His potato PC can only handle New2, but that should be enough. He hopped on and started his main hero search. He'll comb through the roster even if it takes him all night. The next day, we're back in school. They will need at least 5 members to form a club. The applicants will be divided into 3 groups of 12 to play 1v1 with the captain. If they fail to join this time around, they'll have to wait until the next semester to reapply. And time continued to tick until the class was dismissed. He excitedly said goodbye to the teacher, but he was asked to stay after class. This caught him off guard. It seemed like he couldn't run off as he needed to retake a test. Jin Young couldn't believe how dumb this friend of his is. Even he passed this exam. Jiho, on the other hand, is panicking as he blames math. Jin Young will go on ahead to register Jiho at the gaming cafe. He just must get over it quickly. He must take the test and then run over. At another classroom, Changyun asked Eri if she was leaving now. She looked like a woman heading to a deadly mission. She looks like she's about to execute someone, and she confirmed that she will. Changyun was left alone in the classroom. And now, we're back to the gaming cafe. Jin Young ran all the way here, and he just made it in the nick of time. But someone in the crowd caught his attention immediately. It was none other than her class bully Eugene, lining up and complaining. He thinks that this guy just sniffed out a gaming club for fun. The owner called out to everyone to put their names on the wait list. He initially rejected the booking of his cafe for a whole day, but Eri, his niece, had a wish coupon that he gave on her birthday. He regrets not getting her a normal gift instead. Jin Young was surprised by how many applicants there are. Meanwhile, back in school, our boy Jiho is retaking a test. He's rushing through the questions as fast as he can. The only thing in his mind is to hurry and finish so he can make it in time for the tryout. The applicants in the gaming cafe were in awe of what they were seeing and hearing. The smooth movement and swordplay were a sight to behold. With a swift jab and stab to the nape, the blue blade brought down the green robot. The blue hero skillfully beheaded the green robot in the middle of its axe swing. The one on the losing side couldn't help but smash on the table in frustration. Losing sucks, and losing in front of everyone watching is just embarrassing. Seeing this rage-losing kid, the owner nearly beat him up. Jin Young watched everyone go up as it was live streamed on a big screen for everyone to see. Eri is like a bloodthirsty hunter screaming for her next prey. Her APM and control are out of this world. Every movement is for the sake of hitting a one-hit, one-kill as she demands the next victim. Countless mediocre players were sliced in half by her sharp blade. Even as just a bystander, Jin Young shivered in fear of her ruthlessness. It turns out that she's a ranked player, rank 446 to be specific. She's literally smurfing on these kids. How does an ordinary person even beat someone like that? Rankers of the top 500 on the Asian server, followed by the highly skilled Grandmaster, skilled Platinum, average Gold, Rookie Silver, and Beginner Bronze. Eri looked at all these scrubs. They thought that a gaming club is just a joke. Even the owner recognizes how sadistic this kid is. Another one fell to her blade as she takes off her headphones. She called on the next one to get publicly executed in front of everyone. Amidst the crowd, an arrogant and familiar voice emerged, shoving everyone out of the way. He stepped into the fray with confidence. It was the bully, Eugene, and he had waited long enough. With another slash, another body was added to Eri's execution list. The student on the other side of the screen couldn't help but slam the table in frustration. The bully, Eugene, looked around as yet another body was beheaded. Shroud Hopeful snuffed out with a rage-induced table slam. He observed carefully and silently from the sidelines as students rage quit one after another. He finally assessed that the captain was the only one who was half decent in this cafe. Back in school, the teacher slid the door to check if the students had finished their exams. The other kids were quick to snitch that Jiho had left. He had just left a note saying sorry to the teacher for leaving early. Outside the school, he could be seen trudging on as fast as he could to get to the gaming cafe. It was becoming clear to him just how out of shape he was. He had no other choice but to swallow his pride and take a taxi passing him by. He finally arrived at the gaming cafe, bursting through the doors as fast as he could. Jin Yang welcomed him and notified him that he was up next. It seemed like after countless trials, only 4 students had passed so far, including the bully, Eugene. As for Jiho, he was the last applicant on the list. The captain was unbelievably good as a DPS player. Even tanks were being shredded one after another. The employee was already calling his name for the last trial. His buddy urged him to never let his guard down as he handed him his bag. With pure confidence, he declared that he had a game to win. Their arena was a floating island with multiple elevations. Eri's main hero was already awaiting its next unfortunate challenger. Even after countless bouts, she was still going strong, and her focus was simply unparalleled. But this particular showdown was special for her. She had been wondering when Jiho would show up. Meanwhile, he didn't even see that she was the captain with how hurried he was. Jin Yang knew that his buddy needed to go all out to stand a chance. Even a silver player could see that she was the real deal. Jiho was locked in 100%. He admitted that his friend was correct about the risks of playing support in this trial. Choosing a hero specializing in attack or defense should be his best bet, and that was a valid point. But in the middle of this arena, where thunderclouds were slowly forming, Eri thought that tanks, DPS, and healers didn't matter. As she readied her monstrous blade, a green lightning spawned and shot down from the heavens until it ultimately crashed down on the ground. She intended to crush everyone all the same. Jiho recalled just how much his buddy had bugged him to play anything else other than support for a 1v1. He vowed not to take any damage because 1v1 was always about who has the best reflexes. So, in the end, he picked the tiny support hero, Spiro. He really picked a Ben 10 alien against a murderous demon. Jin Yang couldn't help but facepalm at his friend's hero choice. Even Eri could not believe this pick, as she was still in disbelief with this ridiculous choice. Jiho was out there checking the movement and the low view angle. It was a 1v1, and he was bringing out such an unusual hero. Then something suddenly occurred to her. As she watched the tiny hero jump around quickly, she suspected that he might just be taunting her. Jiho was just out there tapping on buttons and testing their functionalities. A few minutes later, and this should be enough for a warm-up. With his adorable hero, he was certain that he could do this. But Eri, fueled with rage, was already upon him with her blue flame sword. The blazing slash landed on the floor, missing Spiro by a large margin. Jiho was experiencing just how fast Eri was for the first time. She was enraged, thinking that he was taking this entrance trial as a joke. She screamed at everyone for wasting her time sorting out pathetic noobs. She was putting everything she had into this game, and those who couldn't take it seriously should just piss off. The clueless Jiho couldn't understand why this familiar voice was so mad at him for some reason. That distraction caused him to trip up as he skidded through the ground. She was quick to respond to this blunder with a quick swipe, but the green bolt of the tiny Spiro was too quick to catch. He bounced off the trees and used the environment effectively. Meanwhile, Eri was struggling to keep up in terms of speed, but her raw power was enough to mow down the surroundings indiscriminately. He was just amazed at the accuracy of physics in this game, while the audience watched in awe of their speedy exchange with every slash and crash. Jiho couldn't seem to get a single shot in, but he wasn't taking any damage either. Every slash was greeted with a fancy dodge, using pure reflex and skill. Eri was starting to get even more frustrated with how slippery he was. They jumped away from one another as she reassessed how he was dodging all her attacks. When she got her ult, she could broaden the range of her attack. She planned to move in with a single basic attack and then get in with a perfectly timed ult. She may be slower in speed, but one blow was enough for damage over time. Jiho was also feeling the pressure now. He had been under an onslaught of some serious skill. When he pressed tab, he wondered what that number above the character portrait was, not knowing that it was a server ranking. But regardless, playing with this level of speed was just too amazing for him. As his hero crackled with green lightning, he almost regretted not coming into this game sooner. The green claws came out and Eri took note of this. Suddenly, Jiho's APM skyrocketed as he perfectly executed a combo in the blink of an eye. Spiro left a trail of green lightning, zigzagging through the ground at breakneck speeds. He left Eri's field of vision, frustrating her even more. But she composed herself as her blade blazed even brighter. She finally caught sight of him and unleashed a critical strike. Once again, Jiho started to see the game in its pixel-perfect state. He adjusted his timing accordingly and readied Spiro's green claws. In an unbelievable turn of events, he turned the tables with a basic skill, the counter. This flabbergasted the audience even more. Even a silver scrub like Jin Yang knows how clutch you must be for a perfect counter. Eri was struggling to gain stability after being countered at frame-perfect timing. Before she could even gain solid ground, Spiro was already zipping through the air aiming for her flank with a basic skill, Spark Ready. He unleashed multiple sparks from behind, everything going through the non-existent defense. The tilted captain just went ahead and blindly swiped behind her. But she wouldn't be able to catch him with that kind of lousy offense. Jiho skillfully zipped through the sword perfectly. The sound of small sparks hitting squarely filled the gaming cafe. He followed it up with consecutive weak punches with abysmal damage output. When Eri tried to make a move with a swing of her blade, it always got countered with picture-perfect precision. The pang of perfect counter-execution was haunting. And Jiho wouldn't let the chance go to gather his own big attack after disruption. He unleashed a strike that successfully shattered Eri's sword into a million pieces, leaving her unarmed, defenseless, and dazed. Eri was starting to feel the pressure. She was shivering as she went against Jiho's masterful plays. She unconsciously retreated until she hit a dead end. Before she could even realize it, she was already cornered while Spiro charged. But Jiho didn't take this chance to finish it off. He leaped backward. He stared directly at her as he crouched. Even Eri found it odd that he backed away after all that. The audience also wondered why he stopped and retreated suddenly, and he continued to stay still, crouched on the ground. Finally, Eri was starting to catch on to what he was saying. This kid was challenging her directly. Jiho got that dog in him. This blatant provocation only served as more fuel for her rage. The serious expression on Jiho's face suddenly turned into a confident grin. This should be enough to trigger his opponent. Even after the barrage of his attacks, he had barely made a dent. Both of them would just get tired at this rate. He remembered how the rank 125 in one sword was also easily triggered. Every single time, he always turned the tables using his super counter skill. He was doing that strat again, urging Eri to hit him as hard as she could. He excitedly slammed the desk as he waited for her to unleash her ult. But this slam was his biggest blunder yet. His monitor turned off, leaving him to watch his own dumb reflection. It took a while for him to realize what had happened, until the realization slowly dawned on him while he stared at himself. This is a true gamer's nightmare. He panicked, and he didn't know what to do as he fumbled his words for a timeout. He shivered in fear, but no one could hear him on the other side of the cafe. Chang Yun stood around the gaming cafe as his eyes darted around. He recalled his conversation with Eri about the kid yapping about one sword. He scanned the whole cafe, and finally, he found who he was looking for. He saw Jiho looking like a dope in front of the monitor. This is the one sword player he's been looking for. Back in the game, Eri's sinister blade quickly recovered its durability. Jiho was still struggling to call attention to his technical problem. She was on her way to give him a massacre of a lifetime at this point, but he wasn't going to let that happen easily. He tapped on the perfect sequence of keys in rapid succession, and Spiro successfully got out of the way, zipping through the air. Bro was out here fighting with blindfolds on. His dodge wasn't perfect though, as he sustained quite a bit of damage. This development was outside the audience's expectations at this point. Eri was relentless with her attacks as another dash sought to close the game out. Multiple lethal slashes were unleashed ruthlessly. But even without a monitor, Jiho was still maneuvering around flawlessly with every swipe. However, the absence of a visual was taking its toll on him. A smack veiled under the countless slashes landed squarely. Spiro crashed towards the trees with a thunderous boom. Jinyang and the audience had the same thing in mind. Jiho was doing so well until just now. The little guy was now down to just a bit more than 1/4 of his HP. Eri stood in front of him menacingly, still enraged by his earlier provocations. Jiho knew that if this goes on, he'll be doomed with her incoming ult. Even if he somehow dodges it, he'll still die to the next basic attack that lands. He was grasping at straws at this point until he remembered how he also rage slammed a few years back. He used to complain about his laggy computer, unlike everyone else's setup. He even tried to finesse his mom for a new graphics card for online classes, but his on-the-spot reasoning was not the best, so he got rejected. He went back to planning what he could do if the lag makes his gaming experience jittery. It was so bad that he could only hear himself getting smacked repeatedly. But that little tidbit of information might just be the key. The audio cues of dashes, the sound of every footstep. This might just be what he needs to make his experience bearable. He had played so much that he could maneuver just from sounds. Dashes, spins, and strikes. Everything had become clearer now. He'll just have to get used to timing his moves with sounds. So back to the present. In front of the blacked out monitor, he's going to try and do that again. He's going to run it back one more time. With pure tenacity and focus on his eyes, he'll try the impossible. Spiro zoomed right past Eri. This type of speed and movement caught her attention. She was dumbfounded by what she saw next. He was moving in seemingly inexplicable and random paths. All eyes were glued to the screen as the tension rose. Even Eugene the bully had an amused grin on his face, as if he already knew the outcome and turned to exit the cafe. Jinyang was equally astounded by what his friend was doing, because looking at the guy, he looked insane. He wasn't looking in front of him, and he looked like he was in pain. This is what peak gaming performance looks like. The audience started to chat amongst themselves, talking about how Jiho was just toying with Eri. This loud chatter did not escape her hearing. This prompted her to grip the mouse harder than ever and play even harder with rage building up inside. She leaped forward, locking onto her target with another slash. The dreaded ult icon finally lit up, ready to be unleashed. Trying to predict where the random movements would end up, she activated her ult, Prominence Blue. Everyone knew that this was the make or break moment of the duel. Jiho was locked in, using nothing but his headphones. The seemingly random movement pattern he had been doing was starting to build up. His eyes were focused on nothing but his momentum. Spiro finally attained the perfect speed. With the little guy overflowing with green lightning energy, he was confident that he could do this. Instead of dodging or blocking, he jumped right into her strongest move. But that's because his own ult had also become available, the super counter. So, the two heroes reached the peak of their momenta awaiting a game-deciding clash. A bright flash of lightning came from the culmination of force. The audience was blinded by the screen and the loud explosion. This 1v1 was truly a clash of two remarkable players. The light subsided and the dust clouds rumbled. Veiled inside, one of the two had audibly slumped down, and the other one was slowly emerging from the cover. Everyone in the cafe held their breath, waiting for the results. Jinyang was the first one to notice just who it was that was emerging from the smoke. It was none other than Spiro, standing on top of the knocked-out hero after landing a pixel-perfect counter. Everyone finally understood why he picked such a bizarre hero. Even the owner watching from the side was impressed by this feat. Eri sat in her seat, speechless, and dumbstruck by what she had just experienced. Imagine losing to a support player in a 1v1. She's done. Jiho caught his breath and smiled widely after a stellar performance. His celebratory shout could be heard outside of the gaming cafe. The next day came, and classes just finished. Eri quietly gathered her things, and she slowly stepped out of the classroom as Chang-yeon observed her. Without fuss and noise, she slowly made her way through the halls, until she finally arrived at the doorstep of her destination. Inside, an aggressive voice was asking someone if they were Spiro. It was Eugene, who was looking for the support player, but Eri informed him that Jiho didn't pass. This revelation caught the bully off guard. He slowly made his way to the captain and interrogated her why he didn't pass if that guy is better than her. But Eri insisted that she won the 1v1. She was firm in her stance that she was the winner of that hard-fought duel. Looking back at their fight, Spiro actually needed just a bit more damage to close it out. But something didn't seem right. Jin-young couldn't help but scream at his friend to make the final blow. As he was about to land a simple strike on the defenseless enemy, a debuff started to flare. That small flare instantly turned into a deadly blaze. Everyone watched as Spiro became engulfed by Eri's blue flame. And Jiho's triumphant smile quickly turned into confusion. He saw on the big screen that, in the end, Spiro was the one to fall. From the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, dumbfounded was an understatement. He just remembered that his opponent's ult does damage over time. So with a shivering grip on her mouse, Eri Han was declared the winner. And with the final match wrapped up, so were the Trouts. But Eri was still shaken by the final moments of that fight. She couldn't move from her seat as she tried to process what just happened. Even the audience was baffled that Jiho actually lost that. But amid the crowd, Chang-yeon had something different in mind. Looking across the room at the derpy kid, he was 100% certain that Jiho was the #1 player in one sword. This boy is smart as hell. Real recognizes real. Before the tryouts, Chang-yeon was in his room, diving deep into research. He scored every community post, thread, and blog he could find about the mysterious rank 1-1 sword player. This boy is in the depths of 4chan and Reddit. Out of all the one-sword players that crossed over to Sword Rush, the rank 1 was nowhere to be seen. He initially theorized that they might be in the 20s or 30s. It just doesn't make sense why the best player is not playing Sword Rush. But looking at this screen, the dominant performance of Jiho convinced him. He's certain that he finally found the greatest of all time. Nobody but the former rank 1 could play like that. He's 100% sure of that. This kid being strangled by his friend was #1. After the tryouts, Jin-young and Jiho walked back home together. His best friend still cannot get over the fact that he almost made it if he just remembered the details of the ult. But instead of being downcast and depressed, this kid was happily taking notes of everything that happened. He's not even bummed after almost winning against a ranker, and just wants to analyze the match. It might be unfortunate, but he recognizes that it was his fault for not being prepared. He's just excited to do more research. He thinks that it's a shame he didn't know about this game sooner. In the middle of an empty street, he happily declared that he's aiming to reach World Rank 1 again. He's just a wholesome, godlike gamer. So going back to the school, Eri is establishing that she won the duel. Eugene cannot clap back since she's technically correct. She welcomed everyone to the club. All of them are either first or second year here, and they won't be taking any more members. She formally introduced herself as the captain of the esports club, Eri Han, a second year. Seong-sun-ha, a first year, is their main tank. Jun-tae Kim, a first year distracted by Pokemon. He's the main DPS. The lively So-yoon Choi, a second year, is a rare and capable flex player. Chan-young Lee, a second year, is also a main tank. The bully, Yujin Shin, also a first year, glares at everyone he looks at. Eri reminded him to always know his place. Another person entered the room protesting that the hierarchy of the club should be based on tiers and not seniority. She introduced this man as the supervisor of the esports club, Mr. Yoon. First things first, he congratulated everyone for making it into the roster. Right away, he proposed starting to plan some scrims or practice matches against other teams. Inside Dana High School, something new has been born. The clicks of the mouse echoed throughout the clubroom. The eyes of the students are glued to the screens. Some are heated, and some are calm as they call their shots. And Eri, as the captain, is leading the team with passion as their enemy falls to 1 HP. She raised her blazing blade, readying for the final clash. The horned beast is being held by magical ropes, leaving its defenses wide open. With one swift motion, she sliced the enemy in half, leaving a trail of blue flame. The supervisor, Mr. Yoon, is pumped just watching the team from the sidelines. Some exchanged their high fives and praises, while some celebrated in complete and awkward silence. But one thing's for sure, they're building something special here. Even the perpetually bad-tempered Eri couldn't help but smile at what she built. She is confident with this team. When they gather around to combine their forces, she's certain of her fighting chance. She's finally taking her first steps to become a true professional gamer, but that thought might be short-lived as she glances to her side. She saw her teammates getting dragged away by their furious parents as Mr. Yoon tried his best to stop them. The hardest gaming boss of all, angry parents. Eugene, on the other hand, is too invested in the game that he called on his teammates to regroup. Their members were swept away by the mob of angry parents who didn't approve of this club. The locked-in Eugene is out here getting angry that none of his teammates are responding to his calls. They're not regrouping, so he just killed the enemies by himself. So Yoon could not help but worry as almost their whole roster gets swept away. So they decided to take this issue to a cafe near the school. Even though Eri went easy on them in the trials, her drafts still got parented away. The 3 decent players that she picked out are gone now. She doesn't even know how the parents found out. In front of her, Eugene has a single word to remedy their problem: Spiro. He is still insisting that they must bring that guy over to the team. He kept on pretending not to hear Ari's objections while insisting that Jiho was the real deal. They don't have much time, and they need members before the deadline tomorrow. It would be a cinch, but they have runner-ups in the tryouts. She thinks that since this is a gaming club, everyone would be fighting for a chance to join. Before exiting the cafe, he called Eugene to listen carefully to her words. She declared that she's the only one to decide who joins her club. With that extremely arrogant sentiment, she let the remaining team members inside. Even the extremely aggressive bully, Eugene, knows that her ego won't get her anywhere. The very next day, we're back in school. The students poured in bright and early. Inside a classroom, someone is calling out the first years with regards to the esports club. It was none other than Captain Eri. She declared that due to a small incident yesterday, they have 3 slots. She's giving those who wanted to join a second chance. They just must put in their applications before school ends, and if there are too many, they'll hold another trial. She headed for the door, reminding those who almost made it to reapply, but she was met with rejection. She halted in her tracks as the first years would rather just go game by themselves after school. They are not pleased with what Eri said back at the tryouts. She called them pathetic noobs right to their faces that day. She told everyone that they're not taking this game as seriously as her. They just wish her good luck in finding members since it's a hard pass for them. Throughout the entire Dano High School, Captain Eri garnered a bad reputation. At the end of the day, nobody applied while Eugene is still on his campaign to recruit Spiro. They might be down low right now, but Eri's pride still wouldn't allow her to take that guy in. She remembered how Jiho told her that he had no idea what his rank was, and how he vowed to destroy her on the day of his application. She can still see the little hero, Spiro, jumping around as Jiho warmed up, and she could not forget the look of provocation as he challenged her. Captain Eri understands she needs him to join, but she really doesn't want him to. That's when the doors of the club room creaked open. She turned her attention towards the young man coming in. It was Changyun, informing her that everyone's already labeling their club a failure. In desperation, she even asked him if he can play Sword Rush, but he prefers not wasting his time with games. But if nobody wants to join, he would do so just so they can meet the minimum club requirements. Eri's pride was damaged, but So Yoon and Mr. Choi were relieved. He told her that since she's already a second year, she cannot afford to be picky about members. Forget about the club, she doesn't even have much time to make her pro debut if they got no members. That shattered her ego real quick. Chang-yeon's words struck a deep chord in the prideful captain. As everyone fell silent, successive loud knocking interrupted the clubroom. Jin-young opened the door and peeked inside. He finally found the clubroom. He complained about how difficult they are to find that he almost gave up. With him is none other than our boy, Jiho. The sight of his face instantly triggered an unpleasant reaction in the captain. But he's determined to say his piece. She's aware that he's more than capable. It's just her pride getting in the way. But seeing the genuine look in his eyes, she could not help but cave. As she was about to reluctantly welcome him to the team, Jiho simply shouted the word again. This was certainly outside of her expectations. Jiho actually came into this club room to enthusiastically ask for a rematch. Inside one of the club rooms at Dano High School, something historical is happening. The map selected for the duel is a cavern with constructed mine shafts. Eri's hero's blade whistled through the air as it collided with an unfamiliar green glowing sword. The two clashed, with Eri gaining the offensive advantage. However, no matter how much power she put into it, the green sword wouldn't budge from its block. A few minutes ago, Jiho entered the club room for a rematch. Not just that, but he came with a condition before the fight. Eri braced herself for whatever he would add. His caveat was that if he wins, the esports gaming club must let his buddy Jin-young join as well. Jin-young, unaware that his friend would make such a demand, was dumbstruck. He knows his silver skills are too strong for this club. In just a few seconds, Jiho and Eri collided countless times, exchanging blows and blocking hits. Right from the start, she felt the pressure coming from this guy. To her surprise, Jiho picked a different hero, a horrific-looking one too. It's possible that he raised his understanding of the game by this much in just a single day. He said that he hadn't even completed his placement matches, yet he was already putting pressure on her in just a couple of days. She positioned her hero on a platform as Jiho followed her relentlessly. She grasped the perfect timing to unleash a swipe of her own that sent him crashing down. But on the way down, he took the opportunity to slice the foundation of the platform. Just like that, the two of them were back on the ground with no advantages. Now that she was looking at his playstyle, his excellent reflexes, and game sense were undeniable. She recalled what Chang-yeon had said to her a few minutes ago. With her time running out, she really needed another member, and Chang-yeon knew something about Jiho. She glanced at his face while he was focused. Chang-yeon revealed to her that Jiho's monitor malfunctioned during their first one-to-one duel. Recalling back to that day painted a complicated expression in her eyes. But she was still in this rematch, as her key taps became faster and faster. Jiho's horrifying hero was ruthless with its barrage. Meanwhile, Eri was stockpiling energy for a big offensive dash. She finally released a blue blaze that swallowed the whole screen. Jin-young, So-yoon, and Eugene watched this glorious battle intently. Behind the massive blue blaze was Jiho's unscathed hero pushing for a strike of his own. Its face was as horrifying as its blade, resembling a death god coming for Eri. Her wide swing and a miss left her wide open for a fatal attack if she failed to recover her position. And as soon as she tried to do so, the glowing green blade was already upon her. The force of the stab was so powerful that it lifted her hero up in the air as a bright green glow filled the screen. With an explosive boom, her hero resembled a ragdoll being launched far away. Jin-young naturally celebrated the clean win of his buddy Jiho, but it suddenly occurred to him that he was involved in this, so it was unclear whether he should be happy about this win. As soon as the match concluded, Jiho stood up and removed his earbuds. The kind-hearted boy screamed at Eri for not playing seriously this time around. She reasoned that first, his hero countered hers, and secondly, he already passed every criterion of her assessment. She praised his good grasp of the game and his reflexes. She admitted that there was no reason to refuse his membership. He was surprised that the prideful captain was admitting her loss. Also, she reminded him that if his monitor shut down back then, he should have said something. Jiho was simply stunned and speechless at this unexpected interaction. Eri quickly picked up her bag and told everyone that she was going home. But before exiting the club room with Chang-yeon, she still had one more thing to say. She turned around to congratulate Jin-young for getting into the club as well. As they headed out, Chang-yeon gave her a meaningful smile. while Jin Young, the clueless, had no idea what to make of this position he found himself in. Mr. Yoon snapped them out of their daze, as these two were now official members. They just had one more thing to do. They needed to fill out the club applications. The afternoon passed, and the sun was about to set outside of Dano High School. The two buddies were walking back home side by side once again. Jiho did not even know that Eri was the captain, while Jin Young still could not believe that he was dragged into this. It's not like he did not want to join the club. It's just that everyone is too good at the game. He feels like he cheated his way in, so his guilty consciousness is weighing him down. But Jiho simply wants to continue gaming with his friend. He found Sword Rush thanks to Jin Young, and he's very passionate when it comes to games. Who wouldn't feel touched after hearing those genuine words? But Jin Young was quick to quip a snarky comeback until a familiar voice started talking to them. Looking behind them, they saw the owner of that gentle and lively voice. It was the girl from the club earlier, So Yoon Choi, a second-year student. The two quickly and formally greeted their upperclassmen while she insisted that they not be so formal. She was adamant about this because they seemed comfortable with Eri earlier. She just wanted to be friends with them, just like Eri. They didn't even know that their captain was a year above them. The night had fallen, and they were now in the center of the city. Chan-Yun and Eri quietly walked home side by side. He asked her if she was doing good and reassured her that recruiting Jiho was the right call. He reminded her not to let pride cloud her judgment and that Jiho's skills were the real deal. But she wasn't pissed off. She was just feeling frustrated. Eri had fought tooth and nail to get this far, but she felt like her efforts were for nothing. She had spent years struggling to become a ranker, so she couldn't understand how someone could play like Jiho from the get-go. That was the biggest thing that was frustrating her. She asked Chan-Yun if he knew how it felt to lose against someone who didn't even know the rules of the game. But he just responded with a smile to this frustrated question. He was certain that Jiho would help Eri achieve her pro goals, but she was afraid that she would just be standing in his shadow. Changing the subject, he asked her how they got Mr. Yoon as a supervisor for an esports club anyway. When she was rejected by the other teachers, Mr. Yoon actually offered to take on the role. He said that he was really into gaming back in his high school days. Hearing this was good news for Chang-Yun. This made things a lot easier for him. The next day, good news came that their club had finally been approved. Now that they were all here as a proper club, it was time to talk about roles before calling it a day. Mr. Yoon shared his thoughts on what the best fits would be. Eri would be the main DPS. Jiho would be the main support, and he was delighted that Mr. Yoon was taking this seriously. Since So-Yevon was an all-rounder, she would be the main tank for now. Jin Young had some decent reflexes as a tank, so he would take on that role. And finally, their only member of the Grandmaster tier, Eugene the Bully, would be their main healer. This dude is not healing anyone. He looks like he murders. It was already odd that they had a ranker and a GM in the same club, but Eugene being a healer was the real plot twist. Jiho looked at him with admiration. He was genuinely impressed. Mr. Yoon also gave a special thanks to Chang-Yun for filling in for the roster. With today concluded, they would start putting together team strategies tomorrow. Chang-Yun also informed them that he would be making a group chat for everyone. With the day done, the two buddies were walking home together again. Jiho's spirits were sky high. He couldn't believe that they were holding game meetings at school. But he also noticed that Jin Young looked like he wasn't feeling it. He insisted that it was nothing, but he felt like he was walking on eggshells in the club. Out of nowhere, a familiar menacing figure called out to Jiho's hero, Spiro. He tried to correct the man, telling him that his name was Jiho. It was the bully Eugene throwing out profanities and challenging him to slug it out with a match. This idiot gulped and raised his fist to the air, readying himself for a fistfight. Our boy is ready to square up Giga Chad behavior. Inside the school at the faculty office, the teachers were also wrapping up for the day. Chang-Yun went inside to get Mr. Yoon's attention. He handed him a thick stack of papers. It turns out that this kid had put together a list of teams in other schools. He just thought that it wouldn't hurt to get a head start with scrimmages. Mr. Yoon diligently looked through the document that Chang-Yun handed to him. After going through the mountains of data, he threw it to his desk. He has no words for that kid. He just put together a college-level report in a single day. Chang-yeon might have acted like he wasn't into it, but it turns out that he's just a typical tsundere. Back outside the school, Jiho and Eugene is facing off against each other. His foul-mouthed bully swears to own him in a match. Jiho stopped in his tracks for a moment. Then he just simply told the fearsome Eugene that he doesn't like the way he talks. He continued that still needs to brush up on Sword Rush, so he must get home. Furthermore, he doesn't have money for the gaming cafe right now. When Eugene told him to just make the idiot Jin Yang pay, Jin Yang wanted to retort, but he was too scared. The clueless Eugene watched as Jiho ran away while criticizing how crass he talks. The two were dumbfounded by this kid's actions. Eventually, Jin Yang was left to take the brunt of Eugene's confused rage. The next day, we're back in school once again. The club is already arranging meetings and practices in their group chat. It seems like for today, the meeting is at the gaming cafe. Jiho spent the whole day sketching out strategies in class, when suddenly, the fearsome bully reared his ugly head in. He just won't quit calling him Spiro. Jiho had no other choice than to avoid him with a sprint, but this guy is just too persistent with his chase. No matter where he runs or hides, Eugene is right there lurking. It was to the point that he couldn't have a second when he's not hearing Spiro. He finally broke and confronted Eugene to cut it out. He's finally had it as this guy kept on driving him up the wall. Eugene's reasoning is that if he doesn't do this, Jiho wouldn't give him any freaking attention. He's disgusted that this guy just swears every single time he speaks. He asks him why he swears so much, but Eugene doesn't see anything wrong with it. He doesn't even consider the F-bomb a swear word. Jiho just gave up and switched topics. He'll accept the challenge if Eugene promises not to curse when they're talking. This was what this guy is hoping for. No swearing should be easy for him. This exchange made Jin Yang realize that he's the only normal person here. So now we transfer over to the gaming cafe. The three arrived earlier than the time the group decided to meet. Eugene pulled his sleeves as he told Jiho to pick Spiro. He's still trying to get this guy to call him by his name, but he'll agree to pick Spiro. This guy is totally obsessed with Spiro, so he might be playing a tank as a counter. Their chosen map is a floating lava island. On top of some igneous rocks are Jiho's pick, Spiro, and Eugene's pick, a hero covered in red bandage. This is a lava map that Jiho saw in his video clip binge. They'll be super easy to fall to your death here. The duel started and Eugene was the first to strike with his red bandage. Jiho looked and assessed the situation carefully. He responded with a skillful dodge using his superior acceleration. Even Eugene's second attack was successfully parried. This is a death match without a time limit. For the first time, Eugene addressed him as Jiho, as he wanted to crush him for a long time. It's been a while since he wrecked a decent support in a 1v1. His red bandage retracted, and his hero was revealed right above Spiro. Eugene uses an aggressive healer as a self-healing skill. He plays at a Grandmaster level, and his ultimate is not an attack, so Spiro's super counter is useless. This guy doesn't even care about winning. Like a sadistic predator with its prey, he just wants to toy with his opponent. Meanwhile, at some cram school, So Yoon is in a rush to wrap up her stuff. When her classmates invited her to eat out, she had to refuse as she has somewhere to go to. When asked where she's going, she hesitantly answered that it was just a club. Now, we're back in the gaming cafe. Jin Yang watched the endless duel in awe. Each movement of the two were masterful. Each attack was defended perfectly from both sides. When Eugene finally found an opening that he can exploit, Jiho vanished and struck an attack of his own. The stalemate finally broke as Spiro unleashed a rapid series of attacks. But this wasn't a big deal for Eugene's hero. He just needs to activate his skill and cover himself with bandages. He would be in an indestructible cocoon, healing up his HP. When he emerged again, he's back in full health. He just simply heals back whenever his cooldown is back up. But Eugene is also getting frustrated with how slippery Spiro is. Jiho can't even heal himself and this guy is yapping. He has no idea just how to end this. A match is usually around just 2 minutes, and they dragged it out to 10. Jin Young felt the gap between him and Jiho when just started playing this game a few days ago. That's when the captain arrived. asking them what's up. He scolded them for messing around when they don't even have enough time for scrims as it is. The duel finally ended with the two receiving a critical hit to the noggin. So Yoon finally arrived at the gaming cafe that Eri's uncle runs. She immediately spotted them amongst the crowd. She called out to them, but they're too locked in. Her lively spirits slowly died down, but Captain Eri noticed her with a swing of her chair. She's quick to welcome So Yoon to the party, and the others noticed too. The two with lumps on their heads stood out though. Eri went and hugged her even closer, telling So Yoon that she smells nice. She apologized for being late and asked when to start. It's getting late in the gaming cafe, and Eri's uncle is quietly observing the team. They're seriously coming together under Eri's leadership. They're communicating clearly. She's pointing out what they can improve on. Even So Yoon's lively smile is lifting the vibe. Though sometimes, Eri needs to go hard with the instructions. Her uncle watched this with a proud smile. The door opened, and it was none other than Chang-yeon that came in. He made it, but he told the owner that he won't be long. He went up to Eri since he's got something to tell her. On Saturday, 4 days from now, they are scheduled to have a friendly match. She cannot believe that she just heard that. But Chang-yeon was already gone to explain further. It seems like he does this quite a bit. The club was formed yesterday, and they're up for a match already. It seems like they are going up against esports clubs in other schools, and Jiho is good to go for this. Eugene, on the other hand, cannot wait to execute their foes. He's a healer. But Jin Young thinks that he's in big trouble. They want to run it back for one more round, but the owner was already yelling for them to go home. They practiced so hard that it's already 10 p.m. They parted ways and agreed to meet the club room the next day. The duo went on to walk home like usual, but this is a first for Jin Young. He's never been jealous of Jiho because of a game before. He didn't think someone could be so naturally talented. On their way, Chang-yeon is surprisingly waiting for them. He straight up told Jin Young that he just got in because of his friend. He asked him how he's contributing to the club. He didn't have any answer to that question. He's convinced that he shouldn't have joined. As he was about to declare his intent to leave, Jiho stepped up. He insisted that Jin Young only plays poorly because he's been playing by himself up until now. He promises to help his friend improve, much to Jin Young's relief. But Jiho said all this while looking like a sick person. He also hasn't finished his placement matches yet. Chang-yeon is only concerned about one thing. This upcoming match is important to Eri. He's only checking their condition and meant no offense. Deep inside, he's extremely curious what tier the 1 sword rank 1 would get. Before Jin Young could even get another word in, Jiho reassured him that they got this. The next day, they're going over their roster for the inter-school competition. Jiho Seong, unranked support using Spiro. Eri Han, rank 445 DPS using Bluminance. So Yoon Choi, a platinum flex. Eugene Shin, GM healer using Link, and finally Jin Young Jang, silver tank using Axa. Chang-yeon haven't even made an account yet. Now, the roster's out of the way. Their opponent for the upcoming match is the first school to ever make an esports department, Yeonju Digital School. This reveal shook Eri and amused Chang-yeon. They're a powerful team that reached 4th in the inter-school tournament last year, and they were the favorites to win it all. But halfway through, 2 of their players got scouted for the Pro League. Even with substitute players, they still reached 4th place. They might not be the current rank 1, but they haven't shown their strength yet. Even with first-year players, they reached the semifinals. Chang-yeon took over the meeting after Mr. Yoon. This might just be a friendly match, but this is the club's first proper game. This is a golden opportunity for them. They also need to collect school tournament points from these friendly matches to become official, and to be allowed entry into the tournament. Since they aren't ranked yet, they could gain extra points against a contender. Even if they lose, they'd still gain points. And one more thing, they're going up against the freshman team. This is good. They'll face a team with weaker team chemistry. But all these announcements are hitting Eri harder than usual. This could be a good thing, but she's the only reason that the opponents even agreed to the match. The rest of the people in the room has no idea what this means though. It's becoming too tense that Jin Young wanted to leave. Eri tried to remember a few years back. He was accepted to their esports department with honors. This revelation came as a shock to everyone. It seems like they're sending first years, fully aware that Eri's on the team. So, she refuses to lose this team match against some freshmen. Jiho asks why she came to a regular school then. She explained that even after accomplishing so much, her parents are still against her going pro. So she reminded him to get his act straight and not get sick like the last time they practiced at the cafe. He finally understands why she's so serious about this. He vowed to win this upcoming match. Their meeting finally concluded. So Yoon asked them if they'll be coming to the gaming cafe, but they can't today. Seems like they have stuff to do at Jiho's place. So she waved at them goodbye once again. Shang-yeon asked Eri if they need to prepare anything else. There's only 2 days left, and they need to make sure that they're ready. There's not enough time left, so they'll just take this as a gauge of the club's skill level. They consider truckload of first years. Eri firmly believes that they're no match for her. Shang-yeon is certain that this match is not going to be easy. 2 days later, we arrive at the venue of the match. The game starts at 11 a.m. It's hosted by a gaming cafe midway between both schools. Jiho was the first to arrive. He got to the place a whole hour early. He's pumped to start on his warm-ups. That's when the car of Yeonju High School pulled up. The bowl cut gang finally arrived on the venue. One of them noticed Jiho up front. He's been awestruck that they get to ride a school car. The orange tracksuit guy approached and asked him if he's from Dano High School. He introduced himself as Ming-Yugo, the captain of the first-year team. He extended his hand for a handshake. Jiho felt as if he was on the World Cup with this exchange. So he introduced himself and they shook hands. His heart was racing as he asked Ming-Yu what role he plays, but reversed the question and asked what tier he's in. He answered truthfully that he hasn't finished his placement yet. This shifted bowl-cut tracksuit's tone. He cursed out Jiho for being a noob and asked if the rest of the team is like him too. Let's see if Bowl Cut has the right to talk trash like that. After the disrespectful remarks from the Bowl Cut captain, tensions are running high in the gaming cafe. The match was scheduled for 11 a.m., but Eri and So Yin arrived at 10:20, wondering if they were the first ones there. However, the swift taps and clicks of remarkable precision can already be heard from inside. The first-year roster of Yeonju Digital High School is already locked in their seats. These individuals are clicking and clacking as if their lives depended on it, as expected of the Bowl Cut gang. Eri noticed that the group didn't even bother to bring their coach. She thought about her own team of inexperienced players and couldn't help but facepalm at the difference. On the other side of the cafe, someone else is executing furious taps and clicks. It's none other than Jiho, going through his warm-ups with murderous determination in his eyes. Our boy is finally entering demon time. All I can say is let him cook. This is the first time they're seeing this side of Jiho. But Eri can deduce what happened that made Jiho look like he's preparing for war. She knows that the opponents have somehow provoked him. The captain would not tolerate that kind of disrespect. It looks like the competition will be much more interesting with the use of the anti-gravity map. Friendly match maps are randomly selected from the Sword Rush's Pro League map pool. They will play a 4 versus 4 annihilation game, where killing is the name of the game. The first team to secure 3 wins will emerge as the victor of the series. Jin Young is starting to feel the tension even though he's not in one of the players' seats. Since there won't be a referee, their match will be held on the tournament server. Jiho is back at it again with his support hero, Spiro. Unhinged Yujin is in his healer hero. Link still can't get over the fact that the most violent-looking player is their healer. So Yen will be tanking with Bolatail, and Eri will be the sole DPS with Bluminance. There are 10 seconds left before the first match of Dano High School starts. The entire Bowl Cut gang wears smug smiles before the match even begins. There's a player on the other side who hasn't even finished their placement matches after all. They've chosen Molark as the tank, Sagan for DPS, Bruva for healing, and Lalaju for support. The tension reaches its peak as both teams wait for the match to start. Sitting on opposite sides of the gaming cafe, the last 5 seconds tick by slowly, and finally, the match begins. Yeonju Digital High School adopts an aggressive style right from the start of the match. They want to end this quickly, so they jump into action immediately. After rushing for a fair distance, the captain gives the order to spread out. They use the floating rocks on the anti-gravity map to propel themselves. Dano High team is stuck in the middle of the map. They are sitting ducks. Every member of the bowl cut gang is zipping around the map to build up acceleration. In this map, you can accelerate using momentum from jumping off the rocks. They aim to maximize their speed threefold before attacking from all sides. Dealing with fast attacks from different angles simultaneously would be extremely difficult after all. Their tactics are evident with the heroes they've picked, all of which have massive attack radii. The smug captain is confused that the enemies aren't doing anything to stop them. He's starting to think that this team is just that bad, and the match is a waste of time. One of them is particularly laughing at Jiho for not even finishing his ranked placements. They even called Jinyon and Mr. Yoon cheerleaders. They continue to trash talk the enemies in their comms. I would have thrown hands against these kids right then and there. They start offensively with Yujin, the healer, as their priority. Saigon's green blade slash is blocked effectively by Link's bandages. One of the bowl cut goons isn't impressed. He laments that he had to skip class for this match, and it's turning out to be a waste of time. Yujin opens his mic and calls out to the opponent. It seems they're forgetting a fundamental aspect of the game: sound play. The smug captain is the first to realize what Yujin is implying. He counts only 3 heroes on the enemy team. The 4th player has disappeared unnoticed. Spiro's green hue shines faintly behind the floating rocks. Jiho is finally ready to engage with his tiny support hero. A forceful smack catches the tank by surprise, sending him flying. He slams into a rock but quickly adjusts to stabilize. He can't believe one of the enemies has flanked them so effectively. Spiro isn't done yet. He locks onto a different target, the DPS this time. The Saigon player tries to flee, but Spiro's acceleration is electrifying. The player barely turns around before getting hit with a crisp kick to the face. Spiro's momentum continues to increase as he plants Saigon's body on a rock. The bowl cut squad is crumbling under Jiho's pressure. Now, it's their support's turn to experience pain. None of them have a chance to react to the strikes. 4 of them are being juggled and pummeled in the air by a tiny support hero, while the rest of the team watches. This is Aries' signal that it's their turn. Jiho pays special attention to the bowl cut captain, who's using the tank. Spiro's green light reflects in the captain's glasses, filling him with fear. He feels hunted by a robotic god larger than himself. Captain Bowl Cut Tracksuit is starting to realize that he's not built for this. His fingers freeze and his eyes are glued to the screen. A single claw strike sends the tank spiraling downward again. The Saigon player admires the skills but wants to launch a sneak attack from behind. As if he has eyes behind his back, Spiro's twisted green gaze turned toward the flanking enemy. A perfectly timed counter destroys Saigon's balance. The subsequent strike leads to a fate similar to his captain's, a meteoric fall. The green lightning from that strike continues to flow through the enemy's body. At this moment, Yeonju Digital High School realizes they've made a mistake. Even Mr. Yoon didn't expect Jiho to excel as much as a player. Jiho might be using a support hero, but the enemy team struggles against his damage output. They're being disoriented while also getting peeled down by a supposed support. The skill difference is so vast that they subconsciously believe they're taking significantly more damage than usual. Jiho is the definition of built different. He's not the GOAT for nothing. The enemy captain contemplates what it would be like if this guy used a DPS hero instead of support. He wonders if this match is just a friendly one or a trial for the league. What if they became pro gamers and had to face Jiho in a tournament? Another daunting thought arises. What if the whole team is as skilled as this player? MC was so good at the game he sent the enemy to an existential crisis spiral. Jiho mounted pressure like never before. The enemy seemed overwhelmed by the possibilities, going from smug to utterly devastated. Yeonju Digital High School's first-year team is being pummeled by a pick that shouldn't be able to dish out substantial damage. The entire roster of Yeonju Digital High School freshmen has been utterly shattered. They were not ready for the smoke at all. They can't see an escape from Jiho's wrath and skillful execution. Captain Bowl Cut, over here, has ceased giving orders, only gazing blankly at the monitor. This mental daze afflicting the opposing team is the perfect opportunity for Dano High. Eri, with her trusty and fierce luminance, leaped into the scene with her blade poised. She prioritized eliminating their support with a forceful downward slash. On the other hand, Sodiam with the hefty Bolatail is taking on the healer. A powerful robotic slam landed squarely on the enemy's jaw. The impact was so intense that it nearly destroyed one of the floating rocks upon impact. The captain tank of the Bowl Cut squad is being constrained by Eugen's unrelenting bandage attacks. Have you ever witnessed a healer play as aggressively as this guy? He was placing his opponent in a tough situation with his precisely timed and accurate strikes. Another one of those floating rocks was obliterated as a result. Naturally, the primary DPS arrived just in time to deliver another high-caliber swipe to conclude it. From clustering like sitting ducks to completely dominating the entire map with the enemy's faces, Dano High Sports team is excelling with their maneuvers. All the smugness that the adversaries began with was wiped away just in the first match of the series. This man's ego and worldview are crumbling down. In a mere 2.5 minutes, Dano High School secured victory in their debut Sword Rush deathmatch. The battle was so intense that they almost forgot to breathe throughout the entirety of it. Mr. Yoon was overjoyed after witnessing his students excel. However, due to the speed and intensity of the initial game, Eri began experiencing discomfort in her wrist. She endured it, reasoning that Jiho is exceptional in maintaining his focus during critical moments. With this team, she can envision herself becoming a genuine professional gamer. Across the cafe, no celebration could be heard. Indeed, no sound at all. They remain in disbelief about the inexplicable events that transpired. The proud captain Eri was the first to summon Jiho after the match. She enthusiastically extended her hand for a high five. Naturally, Jiho isn't one to decline a rare gesture from the stern captain. He reached up to reciprocate their first high five, but missed it by a considerable margin, tumbling off the chair slowly. His body emitted a resounding thud upon hitting the floor. The noise was so loud that it even grabbed the attention of the adversaries on the opposite side of the cafe. Jiho died at such a young age. Just kidding. Jiho had lost consciousness after the first game. Mr. Yoon and his best friend sprang into high alert as they rushed to his side. The entire team began to panic, wondering what just happened and what had befallen their star player. It didn't take long for the Bowl Cut gang to deduce what was occurring. Their captain couldn't help but regain his confident and smug grin amidst the chaos. They needed to take Jiho to one of the back rooms to allow him to rest on the couch. Presently, Dano High has an empty seat and a vacant spot for the upcoming matches. Eugene suggested altering the rules to a 3 versus 3 format. From the euphoria of victory to the despair of Jiho's collapse, Captain Eri is crumbling. This boy is severely plagued by motion sickness. Imagine being so OP that you must be nerfed in real life. She blamed herself for not realizing it earlier, as he was performing superhuman feats while they were standing around. Jiho might be a god in the game, but he's still a mortal in that gaming chair. She recognized that this issue must have been ongoing for a while. From the moment they arrived at the venue, he's been pushing himself at an accelerated pace beyond his norm. Spiro was already fast, but he was accelerating at over twice his base speed. Undoubtedly, he will require some time to recover. She's spiraling out of control. What can she do? Who can she rely on? She doesn't have any other choice. Back in the back room, Jiho is finally starting to wake up a little bit. He saw Mr. Yoon sitting by his side. Even though he's still dizzy, he asked about the next match. Mr. Yoon held him back from standing up so soon. He does not want to sit here and do nothing. He does not want to lose to those guys, and the determination in his eyes is proof enough. Mr. Yoon assured him that it would be okay, and the match has already started. Much to his surprise, it seems like Dano High is bringing out their demonic secret weapon. Axa, the tank, is going toe-to-toe with another Saigon pick. He was so good that the enemy was smashed down with the blades destroyed. Eri warned Jinyong to be careful and not overextend his lead. The glorious silver gamer that is Jiho's best friend has been sent to the front lines. Honestly, this silver god is overqualified for this game. A few minutes ago, he was asked to play for the team. Since he was their substitute player on paper, he's going to need to step up to the plate. No matter how low his rank is, he is still a part of the team. He has no other choice but to give it a shot. Mr. Yoon is worried if this kid can handle the pressure of playing against the players of Yangju High. Captain Bullcut is lost in thought at the moment. The guy used trash-talking for being a noob earlier collapsed, and as for the substitute player, he couldn't check the profile since they're in a tournament server. Everything about this situation has been a disaster for them, so he just decided to see how good Jin Young is for himself. He rushed with his tank pick, but it was interrupted by Spiro's disruption. Once again, they are facing the hero of their nightmares. The sight of that little beast has caused the captain to retreat automatically. Eri is taking advantage of the fact that the enemy's heads are a real mess right now. So Yeon is the one playing Spiro at the moment. On top of their recent defeat, these kids probably never had to face an off-meta support in a tournament before. Thankfully, So Yeon is a flex player. But of course, she won't be able to hold a candle to Jiho's performance. It's up to Eri to finish this one before they find out that this Spiro is not as good as the last one. In the corner of her vision, she saw something fly by. She warned Jin Young of the danger coming from behind. His Axa pick is as intimidating as ever. His mind is still reeling since this would be his first time in a high-level game. But there's a glimpse of greatness in those eyes. Oh snap, Gaming Warlord is entering the zone. The incoming Seven's attack was successfully tracked, and a response was ready. Axa slashed away with a terrifying force. He timed it just in time to land the first strike, and he took the advantage. Bullcut Captain was shocked at that timing. Even Eri was dumbfounded by what she saw. A few days ago, Jiho invited his best friend over since he wanted to give Jin Young something. It took some time, but he finished his analysis in a single notebook. He passed the notes over to his confused friend. He named it Jin Young's starting guide, its tactics for his best friend's favorite hero. This is the complete battle strategy for the tank hero, Axa, written by the god gamer himself. Getting coached by the GOAT should at least get you out of silver tier. Jiho was initially shocked to hear that Jin Young had taken his place as a substitute. Mr. Yoon is also skeptical about whether the kid can keep up with the pace. However, Jiho actually calmed down after hearing that his best friend was coming off the bench. These two are ride-or-die friends with full confidence. This reaction only confused the supervisor further. In the match, Jin Young is absolutely excelling as he easily handles players with much higher ranks than him. He dominated their DPS player with a successful counterattack. Even he himself was shocked that he was capable of such an incredible feat. This exchange gave him the confidence to fight even more. Now he's cooking with gas. A few days back, he took Jiho's handwritten and illustrated notes home to study. Every possible scenario was laid out and drawn with detailed explanations. What's even more incredible is that no matter how complex the explanations were, they were incredibly easy to follow. Each page distilled how his main hero, Axa, should be played. Get you a friend as thoughtful as Jiho. Using his home PC, he even tried it out and the tactics worked perfectly. But there's one significant concern in this scenario that worries him. The opposing team does not know that, though, they are just sinking deeper and deeper into defeat. If the captain does not take action, they'll lose the series entirely. Their attacks are ineffective, and the fear of a support block lingers if they go on the offensive. They are utterly panicking, and it's understandable. Against that godlike player, they feel cornered, with no openings to counterattack. It's as if they are completely at the mercy of 4 demon gods. And the captain is taking full responsibility for underestimating Dano High. He needs to think of something, anything to salvage the situation. He noticed that Spiro's movements are more sluggish compared to the first round, but the possibility of that being a bait is stopping him from taking action. But another thought comes to mind. Perhaps not all these 4 are at the godlike skill level. He decides to coordinate with one of his teammates. He would like to try something. On the other side, Dano High is in a comfortable position to push their lead. Jin Young will take the lead even though he's not fully prepared to act as the main tank. Eri assures him that he just needs to tank for a bit while she takes care of the offense from behind. This captain is finally doing her job and instilling confidence in her team. Even though he's still overwhelmed by the responsibility, Jin Young proceeds as the lead. With his silver mechanical skills, he takes on the crucial role. Both teams have the same idea: rush into the middle with all their players for a team fight. Eri notices some odd movements, though. The enemy DPS is blatantly flanking. So Maspiro had to break away from the charge to chase after the sneaky enemy. Bowl Cut Captain is playing seriously now. Even though he's racked with fear for this seemingly impenetrable team, he pushes through. Taking tiny steps one after another, he leads his team out of their daze. Oh no, the villain is evolving. He's been saving one move for the proper school competitions, but he decides to use it now to turn the tables. The flanking Saigon leaps from rock to rock, building momentum. Soo-hyun easily catches up with her superior speed. She wonders if this guy will run away in fear like last time. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. A blade slash comes for her at breakneck speed. She's forced to barely block and dodge the attacks. The enemy's movements have changed. Meanwhile, at the front lines, the Jinyong and Eri duo are facing the enemy vanguard. He gains confidence to initiate the attack with a wide swing. He continuously tells himself that he can do this. Bowl Cut is locked in while trying to conquer his fear. Jinyong's note studies kick in after seeing that he's in one of Jiho's simulated circumstances. Both tanks are about to collide with their respective attacks. He can clearly imagine Jiho's basic drawing of this situation. It's as if he's seeing the essence of the game through Jiho's eyes. MC so OP he can give other people the vision. The instruction states that he should fake the swing and let the opponent rush their next attack. He successfully executes that step and lands on the ground safely. This might be the moment the Silver Tier Warlord might just outduel a high-ranked player. Since skilled players will expect the fake, he just needs to prepare a low attack. And Jiho predicted the situation in those notes perfectly. Right now, Axa is in a superior position with his enemy off balance. It's about time for the next stage of the plan. But unfortunately, Jinyong chooses to close his best friend's strategy guide tailored for him. He sighs in defeat after reading partway through the notes. His negative personality takes over as he resigns himself to his chair, believing that he won't even be competing tomorrow anyway. As a result, the substantial lead he gained bit by bit is met with a fatal strike to the neck. From this point onwards, it's out of Jinyong's control. Captain Bowl Cut regains all the momentum he lost and reclaims his attitude. It's almost as if he shattered a dark wall blocking his path. The cocky captain gets back into the groove of things. They will go after the support even if they were wrecked last time. He aggressively calls the shots and leads with force. His confused teammates look to him for guidance. Dano High's support is slower, and their tank has also changed. It's obvious that the only strong player on their team is gone. Besides, this is not the only strong team they will face in their careers. They need to snap out of this state immediately. If they lose to some random newly built club, there won't even be substitutes for the substitute players. Bowl Cut might be an arrogant prick, but he's low-key spitting facts. They need to stay focused from now on, with Axa in a vulnerable position and Eri coming up from behind. The Yeonju High team holds the momentum advantage. Eri looks up to see So-yeon getting skillfully diced up from multiple angles. A crack can be heard as she was taken out in the fight. This is a definite sign of the tables turning. Their tank and support are eliminated simultaneously. Captain Bowl Cut is still salty about Jiho. He thinks that the kid lied about being unranked. But with 4 against 2, the result is already obvious. It has been a roller coaster of emotions for Captain Eri. Yeonju High is encroaching on them for a final push. Times like this measure the greatness of a leader, and it doesn't look good for her. Cornered with no open choices, her thoughts return to Jiho. She decides they need to buy time for the actual star of the show. She instructs Yujin that all they need to do is stall for time. They need to let Jiho get some rest while stretching out the fight as long as possible. Yujin is shocked that the prideful leader is actually saying these things. He feels insulted that he's being ordered to play for another player's sake. In Yujin's perspective, if they decided to stall, they might as well accept defeat too. With that in mind, he is done healing for the team. Like the psycho that he was, he's charging headfirst into a 4 versus 1 against the enemy team. Eri is frozen in place, succumbing to the pressures of leading a team. The enemy team just scoff at the fact that a single healer thinks he can take them on alone. Captain Bowl Cut just laughed at himself for even thinking that the enemy team was decent. These guys are just throwing. Their DPS will take on the challenge one-on-one, just for the flex. But Yujin is not your typical healer player. He has the reaction speed to back up his arrogance. This guy is actually heading deep into enemy lines to directly challenge the tank captain. He uses bandages to initiate the attack from above. The captain stayed calm and collected against the incoming attack. He then blocked at the right time to completely neutralize the damage. Now, Yujin is in the middle of 4 enemies with a target lock from every angle possible. In the middle of an unescapable situation, this psycho actually smiled. He prefers this type of super aggressive playstyle full of action. He really needs to change roles or something. Eri watched as her last teammate was smacked, slammed, and smashed all over the place. She's completely broken down as a leader and shot caller. To add to the insult, Captain Bowl Cut even carried Yujin's lifeless hero with disrespect. It was now a genuine slaughter, a merciless 4 versus 1. Yujin had his fun and rudely threw the mouse away. It's all up to Captain Eri how she would close off the fight. Yujin does not want to hear another mention of Jiho again while the kid is recovering. Yang Juhai threw the enemy healer's corpse in front of Eri just for the style points. She's still trying to process what's happening and what her next move is. Her usual fiery and prideful personality took over, refusing to go down without a fight. The Bowl Cut gang has regained all the momentum and their confidence with this fiasco. They knew that Eri is the best player out of the 4, so they're not making the same mistake. They want to end the second game as clean as possible. With a full force charge, the 4 attacked with seamless synchronization. Mr. Ewan watched the final minutes of the fight with worry on his face. Eri is frustrated, wondering how the hell did she end up like this. Captain Bowl Cut is back on his bullcrap. Their enemy had no strats, no teamwork, no drip, no hose, and with everyone going solo at the end. And the root of it all is Eri's lack of proper leadership. She's just betting and coasting on her individual skill to win the game. The biggest problem is that she thinks her teammates are only there to support her plays. From the beginning, she went into this match with a 1 versus 4 mindset, and now she's experiencing the inevitable consequence. A few days back, Chang Hyan asked Eri if there's anything else they should prepare before the match. There are only 2 days left for planning, after all. She told him that 2 days is too late. Now the team was massacred and collapsed because she deemed that there's not enough time for any tactics. They were picked off one by one, from Jinyong to Yujin, because they went in without a clear strategy. When Chang Hyan asked her about winning the match, she looked at him as if the answer was obvious. She's convinced that they would not lose at all. The enemies can even send all the sophomores on their roster. She thought that they would be no match against her. But a heavy slam of the mouse, a frustrated and dejected curse. The blade of blue minutes was cleanly cut down. Alone in the anti-grab map, she stood motionless. She managed to take out the enemy team's support in a 1 versus 4 battle. But there are 3 healthy heroes left against her red HP bar. Yang Juhai was impressed that she took one of them out, but it's going to be over soon anyway. Eri tried her best to follow their movements, but the acceleration made that extremely difficult. Jiho knows that she can't take all 3 with just a tiny sliver of HP. Fortunately, the blue minutes blade quickly regenerated back. As soon as she got her weapon back, the remaining enemies surrounded her with attacks from 3 different angles. Jinyong's eyes were glued to the screen. Subian was shocked, and Yujin didn't care. The whole team watched as their captain's hero suffered in rage. Jiho is finally awake. Even though he's still groggy, he still wants to go. Mr. Ewan was right on time to check on his condition. He insisted that he's feeling better now, but the paleness and sweat begged to differ. He promised not to overdo it this time around, so if his best friend doesn't have to take on the burden. But he was too late. It's over. The match was finished. The reality of the situation slowly sunk in for Jiho. He swiftly sprinted out of the back room to his team. The side of Yeonju High has already been cleaned out. Everything points out to the worst-case scenario. Yujin is nowhere in sight, so Ian looks defeated. Jinyong is frozen in place, and Eri looks like her wrist is aching severely. It's over. Man, it's looking like Eri's wrist is in a bad spot. Mr. Yoon broke the silence with a loud clap. As the supervisor, he took the lead in making sure that the team pulls it together. In a way, that was their first official match. And he still praised them for putting in some good work. They might be disappointed and frustrated by the outcome, but they can just think of it as a learning experience. If anything, he'll even go as far as taking responsibility for how things turned out today. Compared to these kids who gave their all, he did nothing but watch from the sidelines. He was completely unprepared. And he'll stop with excuses. Whether he comes up with strategies or stays at the club room till night, Mr. Yoon promised to make it up to the team for today, even if he'll need to work overtime to do so. He instilled in them that this won't be the last time they'll lose a match. But instead of dwelling on that, they should remember the victories. Mr. Yoon is a walking W, for real. But Eri cannot accept that fact. It frustrated her enough to act like an actual kid. The ever-so-kind Jiho is worried for the captain. He thought that she was crying on that desk, but she's not. She's just incredibly frustrated. He really thought he did something and cheered her up. He then ran to grab his bag from the other room. He sprinted back as if he was not out of commission just a few minutes ago. He handed his best friend an energy drink. He actually packed his bag full of energy drinks while everyone else thought he packed something important. This kit will probably get sponsored by Gatorade when he goes pro. Furthermore, it's a mystery why he even brought a bag in the first place. It turns out that Jiho only did it because it makes him look like an actual pro. Captain Eri redirected her frustration towards Jiho for not telling them that he suffers from severe motion sickness. He didn't know how to respond to this question. He's never played to the extent of getting motion sickness before, so he actually didn't know. He just went a bit overboard today. Seeing how guilty Jiho looks, she toned it down a bit and asked him if he's feeling better now. Everyone is still reeling from the loss, but Jiho was already bouncing back to his cheerful self. He handed their captain an energy drink and assured her that he's doing better now. Talking to the sincere Jiho calmed her down a bit as she praised him for doing great today. She advised him that from now on, he should just play at his usual pace. From now on, she wants to be the one that goes overboard. The Daniel High team went their separate ways, but So-yeon has something to say to Jin-young. She thought that his spinning attack earlier was awesome. That praise clearly stuck with him. A genuine smile tinged with a little regret crept up on his face. Today, Daniel High Esports Club versus Yeonju Digital High Esports Club has concluded. The first round of the deathmatch ended in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Round 2 lasted for 9 minutes and 26 seconds. The third round bitterly ended in 3 minutes and 27 seconds. And the last round was an utter stomp for 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Yeonju Digital High School wins 3-1, while Daniel High School team went home with the L. Jin-young and Jiho walked home together. Jin-young is trying to convince his best friend to switch his main hero. With his superior skills, he would be great as a DPS. But Jiho will never give up on Spiro. It only has speed and acceleration as its advantages. Other than that, it's hot garbage. That's why it's never been picked at the pro stage by top-tier players. But Jiho insists that it's not garbage. He spent his childhood playing that hero after all. That doesn't even make sense since he's only been playing Sword Rush for about a month. But Jiho meant that he played Spiro and one sword. Jin-young is getting tired of this kid repeatedly bringing up one sword. But the two games are truly identical to one another. The only difference is the updated graphics. It turns out that it used to be his ID in that game. He was literally Spiro. Jin-young is starting to connect 2 and 2 together. But it was so ridiculous that the game developers would name a hero after him. So Jin-young burst out laughing. Jiho was truly the undisputed rank 1 in one sword, though. Besides, the current Spiro is designed with the exact same stats that he personally set up. Imagine being so good at the game that you get your own hero at the remake. Jin-young thought about it for a second. The godlike control and the complete domination add up. It dawned on him that his best friend might truly be a gaming god even back when they were kids. In the entirety of their friendship, this Jiho did not even bother to tell him such a crucial piece of information. His reasoning is that Jin-young never asked, so he had no reason to bring it up. This kid really dropped a bomb that changed Jin-young's gaming worldview. But Jiho humbly admits that he's still a beginner when it comes to Sword Rush. He does not want to make a big deal out of his previous accomplishments. Since they remade his beloved one sword into a new and fresh game, he's determined to claim his rightful spot at the top as the undisputed rank 1. Jiho felt the sincerity and determination in his friend's words. He saw how passionate this kid can be when it comes to the game. He felt a heavy sense of regret for slacking on his part. He relented and let Jiho stick with his odd choice for his main hero. He gave this fool a smack on the head for not telling him that he's the GOAT sooner. They might call it the support role in Sword Rush, and one sword also started off similarly. Roles were vital in team matches. In the beginning, team matches looked a lot like the current Sword Rush meta. One tank, one healer, and 2 DPS was the way to go. But over time, players who played heroes with special skills like teleportation or superior range got better. Playing positionless 1-1 first became the natural counter to the conventional team comp. Even though he prefers playing solo rather than team matches, he will pioneer playing support into the meta. The Yeonju High team also went their own way back home with their service car. Each member was busy with their own thing inside. One of them brought up the rarity of support mains outside of their school. The Spearow player who destroyed them in the first game played like one of their upperclassmen. The DPS, meaning Eri, had a familiar playstyle too, though she's a bit more on the aggressive side. But these boys are convinced that their upperclassmen are way better players, prettier too. Captain Bullcut still can't get over how Jiho played, though the whole team doesn't want to relive that trauma again. The captain would know he took the most hits from Spearow, after all. Overall, it was not a bad practice match for them at all. Night came and Jiho was back home. He's determined to find ways to get over his severe motion sickness. But the internet is uncooperative as usual. It looks like he'll have to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, in a gaming cafe, it looks like Yujin is grinding for the whole day. He's been playing for almost 7 hours straight with 3 more hours to go. Those are rookie numbers. Grind harder, scrub. So Yeon is back in her cram school, but her thoughts keep on drifting back to that first game win. That victory painted a genuine smile on her pretty face. Jinyang, on the other hand, is flipping through the notes once again. He got to the page where he stopped reading. He read Jiho's final instruction that he did not bother to look at. The image of his negative attitude the other night was imprinted in his mind. The regret he's feeling is unbearable. Captain Eri's wrist is still feeling sore. Without telling anyone, it looks like she wants to endure and grit her teeth through the pain. Her thoughts keep on drifting back to Jiho. If it wasn't for his motion sickness, things could have turned out differently. She caught herself thinking these thoughts that her past self would have never entertained. Shan Hyan suddenly called her in the middle of the night. The first thing he did was taunt her about getting on earlier. He knows her well enough to get the phone out of his ear for the loud rant. He just wanted the replay code of the match earlier. He wanted to see how badly she got owned. Another well-timed taunt by Chang Hyan. After this loss, he's not sitting idly. He's on the drawing board, formulating a strategy report for their next games. This man has Game of Thrones in his shelf. His tactics is about to go hard. He's doing this for Eri's sake. He doesn't want to see her lose ever again. The keystrokes of the keyboard can be heard throughout the room. Mr. Yoon is hard at work in his office, trying to take responsibility over their recent loss. He prints out a document that he thinks will remedy their problems. He painstakingly formulates a strategy plan for the Down High team. He believes that in this paper, the key to winning can be found. Let Mr. Yoon cook. Meanwhile, midnight has come, and Jiho is still up and about in his room. He's formulating a strategy of his own. He has already found a workaround for the lag with sound play. Now he needs to do something about his motion sickness. He used to feel pretty sick, but not so bad that he couldn't play the game. He was pretty much unaffected on the maps that were flat, but he can't last longer than a single round on maps without gravity. And it's even worse when he receives acceleration boosts. The effects are so bad that he would need 1 or 2 rounds to recover. He can't always depend on playing flat maps, so he needs a plan that will work in a 4-round match. If he can't fix this issue, that defeat earlier would undoubtedly happen again. This is the hurdle holding him back. Earlier, he also noticed something odd with the captain's wrist. He racks his brain for answers and solutions. There has to be a way to remedy his problems. For now, he's going for the most obvious solution he can think of. He'll try to see if he can force himself to get used to it. That's what he's always done after all. The next morning, he ditches his bike to ride a taxi to school. He politely instructs the cab driver to take him to Dano High. This is the start of his first experiment. He'll start by reading webtoons in the taxi. He hypes himself up to get through the whole ride without getting sick, but it does not take too long for him to lose against the motion sickness and throw up on the streets. It's a normal day at Dano High. Jin-young arrives early and peacefully sits in his seat with his eyes closed. He's trying to remember back to the day of the match. In his mind, Sobien's praise of his skills is as exaggerated as it is full of color. This fool cannot help but blush after remembering the compliment from such a beauty. He's just like me. For real. But he also remembers how Jiho stood up for him by promising to help him improve his game. Suddenly, everything feels heavier. He recalls how enthusiastic his best friend was while handing him a personalized training guide, and how, even though he's still a newbie, Jiho assured and stood by him. He's aware that the mistakes he made during a friendly match had nothing to do with his low rank. It had everything to do with his attitude towards the team and the game. A low-ranked player admitting his mistake is the most unrealistic thing in this manhwa. He was simply not committed enough. The frustration he felt was overflowing. Even if he doesn't substitute for anyone in the next match, he's determined to stop weighing everyone down with his actions. Jiho sits at the back and sees his best friend lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yujin is sleeping soundly at the back of the class after grinding games all night long. Jiho knows Jin-young all too well. He's certain that this guy is overthinking things again. Classes have wrapped up and it's about time for everyone to gather in the club room. Chang Hyan asks Mr. Yoon if it's okay for him to take over the briefing today. He announces that the date of their next friendly match has already been decided. He took the initiative to book and schedule the whole thing. He also did all the legwork to arrange their last match. Thanks to Chang Hyan, the club has been able to set up games with multiple schools to the point of booking them for a regular flow of matches. Chang Hyan is low-key the MVP. He didn't tell anyone since one thing led to another, and he only had the time to announce it now. The bottom line is he's a member of this club, so he's going to chip in with whatever he can. That line touched a nerve in Jin-young a little bit. Their next opponent is Pogak High. They lost in the preliminaries during last year's tournament. They unluckily matched with a strong opponent right from the start, but they're the real deal. They got eliminated early because they faced Yangju High at its peak form. Pogak High excels in defense. They even had two players who were pro-gamer trainees. And in terms of teamwork, Dano High has not a shot at contending at all in their current state. That's why Chang Hyan took the time to analyze the replay of the last match. He did his research, but Mr. Yoon did as well. All Chang Hyan could say about their performance was that it was a fiasco. Other than charging in blindly, they did not employ any coherent strategy. And Eri kept using the limited time as an excuse for that. They got to play against Yeongju thanks to Eri's reputation. But the truth is they blew their chance to earn some quick tournament points. They were whacked out as soon as Jiho was out of the picture. That needs to change ASAP. The days of letting their emotions get the best of them should be left behind and will start fighting with their heads now. This young man drafted an initial set of strategies that will be uploaded to the group chat later. As the team knows, it will be using Jiho as the key to victory. Unfortunately, they'll have to play around his motion sickness. If the map doesn't have acceleration boosters, he should be fine with 10 minutes of rest. That's a perfect interval for Chang Hyan's team shuffle, with him at its center. So Yeon and Eri will be playing dual DPS. Jiho will be the designated support, and Yujin will be the healer. Chang Hyan doesn't even want to incorporate Jin-young, but he'll probably tank. Right from the start of the first match, they'll go with pure offense. They must remember that the longer the match is drawn out, the longer Jiho's downtime will be. So, no matter what happens, they must always win the first round when they're at their peak performance. He'll be out for the second round, so stalling is their top priority, win or lose. Jiho will rotate back in round 3 with full offense to win another round. It might be unconventional, but sticking with this strategy during friendly matches would build teamwork while they earn tournament points. The real matches will only begin at the Sword Rush Cup, the prestigious school tournament. They must take full advantage of Jiho's godlike skills to rack up wins. In doing so, Eri will be able to buy the time that she needs. If anyone has a better proposal, Chang Hyan's open to hearing it. Yujin doesn't have an opinion. Jinyoung knows that the plan is solid. It makes logical sense. And Eri accepts that she does not have much time to debut as a pro. This is the most rational way to go about their situation. After hearing everything laid out, Yujin was the first to voice his agreement. It's the most reasonable and obvious method. They can even raise their tears while they're at it. Since he's not the main character of this plan, they can just blame everything on Jiho if it fails. If everyone's okay with this strategy, it looks like it will go through. So Yeon can play every role, but she feels bad that she's not particularly good at any one of them. She just doesn't want to let everyone down. Even Mr. Yoon thinks that Chang Hyan's strat is a rational one. Using the most efficient method to gain wins is the way to go. It's hard to believe that this high schooler devised something like this overnight. He decided that even though he spent overnight perfecting his strategy, he should just give way to the young man. Now that there are no objections, they'll be implementing it right away. The meeting at the club room finally concluded and everyone went their separate ways. Mr. Yoon was tidying up his things when Jiho walked by. He accidentally dropped the supervisor's folder. Of course, he picked it up from the ground. He noticed the documents inside the folder. It was a strategy report personally devised by Mr. Yoon. He wrote the thing, but he thinks that they're better off with Chang Hyan's. Jiho quickly flipped through the papers with excitement. He remembered how much he struggled with recovery, and it seems like Mr. Yoon found an answer to that. He thinks that this is it. After reading through that strategy report, Jiho and Jinyoung swiftly ran to the gaming cafe. They rushed as fast as they can to try Mr. Yoon's methods. They went ahead and topped up their cards to get a seat. When it's just the two of them, they'll build reflexes and practice according to Mr. Yoon's strategy. Their supervisor found the perfect way to deal with both of their weaknesses. Now, they just must prepare themselves properly. The more strategies they have, the better. This time, Jiho won't let the team lose again. They both sat down to excitedly log in. A young man wearing a hoodie took notice of them from the next row. They were being so loud to the point of disturbance. The young man recognized their uniform as those from Dano High. In true Jinyoung fashion, he was being arrogant and crass against their upcoming opponents. Before he could even trash talk Pogok High further, someone was already coming up to him from behind to grab his collar violently. Jiho was equally shocked at this very sudden development. It was the young man wearing a Pogok High hoodie fuming in anger. Maybe they should build a boxing ring in this gaming cafe. Jiho saw the Pogok name printed on the back of the hoodie and panicked. It turns out that this guy is actually the main DPS for their next opponent team, randomly playing ranked in the gaming cafe. The Hothead insisted that Dano High are the ones that are about to get smoked, while Jiho's just trying his best to de-escalate the situation. It's a 2 versus 1, 4 fists versus 2. At least Jinyoung can actually apologize for running his mouth. They were being rowdy that one of the cafe attendants had to come up to them. The Pogok DPS lets go of Jinyoung's uniform, leaving it ruined with a yank. He went ahead to put his hoodie back up while walking back to his seat. These boys are the best when it comes to provoking fights inside the gaming cafe. They went up to the guy's table with a grape soda in hand. Jinyoung sincerely apologized again for getting too carried away and trash-talking Pogok High. PPS boy did not expect that they would genuinely and humbly apologize right away. Jinyoung recognizes that if he heard some nasty things about their team, he would be mad too. DPS boy is the quick-to-forgive type, so he awkwardly accepted the apology and said sorry for grabbing collars in the heat of the moment. With a sussy crease in his shirt, Jinyoung dismisses the quarrel. He might be a hothead, but he's also weak to kindness. Their school is famous for the esports department, but their tournament results paint a different picture. In turn, people have started dissing them. Because of that, he's been on edge and more sensitive than usual. He does not care about studying, so the thing he treasures the most is his gaming skills. After experiencing loss and trash talk themselves, these two understand that sentiment. Now DPS guy is feeling guilty for lashing out, so he offered his chips as another apology. Jiho is fascinated to meet a guy in a high school specializing in gaming. He also remembered that Yeonju High School had the same setup. For some reason, he kept on thinking about Eri. As Jin Young was about to reach out for the chips, Jiho asked the guy if they want to play together. His best friend was stunned at this proposition, and the Pogok guy felt the same way. They are competitors, but this kid is genuinely inviting him to hop on a game together. And with that in mind, it is totally on. Pogok guy is curious about what Jiho's deal is. Jin Young are thinking that they would be playing against one another, but the three sat together and created a lobby with all of them in the same team. The Silver Warlord dodged a bullet with a sigh of relief, knowing that they are not going to 1 versus 1. Meanwhile, Mr. Yoon is still at the school, crunching overtime and researching for the club. From now on, there is something essential that they truly need. They need to establish better teamwork as soon as they can. He had an idea as to how he can help in this regard. Even if it's a bit of a stretch for a public school teacher's wallet, he's fully committed to helping the kids improve. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Mr. Yoon is the real MVP. He believes that this is the right thing to do for the sake of his students. He's going to find even more teams that they can practice against. Back at the gaming cafe, Jiho did not waste a second in the hero picking screen and hovered over Spiro. Even Pogok guy valued this support hero as trash. He's beginning to think that these Daniel High players are hiding their true skill, so he should do the same. But Jiho enthusiastically told him that this is his favorite hero. The kid was so genuine and nonchalant that he does not care about anything at all. He just wants to game. Thankfully, Jin Young was there to remind him that they would still be facing this guy not long after, so they should keep some cards close to their chest. And so, the picking phase for the lobby has concluded. 3 of them will be playing with 1 random rank player. They're also facing another team with 1 tank, 1 heal, and 2 DPS. That's the meta after all. A Pogok guy accidentally leaked that their school plays differently. Jin Young was quick to pick up on that and threw out a bait question to know more. He almost got some juicy info too, but the guy caught on. The match started, and the current map is a sea of high-rise buildings. The 3 of them rushed together closely. Jin Young was playing another tank hero while keeping an eye on the enemy team's movements. He confidently called the shots to protect their healer. The 2 then responded affirmatively. The Pogok guy is playing a masked blader, while Jiho was playing a snake girl. They have godlike Jiho and a grandmaster DPS. But this guy right here, the silver player, is calling the shots. Jin Young is more confident with his tank play now. While they were running to meet the enemies, Jiho suddenly ignited a spark with a quick maneuver. The Pogok guy wanted to keep a close eye on him, but that pivot was out of nowhere. It turns out that Jiho read the enemy's moves perfectly as a cyborg ninja came from below to force the masked blader to defend. The succeeding strikes were blocked, but the initial surprise attack hit. Masked blader was thinking that if only Jiho was here, they could kill this overextended cyborg ninja. But just like a wish come true, Jiho did come to the rescue with a picture-perfect flank with his dual axes. His hero laughed like a homicidal maniac while unleashing a downward heavy slash. It successfully forced the enemy into an awkward and vulnerable position. Pogok dude was amazed and shocked by seeing such a perfectly executed attack. On top of excelling in mechanics, Jiho even called the shots for their next move. Snake Girl can low-key get some snake if you know what I'm saying. The cyborg ninja is not going down without a fight behind enemy lines. It was dashing and slashing while barely managing to block and dodge Jiho's relentless dual axes and snake summon. This is not even his main hero, but the kid is already playing at such a high level when it comes to every aspect. At this point, it almost looks like he was a predator toying with his prey. Now, it's about time Pogok guy gets off from his daze and uses his sinister blade to contribute to the fight. The addition of this masked blader jumping into the fray tipped the scales to their team even further. A well-placed and well-timed dual slash has put the first enemy's HP bar all the way down to red in just a few seconds. Pogok guy thought he was the main character, trying to head out for more assists on a different side of the map. But Jiho was 2 steps faster than him. Jiho instructed him to finish the job here, while his snake girl goes on to be a hero somewhere else. Seeing that Jin Young is in trouble, Jiho would always be the first to head out and help. Pogok guy was supposed to be the mobile main DPS, but he felt like he's a few paces slower than Jiho. Jiho was being forced a few paces back with the unrelenting strikes of the enemy's Sai gun. As if it was natural and expected, he welcomed his buddy to join his side of the battlefield. Jiho was locked in the zone, ignoring everyone else's voice. Their main DPS felt like he was being left behind in the game for the first time. He wonders just who the hell Jiho truly is. He's just supposed to be an unranked player in a newbie team. But the plays are undeniable. The kid is a god with a keyboard and mouse. The very next day, we shift and visit the not-so-far-away Pogak High School. Inside one of the senior classrooms, someone with messy hair is taking a nap at one of the desks. The DPS guy arrived bright and early to greet his upperclassmen loudly and eagerly. Another club member is done with this kid's antics of behaving like a soldier with his upperclassmen. To add to the insult, this kid is not even listening to any scolding. The napping senior finally asked him what the big fuss is. Pogak DPS came here to discuss their match against Dano High as their upcoming matchup. The senior thinks that since Dano is a non-specialty school, it will be an easy one. But DPS kid begs to differ. He is positive that there is a single player in there that's hella good. This comment finally caught the napping senior's attention. While yawning and wiping the sleep off his face, the senior wanted to know more. He wants to know if the DPS kid thinks that this particular player is better than him. He's sure that Jiho is some kind of a Giga Chad gamer while Jin Yong is dope. He's trying to convince himself that he's better. The senior thought so too. After all, there's no way some random high school club can compete with this kid. Pogak DPS categorizes himself as a god-tier player. Back when he was even younger, he was ranked 125 in one sword. After all, bro, your rank has 3 digits. You better shut your mouth. Pogak High might not be as well known as Yonghwa High, but they're up there with the greats when it comes to esports. This senior's dream was to play for the legendary roster. He was young and bright-eyed, but he was for real back then. 4 years ago, the high expectations for the team crumbled in a tournament disaster. They got eliminated in the prelims for the first time in history. The talented students could not take it and crossed over to a different game. And now, he's the captain of the Sword Rush class. His older brother was actually part of the legendary team that fell. Finding Sword Rush felt like fate for him. He also managed to set foot in the tournament last year. But as if the team was cursed, the jaws of defeat claimed their tournament life again. They walked out of the competition with heavy steps, but losing to their rivals at Yonju High wasn't enough to douse his determination. This dude woke up and gave us a flashback out of nowhere. After all that, he's still denying that he's doing all this to avenge his big brother's fall. As long as he's here in Pogak, he wants to carry them to the top. And with the addition of this prodigy, the great rank 125 in one sword, he has a ticket to making his dreams a reality. This kid is currently ranked 313 in the Sword Rush leaderboards. J-Doc is his name, and he gave the seniors a rundown of Jiho's skills. He used his Grandmaster alt account, so it was a high-ranked lobby, but Jiho only enemies with solid mechanics and good calls. The duo wasn't totally in sync, and that might be a sign of a former one-sword player like J-Doc. The whole Pogak team is about to walk into their practice room. J-Doc insisted that team matches in one sword weren't just popular, so 1 versus 1 was the name of the game, and all the great players are established pros now. If their healer can recall correctly, there were only 300 players at the end of that game. But the game didn't shut down because of the lack of players. It's just that those 300 got so much better than everyone else that they ruined the game for the casuals. This exact hot-headed nature is the kid's main weakness. He gets baited too easily. They adapted a style of 2 healers to support the kid as the sole DPS. A lot is riding on J-Doc's skills, but the captain main tank assured him that he's got his back. Looks like they're doing scrims. Back in Chang Hyan's apartment, he's been replaying and researching their past match. He went over the first match countless times. It almost felt like he's just watching Jiho's highlight reel. He never played the game himself, but even a casual like him can tell how different the kid is. X1 sword players should have an edge in this game, but not to this extent. There are X1 sword streamers that go crazy viral with their godlike plays. They are a cut above the rest compared to normal players. But Chan Hyan is certain that Jiho would not lose to these high-ranked players in a 1 versus 1. Real recognizes real. He continued to research deeper and deeper, only to become more certain that Jiho will make his plans possible. In the gaming cafe, Daniel Hai is practicing for their upcoming match. Aries Bluminens is at peak form as always. She's fighting against another DPS player, but her tank is making her life so much easier. So Yeon and Ari are like Kobe and Shaq with how well they work together. They're delivering a beatdown so severe and ruthless while making casual banter with each other. So Yeon asks the captain how her research is going, but she doesn't want to talk about school at all. But that's not what So-Yeon's talking about, though. She's asking about the captain's research on one sword. Their enemy did not even have a chance to fight back. The two were just chatting casually while slaughtering smoothly. It turns out that all the blogs have shut down alongside One Sword's servers. The enemy is hearing their voice comms, adding insult to humiliation. Ari is sure of one thing, though. Every pro gamer at the top of the ladder used to play One Sword. Chan Hyan is even doing some research of his own. So-Yeon also knows a kid that goes to Pogak High School from cram school. Pogak High School really has a pretty strong sword rush team. Their sophomore DPS player, in particular, has some top-tier skills. Hearing the term DPS sparked the competitive nature of the captain. Seon heard that their team is projected to reach at least the semifinals solely because of that team. On top of that, they're plowing through friendly matches undefeated. Ari acknowledged that the hype might be more than just empty air. But still, her blade is still itching for another fight to prove herself. She's determined to murder every single player that stands in her way. Ayo, just in game, right? This girl scares me. So Yeon just smiled awkwardly at the captain's intensity. This is precisely why all the kids fear her. A few days later, the match between Dano Hai's esports club and Pogak High's esports department is about to commence. It will begin at 2 p.m. at a gaming cafe midway between the schools. Jiho Seong was the second to arrive at the location, and Captain Ari was the first. They both got here early to get warmed up before the match. The captain can only hope that this kid doesn't throw up mid-warm-up. Also, he brought something specifically for her. Contrary to her expectations, it wasn't an energy drink this time around. It was something extremely thoughtful coming from Jiho. He got that wholesome, innocent raise. 30 minutes later, Yujin and Jinyong awkwardly arrived at the same time. The two who arrived earlier are already logged in. Jiho accidentally referred to Yujin as local, which he just dismissed after realizing what he said. Come to think of it, they always refer to Yujin as the local bully, but he just sleeps in class. The doors slide open, and the Pogak High School team finally arrived. It looks like their star player, Jae-gok, is running late and out of reach. Captain Tae-hung Lee looked at the enemy team on the other side of the cafe. He came over to their side to politely introduce himself, thinking that Yujin was the captain. The shameless Jinyong thought that the guy was talking to him. Era got up from her seat to introduce herself too. The two captains shook hands for a good game. He reassured her that this won't be easy. Jiho can see that the guy they played with the others hasn't shown up. Captain Taehan went back to Pogak's side a changed man. His heart was won over by Aries' beauty. It seems like his teammates are already used to this man's antics. It did not take too long for Chan Hyan and the rest of the Dano team to arrive together. Mr. Yoon made sure that everyone's in their peak form and doing well. To initiate the team spirit, he even wants to do a team cheer before the game, even though it's a bit embarrassing. So Yeon would not let their supervisor down. She's here for the memories, after all. Everyone eventually gave their hand on the pile except for Chan Hyan. He noticed that Ari is wearing a hand brace today. He wasn't aware of why she's wearing that though. It looks like it was Jiho's personal gift to her. A hint of displeasure surfaced on the young man's face. Whatever happens today, they just need to give their all. The team cheered for their school merrily. On the other side, they're already in a bind with Jae-gok running late. That might be because this stupid captain goes too easy on the ace. After a single handshake, this man is really daydreaming about having one son and daughter with Ari, or maybe even two daughters if they're as pretty as their mother. Bro is down bad horrendously. The map would be the Tower of Torment. It will be a deathmatch mode, 4 versus 4 bests out of 5. Dano High has 1 support, 1 healer, and 2 DPS. The 2 queens are taking on the offensive side of things today. Meanwhile, Pogak High has 1 tank, 1 DPS, and 2 healers. This is their unique and effective roster orientation. Dano is going with Chang Hyan's efficient strat. Jiho is aware that everyone is playing around his motion sickness. He doesn't want to let the team down. Even without their ace, Captain Tae-hun is excited for the match. They came from the high ground with a tank backed up by 2 healers. It seems like the enemy is playing the long game. Their DPS was quite skilled with the flank, so Yin realized that she's been compromised, but a familiar green bolt is there to bail her out. It was Spiro, opening the match with a perfect counter. That counter really was effective. Yujin drew attention to another foe coming from above. It was a big set hero this time around. It landed with a heavy impact. It was the voice of Captain Tae-hun. As long as he's here, his healers and DPS will remain safe. As a captain and leader, it's his duty to protect them. This dual healer comp will undoubtedly drag out the fight since they won't have enough damage to offset the healing rate. They're at a disadvantage again because of Jiho's condition. Eri is aware of their current condition. Chang Hyan laid out the logical plan for her sake, after all. Her wrist might not be in the best condition, but her mind is clear. Jiho needs to attack. She firmly instructed him to dive in right from the start. They need to focus and execute the plan perfectly. The momentary distraction warranted a tank rush from Spiro's flank. Eri picked up the pace and covered for him. He's been lost in the sauce when all he needed to do was go all out. It was like Jiho jolted awake. Captain Eri is going toe-to-toe against the heavily armored knight, and neither of these 2 leaders is giving way to each other. In the middle of the intense fight, that same green bolt dashed into the scene. The captain versus captain duel was interrupted by one tiny boy. Eri recognized that godlike Jiho is finally back. Jiho continued doing his thing with every dash. If Pogak drags the match out even more, it might work better for Dano High. Eri instructed their own healer to go ahead and kill the enemy healer on his own. This guy can even take on 2 enemies if he wants. So, when Eri gives the signal, he can forget about healing and kill whoever he wants. They're throwing out big strategies they're going to brawl. Jiho relayed the plan to So-yeon, but she's already locked and loaded. There's some hesitation in him, though. When their opponents activate their shield, that's their signal to jump in. Everyone is focused on their monitors. Captain Eri wants to destroy the enemies in her own crushing way. The captain's tank continued to pose a problem, and Spiro continued to attempt to penetrate through. His agility has been ineffective against such solid defenses. But Jiho was clearly superior in skill as he executed a combo never seen before. The tank asked for healing, determined to stay up. They have no problem with sustain as they have 2 healers. But that may not be the case anymore with Yujin jumping on them, ready to kill. The 2 were surprised to see the enemy healer dive deep into their backlines. Yujin doesn't conform to the idea that healers should stay at the back, so he showed these cowards how to do it. Eri is on a chase with the enemies falling to the left. But it seems like she was led to a weak position with the enemy DPS. That's not a big deal though. Eri is not a ranked player just for show. Pogak High has been on the back foot on every single front with multiple surprises. Their DPS tried to retaliate, but Captain Eri is just too good. They exchanged blows with equal intensity, while So-yeon is tasked to take care of the enemy healers. But Jiho wanted them to focus fire on the single enemy DPS. It's the correct play with Chang Hyan's strat. The Dano High double DPS dual listen to him. Eri and So-yeon are going after the enemy DPS first. From 2 different angles, they clamped up the enemy's movements. 2 slashes from 2 sides are nearly impossible to defend against. Everyone watched with bated breath. Eri and So-yeon waltzed with the enemy in a dance of death and blades. Imagine getting double teamed by these 2. Wait, pause. Luminance and Saigon are not playing around. On the other side of the field, it almost looks like a 2 versus 1 with how fast Jiho was playing. In just the first match, he's pushing the enemy captain to an impossible pace. The enemy healers, on the other hand, are being smacked around by Yujin's bandages. Things are looking up for Dano High. and in perfectly timed synchronicity, their dual DPS gained both of their ultimates. Eri and So-yeon are going for the kill shot. A perfectly timed wombo combo devastated the single source of damage for Pogak. The queenly duo is not done yet. They're going to push this momentum forward. They came to back up Yujin's healer slaughter. Slashes and dices flooded the enemy monitors. The dual healers fell at the same time. Their new tactic is working flawlessly. And their ace player is also hitting his stride. Chang Haiyan watched the play closely. Spiro left a green bolt of lightning wherever it goes, ultimately culminating in a slamming strike of the enemy tank. That tiny hero capped off the first match in a dominating display of skill. Jiho removed his headphones after hearing and seeing the victory screen. They won the first match of the series. Pogak High players were dumbfounded and speechless. And right after this loss, J-Doc arrives on the scene with an apology. The seniors immediately went in on him for being late. The captain assured him that things like this happen, so it's okay. Their substitute handed over the seat to their ace. J-Doc genuinely feels sorry for running late. These guys regain their confidence with the secret weapon arriving. For the next round, they're going all out. On the other side, Mr. Yoon is naturally hyped by the win. Jiho got up from his seat and went up to someone. Of course, it was his best friend, Jin Young. It's time for these two to change seats. Like and subscribe to see round 2. Jin Young immediately got ready to sub in for his best friend, removing his jacket and taking the seat. Chang Yun, on the other hand, felt bad that his strategy wasn't implemented to its fullest. Mr. Yoon comforted him, saying that strategies won't always decide wins. They must be flexible at all times. Sometimes, it's up to the players to decide what the best moves are for themselves. Moreover, in the end, it all worked out as they intended. This kid's analytical skills and strategies are really something else. But Chang Yun himself is unsatisfied with his own plan. He wants to make something more foolproof for next time. As for Jiho, it seems like he's in a good spot. They were lucky that Pogak High was trying to stall, so he didn't have to go all out. Mr. Yoon is just happy with how well things are going for them this time. For now, Jin Young must buy them as much time as possible, and Jiho is this guy's #1 believer. He also believes in Mr. Yoon's leadership. Those words almost brought a tear to the underappreciated supervisor's eyes. On the other side of the gaming cafe, angry and frustrated sentiments echoed. Pogak High players have underestimated just how good Dana High is. They had more than enough healing too. It's just that they fell against relentless aggression. The captain remained calm, though for him, this first round is just all about testing the waters. They simply did not have enough damage, but that issue should be fixed with J-Duck here. They assessed that Aries' DPS is quite good, but it's nothing they can't beat. For the second round, it seems like they're going to show their true playstyle. The captain reassured J-Duck that he'll cover when things get messy so the kid can go on and wreak some havoc. And finally, Pogak High versus Dana High second has started. The enemy side picked Baronet to tank, Imamiz and Jigdra as healers, and Jester, controlled by J-Duck as the solo DPS. On the Dana High side, we have Axa as the tank, Bluminance as DPS, Link as the healer, and another Spiro pick in the support role. They need to take the lead before the enemies find out what they are cooking with this pick with So-yeon in control. Yujin is not happy at all with this stalling strategy. He just wants to brawl and go for the win. So Ian reminded Jin Young that he's really important for this round, so he must bring his good plays like last time. Encouraging words from a cutie are Jin Young's biggest buff. He's confident this time around he's done his homework after all. He didn't slack off and finished his training. Lil Bro went on his own mini training arc. His Axa plays have been polished to a high degree. But on the opposition, J-Duck, the DPS with Jester, has locked onto him. He saw the enemy use a close-range dash, so a hit from behind should be the next move. Thinking that he was clever for reading the next play, he swung behind him with full force, but he hit nothing but air, becoming confused that his read was wrong. The enemy DPS faked the move, something considered basic at this level of play. J-Duck already pegged him as some low-tier player for sure. This action on one side of the field distracted So-yeon for just a second, but that was enough for a blue force to descend upon her Spiro from the flank. She was knocked back by the enemy's tank captain. Motivated by his defeat by the same hero in the first round, Captain Taehan wants his vengeance. Jin Young kept timing in mind while Jae-duck is running and leaping circles around him. His reckless swings finally opened an opening for the DPS to exploit. In the few minutes they were locked in a 1 versus 1. He became increasingly aware that he was no match against the enemy team's ace. As his HP bar came dangerously close to 0, Link's bandages swooped in. He was healed up in just a moment thanks to Yujin's interference. His HP recovered, but he was still in a daze from being toyed with. Yujin cursed him out for not focusing, as this murderous healer couldn't heal everyone after all. The enemy DPS attack patterns were just too weird, but Jin Young could still block some strikes here and there. If that was the case, Eri stepped in to reprimand him to get back to his job. She also turned the 1 versus 1 into a 1 versus 2. Jae-duck changed his focus to her as he slowly dominated in that matchup as well. He thought that everyone on the opposing team played like nudes with how easily he dictated the pace. Eri was having a rough time keeping up with the attack rate. Seeing this arrogant sequence of attacks and hearing the voice comms, Captain Eri couldn't take the noob insult lying down. She took a chance at a small opening to land a fierce blow, chunking Jae-duck's health. Now, Jin Young had to step up to the plate so Eri could move on to other targets. And that he did. With a renewed HP bar, Jin Young would have another go at it. One of the enemy healers tried to take advantage of Access showing his wide-open back, but the magic spell was quickly thwarted by the psycho healer known as Yujin. All this stalling had thoroughly pissed him off. It was about time he went on a murder spree of his own. Jin Young and the captain finally linked up again. It was now up to him to keep the main DPS busy while Eri tried to pick off other players. She was going for the wide-open healer near her. This healer was undeniably in a bad spot as he needed to move back and stick to their tank. While being chased by Eri, the healer took cover behind their captain, who was facing So-Yin's Spearow. But Yujin also noticed that the other healer was wriggling his way to Jin Young and Jae-duck's duel. This prompted Yujin to go out of position for some good old healer and healer 1 versus 1. They were starting to lose control of everyone's position. One of the healers got behind his tank, but Captain Eri was hot on his tail. Everyone in the field was getting frustrated. Captain Taehan knew that he needed to make some space so they could break through with their ace, Jae-duck's damage. And after doing that, the sole DPS finally had an opening to thread through. Coming from behind, he targeted Axe's wide-open defenses. Everyone in the audience held their breath in anticipation. Jiho wanted to see how his friend would deal with this situation. Jin Young wielded his blade with only one word in mind. It was almost like nothing else mattered outside of that word. And that one thing that consumed him was simply timing. Jae-duck proceeded with the play as he usually did, but as he got closer, the weirder he felt. It was almost like he was seeing the former One Sword's moves in that pixelated game. Jiho also felt that same nostalgic feeling. This lit a fire under Pogak High's DPS prodigy. His APM skyrocketed with precise mouse and keyboard mechanics. Until finally, he managed to circumvent Jin Young's perfect timing with just pure mechanical skill. Axe's HP bar quickly evaporated into nothingness. Meanwhile, Eri was completely barred from jumping into the action by the enemy captain. She was held back so hard that she just started noticing that Jin Young had died. And to make matters worse, Jae-duck had finally gotten his ult from that tank kill. He activated that powerful ability, blowing Captain Eri's back. This guy was in the zone right now. He gritted his teeth after getting clean hits one after another. His captain completely relied on his hot hands. With more wide dashes and powerful slashes, he sliced and diced Eri like it was nothing. The kid cooked them so bad. The match lasted for about 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Chang-yun looked at the extent of round 2 and evaluated that this was not bad at all. The second round went to Pogak High. They might have lost frustratingly, but Mr. Yoon was there to cheer the team up. For now, it's about time for Jiho to take the steering wheel of the team again. Everyone wanted to ask if he felt better already and if he could play. But it looked like our boy was in tip-top shape again. He praised his best friend for his good work in the second round. And now they needed to get ready for the third. A different level of determination shone in his eyes this time around. He also had something to say to Mr. Yoon that caught everyone's attention. For the third round, he wanted to swap with their captain Eri and not with Jin Young. Oh snap, drama. After finishing the grueling battle of round 2, Hogak High was in a celebratory mood following their victory. They believed they could continue winning in the subsequent rounds. Some of them were still bitter that they could have achieved a clean sweep if only J-Duck had been late. The kids still felt remorse for inconveniencing the team. Captain Taehan was always there to support the young ace, but gave him a stern warning that if he were late again, he would be out of the tournament. On the other side, they noticed Eri being subbed out for some reason. They were confused because she was one of the best players for Dano High throughout the series. They watched as the enemies made a significant move. Meanwhile, Captain Eri naturally opposed being subbed out of her chair, but Jiho was determined to remove her from the shot-calling position for the third round. Without exchanging words, he simply looked at the root cause of his request. She instantly understood why Jiho was making such a sudden request to bench her. It was all because of her right hand injury after playing at full speed in the first 2 rounds. She's going to need a hand transplant or something. He reassured her that he had something special prepared with Jin Yang, so the victory was already within their grasp. He was just asking for this one chance to take on the foes with their own strategy. Eri, as the captain, and Mr. Yoon were also in the dark as to why Jiho would suddenly request his sub, but she relented and agreed to skip the round. She acknowledged his request, but she didn't know what Jiho had up his sleeve. But whatever it was, she gave him permission to go all in. Seeing that the captain was receptive to his request, Jiho's mood lifted, and so the third round of the match officially began. It looked like it would be a replay of the last round, with the picks and strategies remaining largely unchanged. However, on Dano High's side, Jiho instructed everyone to charge straight at the enemy. Jin Yang was kind of skeptical because with this clash, they were just going to get completely blocked. That's exactly the kind of space Spiro needed to do his own thing. Jin Yang was finally catching up to what his best friend was trying to do, but still, he'd prefer fighting the enemy tank over the genius enemy DPS any day of the week. The sounds of clashes echoed throughout the entire gaming cafe. Captain Taehan went all out with his aggressive tanking style right from the start. Axel responded appropriately, following Jiho's strategy book to be specific. But as the 2 tanks locked in combat, someone else ran to the flank. Captain Taehan was too focused on their one-on-one that an enemy managed to punch through. He tried to turn around, but Yujin just taunted him, pulling away with a perfect dash. Dano High was trying to take out the backline while leaving the tanks busy facing each other. Captain Taehan believed that they were underestimating their damage output just because they ran 2 healers. So, he happily called the shots to J-Duck as the enemy lost their formidable main DPS. But the kid had a complicated expression on his face instead of the usual confidence. This, of course, didn't escape the captain's attention. They should have been running away with the lead by now. J-Duck was being driven into a corner with a heavy sense of confusion. And that's because he was facing Jiho's Spiro for the first time in this series. No matter what type of combo he strung together or how crafty his sword and slash placement was, he just sank deeper and deeper into despair, feeling helpless against a supposed support hero. Not only was he failing to land clean shots, but he was also being perfectly countered like an amateur. This was where Jiho excelled, identifying the offbeat combo timings. While engrossed in the one-on-one, both of them had the same exact thoughts. They felt that their respective enemies' playstyle was strangely and deeply familiar. Even the little details, such as the timing of retreat, were oddly recognizable. And for the first time since coming over to Sword Rush, J-Duck felt something he hadn't felt in some time. He felt the immense pressure of a tiny hero being controlled to its highest potential. There was no doubt in his mind that he was playing against somebody who was far superior to him. And so, even with his DPS, he was forced to dash to retreat. Jiho, on the other hand, had a similar reaction but in a different sense. He was convinced that J-Duck was indeed the rank 125 player and one sword. Facing him was none other than the player with the cringiest in-game name, Blood Moon Hurricane. To prove his theory a bit more, he let go of his positional advantage and jumped back. He crouched on the ground without breaking the enemy's line of sight. J-Duck immediately knew what this Spiro was doing with just a single glance. The guy on the other side of this monitor is challenging him to charge in. A nostalgic smile crept up on Jiho's face. This boy is a menace to society, or at least in Sword Rush. It's been a long time since they shared the same battlefield. J-Duck's inner rage has been triggered as he refused to listen to the team callouts. But before he could blindly charge at Spiro, one of their healers had jumped into the fray. Captain Tae-hun positioned himself with healer Soo-hun to face the enemy's own tank and healer duo. This would give J-Duck and their other healer a stronger chance against the DPS and support duo of Dano High. They just have to trust each other to make the right call while keeping it together. Eri watched from the sidelines as her team fell into a pinch without her. The healer scolded J-Duck for falling for taunts while not paying attention to his HP bar. Also, his tiny Spiro is not letting up even with the addition of an enemy healer. Without killing Spiro first, he can't even get close to the enemy DPS. Knowing this, Jiho called the shots and instructed So-yeon to go after the healer as he turned up the pressure. A single perfectly timed dodge to the left culminated in a critical counterpunch to the face. He sent the enemy DPS skidding across the floor, but they immediately recovered to fight some more. Jiho noticed that the kid had calmed down already. He's keeping his cool even though he's aiming for the head. This Blood Moon Hurricane that he's facing is quite different from back in the day. Compared to that highly skilled but hot-headed player of the Pixel days, he has truly grown. J-Duck is certain that he just needs one good ult to finish off Spiro's low HP. Jiho also notified So-yeon that he'll be ulting soon in preparation for the enemy's own. He got some good combos in, so he got his ult fast. The ultimate super counter is just waiting to get used at the right time. So-yeon is also ready to back him up with her skills off cooldown. Jiho baited once more with a crouch, and the DPS Jester took him immediately. J-Duck believes that at point-blank range, not even full-fledged pro players can escape his ult. But Jiho is just built differently compared to everyone else, even the pros. Everything is going according to his plan. Jester's purple blades shone in an electrifying display of potent damage. J-Duck is filled with rage and impatience to kill the Spiro, but that is when everything became clear to him. The presence looming over him the whole match is wearing the yellow cape of the rank 1 god. He watched as his ult gets swallowed up by Spiro's specialty. Using the potent force of the enemy's own blade strike, he leveraged the strongest counterattack possible. The culmination of concentrated strength and power compressed at a single point was displayed on the monitor. At its purest essence, this is a move that he's done countless times in one sword, a move that became his very own. If anyone knew the feeling of defeat from this masterful ability, it's definitely one sword's former rank 125. The colors and the graphics quality are negligible. Right now, he's experiencing the fearsome beating from the gaming god himself in full HD with the same intensity. The ultimate super counter, it really does live up to its extravagant name. Jester ate it up and depleted his HP bar from full to almost zero with the stunning effect as the cherry on top. From above, So-yeon is already descending with her blade to finish the job. As promised, she'll back up Jiho's moves with her skills off cooldown. J-Duck just sat there, stunned and speechless at what he just experienced. Memories of one sword came back to him. He knows that rather than just the hero Spiro, this guy was the real namesake. On the side of Dano High, the victory screen lit up their faces with cheer and smiles for taking the lead in the series against Pogak High, 2-1. Right after the round, Jiho sprinted out of his seat without anyone knowing why. His teammates at their seats, Captain Eri, and even the Pogak High team fresh off their loss were confused. He grabbed J-Duck's arms, dragging him out of the seat to have a talk. The kid is still reeling from his loss, and Jiho's already there yanking him out of the gaming chair. As if they were old friends reunited, he called J-Duck by his old in-game name, Blood Moon Hurricane. Of course, the guy would be embarrassed in front of everyone. Bro, imagine calling you XX Dami Mummy XX in real life. All of Jiho's superhuman performance in this round was made possible by Emotion's sickness patch. He was able to recover quickly and win the match in the blink of an eye. The expressions on the faces of the Pogak High roster were the same as when they lost the previous match against the Bowl Cut gang. Even Jin Young had no words to say to them because he knew exactly how they felt. Wrapping up the match, he felt a bit sorry for them. But the happiness of their first win as a team just felt way too good. The feeling of sorrow for the defeated team was not enough to stop the sweet taste of the first victory. It's only their second match to date, and they already have a win under their belts. Jiho was getting embarrassed as his best friend went wild with joy outside the gaming cafe. For all of them, this sense of achievement essentially changed everything. The next day, Mr. Yoon is talking with the school president, trying to sell the students' massive potential. He's asking for permission to be allowed to use the club room during study hall. This would help foster their dreams further. The president considered the matter very seriously. First of all, he asked how the students are doing with regards to their grades. Chang-yeon and So-yeon have some of the highest grades in the school, while the rest are more or less average. The president thought about it some more. He then decided that if the grades of two students fall during the upcoming final exam, then club activities will be dismissed. He understands where Mr. Yoon is coming from in this matter. He'd really rather not trample on the dreams of the students, but they must still keep in mind that they are educators first and foremost. That's why they will have a deal if the students take remedial classes. The rarest thing in all of fiction, a reasonable school president. Mr. Yoon thought about the nightmare that is handling the remedial classes of his players, but he accepted the condition nonetheless for the sake of better training conditions. The team had gathered in the club room once again. Captain Airy praised everyone for yesterday's win. She told everyone to get an early rest, but everyone evidently had dark circles under their eyes. Jin Young said that he just couldn't sleep after the win because his heart was racing so much, stunning the captain. He stayed up all night admiring the replay while praising his supposed unbridled divine talent. Even when he finally went to bed, he dreamt about his impressive performance with AXA. It was to the point of fidgeting and smugly laughing in his sleep. Hearing this from the fool's mouth,
the woman was too stunned to speak.
Similarly, Jiho was also up all night looking at the replays from yesterday's match and ended up sleeping late. With his trusty pen and notes and a chocolate bar, he diligently studied the replays. He analyzed Jin Young's strengths and weaknesses, as well as everyone else's, even Pogak High's captain. As for Jin, he's never promised that he would sleep early anyway. He stayed up in the local gaming cafe to the point where the owner had to approach him to leave. And as soon as he got kicked out of that cafe, the grind continued back at his house on his own PC. This is the sanest gamer ever. Even after all the games he grinded non-stop, he's still frustrated for not killing just one more enemy. The captain is at her wit's end with these knuckleheads. So Ian also had trouble falling asleep because she kept thinking about the match and the win. She's always there to raise the morale of everyone with her charm. She also gets why these boys are so excited about their first victory. And as for Aria herself, she said that she went to bed early. But that is not true at all. Like everyone else on the team, she stayed up in front of her computer. But she was watching some tournament replays from the pro player Jin Ah Lee. She watched how she led the national team to the title. She watched her every move diligently and intently. She also thought about how the Pogak High captain, Tae-hun, led their team in a calm and collected manner with passion. It was almost like nothing else matters besides the replay she's watching. Back in the club room, someone else is tapping and clicking non-stop in the corner. It was none other than Chang-yeon typing away. Ari asked him if he's mad that his strategy wasn't implemented properly. He denied that it's the case, but he went home early yesterday for some reason. Back in yesterday's match, he happened to see Jiho dragging Jae-duk away to talk in private. They went to the back of the gaming cafe. Jiho asked him if he really was the Blood Moon Hurricane from back then, and he confirmed just to get him to stop saying his old in-game name. Hearing that from Jae-duk, Jiho gave him a brotherly hug. He treated Jae-duk as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other since the servers of One Sword shut down. Given that they had never seen each other's faces, he couldn't believe that he had met someone he used to play with. If everyone who is better than Jae-duk is now a pro gamer, it just makes sense that Jiho is the legendary Spearow. With a genuine smile on his face, he confirmed that he really was the GOAT back then. After confirming each other's identities, Jae-Duke asked him how he had figured out who he was after just a single round. But how could he forget the player he had gone up against countless times? Jae-Duke was the person he had fought against the most back in the day after all. Hearing that the rank 1 player was glad that they had met in real life touched Jae-Duke's feelings. The kid started tearing up for a moment, and Jiho immediately apologized for getting carried away. Jae-Duke, though, thought he was smooth as he rubbed his tears away while playing it cool. Bros will be bros, online or offline. Everyone had been curious about who the rank 1 player was, and he never would have imagined that it would be someone his age. He asked Jiho why he hadn't played Sword Rush until now, and he truthfully answered that he just didn't know about the game. Additionally, his computer sucked, so he couldn't play anything else after One Sword ended. A look of nostalgia and joy was plastered on his face. He praised Jae-Duke for becoming so much better than he was back then. Back with his confident grin, they really looked like two friends reunited. While the two were continuing to catch up, someone familiar had been lurking from afar. Come to think of it, considering how good Jiho was back then, he did make a few misplays this time around. That might be because he stopped gaming for too long. Even though he was embarrassed to say it, Jae-Duke offered some help to train Jiho. It was like the two long-lost competitors re-establishing their connection again. And so, they exchanged phone numbers. Back in the club room, Chang-Yun, who had heard the whole conversation, left early since Jiho subbed back in the end. He knew they would win with his strategy. Mr. Yun finally arrived with big news to tell everyone. They could now practice in the club room during study hall hours. This was a huge addition to their training hours, but there was one condition. If their grades dropped in the next exam, it was back to how it had always been. So, every day after school ended, they would have an hour of special remedial classes. Without concentration in remedial classes, there would be no practice sessions. Also, since So-Yan and Chang-Yun had no problems with their grades, they just needed to go to their cram school as usual. Speaking of Chang-Yun, he had prepared something for their next match. First of all, they had successfully gained 3 tournament points from yesterday. But Pogak High did not bring their pro gamer trainees. They did well, but they were also lucky. As for the biggest asset during this match, that would go to Jin Yang. Considering how exceptional the enemy captain was as a tank, Jin Yang did a great job fending him off repeatedly. This silver gamer's ego was getting inflated by the second, but he humbly dismissed it as just doing his part. From now on, when Jiho was playing, they would play around him. And when Jin Yang was playing, they would play around Eri. This would be their greatest weaponized rotation. Jin Yang's role had become more crucial than ever to the bigger picture. And when he was playing, he must remember that the whole team would collapse if he went down. But this guy was ready to take on the heavy responsibility. The character development is actually insane. Jiho also had one other concern, and that was if Chang-Yun would stay with the team or not. Jiho wanted the members to go on like this, but even Yujin noticed that Chang-Yun always needed to go off to cram. But like Mr. Yoon said, he was committed to being a part of the club alongside his cram school. And since he couldn't play the game himself, he would continue to come up with strategies. He was also open to any opinions regarding their strats. Eri was amused that this guy was telling him to quit the club not too long ago. Now he might even end up playing the game. Lastly, Chang-Yun wanted to lend his computer to Jiho so he could practice competitive matches regularly. This came out of nowhere, and lending a computer was quite a big deal. This guy is putting everyone behind his back without even touching the game. Also, he asked if everyone knew the YouTuber Guraf and the pro gamer Jin Ali. This caught Eri's attention. The mere mention of Jin Ali was a big deal to her. She had been tirelessly watching her plays after all. Chang-Yun casually dropped the news that these two established figures would like to set up a meet. He'd make a top-tier manager for real. W. Chang-Yun. Jiho was quite shocked, but Eri was petrified in her seat after hearing that. That very night, Jiho booted up Chang-Yun's laptop to see if this little thing could really handle games. Seeing the smooth experience and the glorious graphics, he confirmed that it surely could. Chang-Yun flexing that he can just lend a top-spec gaming laptop. Looking at his old and beat-up PC, his old buddy could finally retire now. That PC's soul was screaming that it was free at last. And so, 2 hours of non-competitive play passed extremely fast. Jiho had been trying to go as fast as he could in one of the anti-gravity maps, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get as fast as he wanted, and the enemy team was too weak to pose a challenge. With his earphones in, his eyes were locked on the screen with 100% concentration. Victory screens after victory screens lit up the laptop's monitor, until finally he reached the max level grinding non-competitive matches. With this significant milestone, he could finally play the placement matches. Meanwhile, in Aries' room, she was still fixated on Jin Lee's amazing performance as a team captain. She still could not believe that Chang-Yun casually mentioned that Jiho was better than the best pro gamer in the current times. Back in the club room, Chang-Yun announced that the 2 most prominent figures in Sword Rush wanted to meet Jiho. Jin Lee, in particular, was noteworthy. She was the captain of South Korea's national Sword Rush team, after all. To add to that, she was also the current rank 1 in their server. Even Mr. Yoon was taken aback by this announcement, but further explanation could clear everything up for everyone. Chang-Yun found it frustrating to keep this to himself. He explained that there used to be a game called One Sword, identical to Sword Rush in everything but the graphics. Jin Lee was a player who had not been dethroned as the undisputed rank 1 in the updated Sword Rush, but back in the One Sword days, she was only ever rank 2. Right after the tier system was added to that game, there was one uncontested rank 1 player, and that happened to be their teammate, Jiho. If they thought about it harder, it was no surprise, really, since all of them had played the game seriously. Everyone must have felt something different with Jiho's style. They must have felt that he has that dog in him. Yujin was the first to speak after a while. He got it now. All along he thought that Jiho was indeed some sort of genius. As Chang-Yun went back to the topic of Guraf and Jin Lee, Jiho asked him how he found out. He confessed that he had heard the conversation between Jae-duk and Jiho. He wasn't intending to spill it to everyone, but he just couldn't keep it to himself. Still, Jiho should have said something to the team in the first place. Captain Eri had suspected something along the lines of this reveal, but she didn't expect the kid to be higher ranked than Jin Lee. Without much thought, she decided to stalk Jiho's in-game profile. She wanted to see just how good he could actually be. It did not take too long for her to sift through his gamer plays. Now that she was looking at it with analytical eyes, she could not help but curse in surprise. She saw the familiar tiny bright green claws going against a meta tank pick. Then the view shifted to the enemy DPS, and then to the ally DPS undergoing a duel. She realized that he was scanning everything around him, even in the middle of fights. His reflexes were just out of this world. He could casually reach up to 3 times the movement speed on the anti-gravity map without losing control. No wonder he got severe motion sickness. She also went through yesterday's scrim replays. She did not see how Jin Young died in the hands of the DPS. But Jiho certainly did. She also failed to stay alert against the sneaky flank dash of that same DPS player. That's when Spiro finally got his basic skill spark out of cooldown. She was only realizing now how great of a player her teammate really was. She did not even realize that she was saved by such a fraction of a second decision. Enough for her to know what to do next. Come to think of it, when she played with Jiho on the team, she could always fight 1 versus 1 without any obstructions. Looking at the replays, she now understood just how much work Jiho put in so she could excel in what she does best. She could not fathom just how hard that kid practiced to get this far and be this skillful. She felt ashamed that she thought she was the one putting in the most effort on the team. She didn't even know what to do now. At the corner of her eye, she spotted her wrist guard. In terms of attentiveness, it appears he surpasses her too. Jiho was the one who made her sub out after just 2 rounds due to overexertion. He was the only one who noticed her hand deteriorating throughout the rounds. She also recalled how the enemy captain had the whole team secured and confident under exceptional leadership. And that wrist guard, even that wrist guard was given to him by Jiho in the first place. She felt shame and regret for not realizing it sooner. She was supposed to be the leader, the captain of the team, and yet she was tunnel visioned by her own agenda to go pro. But there's hope in this shameful realization as she glances at her hands. She grabs the wrist guard and accepts that there will be tons of people much better than her. What she can work on even more, and what she lacks most, is leadership. That's a W character development coming from the captain herself. Back in Jiho's grind, he's been putting off placement matches until he spends plenty of time in scrims and analysis. This might not be his beloved one sword, but it's as close as he can get. Finally, the cue pops for his first placement match, and he wonders if he can really regain his rank 1 status again. As soon as he finds a match, all chat immediately goes crazy with toxicity. His off-meta Spiro pick is seen as trolling, and his team is already giving up. He's really getting the full extent of the solo queue hell. For his first placement match, 2 players are going DPS with 1 healer, and he's a support, since they don't have a tank. It's up to him to cover that role. As for the enemy team comp, it's the undying meta of 1 tank, 1 heal, and 2 DPS. He goes out swinging as he masterfully counters the enemy DPS while predicting the enemy tank's charge. And just like clockwork, the tank arrives while he predicts that the DPS will use this chance to escape. The enemy team does just that, but that's the last thing you want to do against an exceptional player. Now he's free to attack the defenseless retreating DPS. As he chips away at the enemy's HP bar, he calculates that the tank would retarget his allied DPS or healer instead. He reads the move like an open book, giving him a free attack on the defenseless tank. From downtown, he unleashes a critical hit to the head, immediately skidding across the ground for more momentum. This way, he can hit both enemies at the same time. He alternates his targets between the 2 unfortunate heroes, slowly draining their HP bars with speed and precision. It doesn't take too long for his teammates to wonder if he's smurfing, hacking, or just a god-tier player.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Jiho is just taking this as practice to get comfortable with this pace of gameplay. Ultimately, the goal is to use these moves for the real thing. Meanwhile, Yujin is back at it with his gaming cafe grind, but this time, he's alongside Jin Yang. With how frequently he's seen Yujin in this spot, it's not too far off to say that he practically lives in this cafe. But whenever he's in the game, he always looks like he's about to kill someone. Out of nowhere, Yujin asks him if he plays as well as Jiho, and he also. But before he finishes the question, it's gotten so late that they were kicked out of the cafe. Meanwhile, So-yeon is happily peeling an apple in her house. Her little sister has noticed something different with her, and asked her older sister if something good happened. There's one big reason why she's been upbeat lately. It's because she's getting closer with her friends as of late. In Changyeon's apartment, on the other hand, he's on a phone call confirming something. It looks like he's setting something up that would require some preparations. He finally concludes the phone call with his usual deadpan expression. He was having a conversation with the biggest sword rush streamer, Giraffe. Changyeon is making moves with nothing but his AirPods and notes. Jiho noticed that even in just his regular placement matches, the majority of teams ran 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 DPS. Seeing that the enemy team had picked Saigon again, he consulted his notes. It's the most popular pick in the current meta because of its damage against clumped-up targets. The key is taking care of this hero to end the match quickly. As soon as he entered the lobby, he politely asked his teammates if he could play Spiro as a tank replacement. The results were as toxic as you would expect. Competitive players are a different breed. Jiho was getting his taste of the world of solo queue hell game after game. He could only pick what he wanted while cursing his teammates. For him, there was nothing wrong with picking his main hero, Spiro at all. But he really wanted this to work, so he tried his best to convince his allies in the team chat. He finally convinced his team to let him play after they saw that he had over a 90% win rate with the hero. In the midst of his team's meta picks, the little Spiro promised to protect everyone. He assessed that since they had a healer that could tank for a little bit, he just needed to isolate the enemy's side gun for their comp to work. And that's exactly what he did. He did not waste a second to run wild and intercept the enemy's charge. His target was the surprise side gun of the enemy team. He recognized that after spotting him charging in, the enemy was going for the mad mix combo from the get-go. He responded with a perfectly timed counter as usual. He successfully deflected the blade of the DPS, giving him an opening. But the player behind was not just some pushover. They recovered and knew what to do next. Even though that counter hit was as precise as it could get, they recovered just fine. It really was a different league when it came to ranked and placement matches. The enemy was picking up the pace while he was being forced to dodge repeatedly. He had been getting some good parries and blocks in to swing the tempo to his side. He even managed to land multiple succeeding hits to take the lead at some point, but overall, it seemed like their duel had been equal thus far. For his next move, he predicted a flank attack, so he swirled all the way to the back, only to get bamboozled that there was no one there to defend against. His prediction was read by the Saigon completely, and now a sword slash was coming at him. The first clean hit of the match sent him flying while taking a decent chunk of his HP. And to make matters worse, the hit was enough to charge up Saigon's ult, to which any sane player would immediately use to finish the job against the annoying support. But offbeat combo timings were Jiho's bread and butter, and that's precisely what he did here. He intercepted the enemy's ult with his own counter, inflicting the highest damage output possible. And just for style points, he kicked back into the fray to finish the job. With how fast he was dishing out damage, all you could see was a green bolt draining your HP. Until finally, he capped the 1 versus 1 off with a critical punch to the chest region.
Now that's a lot of damage!
An off-meta support versus the most picked DPS in the game. Jiho made it look easy. He had eliminated the player known as Ager. Jiho was just happy that he faced off against the best Saigon player he had ever met so far, to let the enemy know that he enjoyed the fight. He wanted to find the hockey for the respect emote, but his hand slipped and Spiro Fortnite danced on top of the Saigon's corpse. We love a toxic king. He just ran off in embarrassment for accidentally being toxic against the enemy. But it looked like that Saigon took it personally. As he went off to the different side of the field, the win was easily achieved. His first placement match of 5 ended in a big dub. Right at the end screen, the Saigon from the match sent him a private message to play 1 versus 1. He just ignored it since J-Duck from Pogok High also sent him a message. He was informing Jiho that Chang Yun wanted to meet him out of nowhere. The next day, they were back in the halls of Dano High. Jin Young had been caught by the teacher and was punished to stand behind the classroom. He thought it was unfair that he was the only one that got caught every time. He and Jiho were talking, but he was the only one that got into trouble. They were having a whole conversation without a care for the teacher's lessons. But Jiho's inhuman reaction time saved him from getting caught in doing so. He could be an insane test cheater. Jin Young was already formulating a plan to slug his best friend's stomach or thigh today, and he decided on the stomach. Eugene, the local student, is always sleeping in class, and he never gets in trouble. It's unfair. Just like Jiho, Jin Young also wonders why they call Eugene local. Back to the other day when they both got kicked out of the gaming cafe, Jin Young watched as Eugene sulked the whole time on their way home. Jin Young had just been making friendly banter, but there was something weird about this guy. He asked Eugene if he went straight to play right after school, and the guy confirmed. Considering that this dude looked like an actual murderer, Jin Young just went with the flow. Now, at lunchtime in the cafeteria, Jin Young's mind is still occupied by Eugene's gaming addiction, while Jiho is just happy that they're having spaghetti for lunch. This kid eats like he's in a competitive eating contest. He really wants to rank first in everything. But Jin Young's curiosity is killing him. He wants to know why people call Eugene local, as in a local bully. This guy doesn't even know that people are calling him that. He doesn't even know what it means. Jin Young thought that this kid was a known bully around these parts. Eugene just got offended by that label. He insisted that he's not a child who bullies people. As for his menacing scar, he just fell over when he was a kid. And as for fighting, it seems like he doesn't even know how to fight, and there's no way to know since nobody's tried to fight him yet. Jin Young felt his worldview crumble, knowing that Eugene is just a guy with a scary face. Meanwhile, Jiho was choked on pasta and died. Rest in peace, my guy. Gone too soon. After classes, everyone assembled in the club room, and everyone also came as early as they could. According to Mr. Yoon, they can go ahead and practice today after doing their remedial classes yesterday. So I gave him to miss something out of the ordinary. Jin Young is still reeling from his conversation with Yujin earlier. Chang Yun asked everyone if they went home after finishing yesterday. But everyone is too addicted to the grind to go home right away, so they found themselves reunited in the gaming cafe. Ari and So Yeon were supposed to play as a duo today, but since everyone's here, they might as well do scrims instead. The gaming cafe's owner is happy to see that business is booming with these kids. With everyone here, Jiho sincerely apologized for not revealing that he was the former One Sword Rank 1. Captain Ari reassured him that there's nothing to worry about, though. It's partly their fault because they never bothered to ask in the first place. It looks like the whole team did not take his secret as a bad thing. So Yeon even chimed in that she probably would have done the same thing. Jiho still feels bad that he did not disclose it right away, but it's just because he felt weird flexing his prime when he's not as good as he used to be anymore. But now that Chang Yun lent his laptop to him, he promised to practice more and get his rank. The captain kept on reassuring him that everything will be fine. For her and for everyone else, this case is not a big deal. She even thanked him for being sincere and honest about it. For now, it's time to scrim with the whole team. Back in the club room, Chang Yun asked Jiho how his placement matches went. But he hasn't finished them yet, though his preparations are done. He's going to need the laptop for a few more days. Chang Yun doesn't even mind lending him that gaming laptop for as long as he wants. He's here to discuss their next matchup, Bonghoon High. School tournaments have become a shortcut to going pro, which is why the level of play in high school has significantly improved. Their next opponent appeared out of nowhere and attained the highest score in last year's friendly matches. The team's strategy is particularly concerning. It basically just caused mayhem, much like their own strat. Since the format of the game centers on close-range team battles, healers and supports have a lot of sway. These guys basically put their healer on the front lines to bait one-to-one duels, rendering their opposition's own strategy useless. If Dano High fights like they always have, the next match will be the definition of literal mayhem. As they were discussing the next match, someone came through the door. There was an unfamiliar voice apologizing for barging in. Everyone had their eyes on the surprise visitor. A man with dyed hair introduced himself as Guraf, the Sword Rush streamer. This guy really looks like a streamer. He asked the team if it would be alright if he started filming right away. Chang Yun chimed in and told Guraf to explain why he was here today in the first place. Guraf insisted that he was just joking around, that he was here to see the incredible Spear of God. He scanned the room to see who that might be. Everyone looked at Jiho, and Guraf spotted him as well, shaking his hand. Guraf praised him for his performance against Yeonju High, stating that it was an honor to meet him. If he was already good with an off-meta hero, Guraf could only imagine how amazing he would be with another. Meanwhile, Jiho just sat there speechless and confused. Chang Yun explained that Guraf received permission to be on school grounds in exchange for a donation. The streamer then called in his people to set up this small gift. With a single order to bring the donation in, multiple workers entered the club room with boxes upon boxes in hand. They were quick to work as the whole team watched in confusion. Since Guraf heard that the team practices at a gaming cafe, he gave them some brand new and complete gaming PC setups. Guraf is out here balling out with computers. He's doing all this for Jiho to make a grand debut on his channel. Jiho stepped outside to talk to the streamer, while the team was being blown away by the quality of their new setup. Even now, they're still in disbelief that they're getting all this. Captain Ari refused to believe that the guy would give them all this for free with no strings attached. Guraf can afford to do this given that he's the official streamer representing the game, and it looks like they are buying Jiho out. They better prepare a multi-million-dollar contract. For one, his skills are way beyond the high school level anyway. There's nothing that the team can do to prevent him from going pro right away. As they were discussing, the door creaked open. Guraf came in with a defeated look as Jiho's talents matched his stubbornness. He decided to stay with the team until the end, and he wanted to hear everyone else's opinion. To add to that, he hasn't even finished his placements yet. So since those are strictly solo queue, it should be fine to feature the games on Guraf's channel. He can already see the views coming in when he puts a user with a 90% win rate on a trash hero in his videos. Everything's already set up, and Guraf has a phenomenal thumbnail editor. He promised not to reveal Jiho's face, but the title will be absolutely sensational. And just like that, Jiho will undoubtedly become a YouTube celeb, and the team will get to be friends with that star. It's a win-win. Everyone does not seem sold on the idea, though. But that's when Gurov was notified that it was time to go to his next gig. He thanked everyone for letting him barge in and welcoming him with open arms. And we'll see them again next time. He even signed out with a please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell outro. And, well, you know the drill. Make sure you've done all 3 for this video. Just like that, the guy came and went, leaving everyone lost in thought. Jiho doesn't know if it was just because the guy was a streamer, but he couldn't get a word in their conversation earlier. He turned around to face everyone. For now, he wants to focus on the inter-school tournament, and he'd like to do it as a team. Jin Young is on the side of letting him debut his placement matches on the channel, since it couldn't hurt to do it anyway. He taunted Jiho, saying that that's all he's good for anyway. These two can be like cats and dogs at times. Yujin thinks that Jiho should do whatever he wants to do. So Yeon and Eri thanked him for thinking about them before deciding and advised him that he should take his time. For now, they should focus on scrims. Now that the matter has wrapped up, Chang-yeon wants to finish their briefing about Bong-hoon High. If the enemy angles for 1v1s, it'll go in their favor because of Eri and Jiho. However, the fact that other teams have been dominated by them with the same strategy every match is worrying. That suggests that their strategy is refined to the micro level, and even Chang-yeon was surprised by their replays. At first, he thought that Yujin was just a healer with anger issues. This airhead doesn't even know what that means, but looking over Bong-hoon High's replays, Chang-yeon realized that the healer could be positioned at the front lines if the situation calls for it. The enemy team lures the opposition with a healer bait, and then they immediately take the 1v1 duels for each player that takes the bait. Once this happens, the 1 versus 1 close-range battles begin to unravel. Whenever the rest of the enemy team comes forward to aid their teammate, Bong-hoon will cut each of them off. But the most surprising part of their strategy is how they make sure to never move beyond their healer's effective range. Their win condition is their skillful main DPS. The rest of the team will try to minimize the damage while stalling for their main DPS to sweep. Watching them play for a numbers advantage is reminiscent of a football strategy. That team is playing like they're in blue lock or something. Since the pool of players is limited at the high school level, the disparity between actual skill levels could be random. Even the best players in different teams are not on the same scale if they're not playing their main role. In their own team alone, So Yeon is the only one who can flex between multiple roles. Bong-hoon High's strategy is basically built to destroy the tank, DPS, and healer meta. It's all thanks to their director, who used to be a promising coach, a real sly type. That is why this time, it will also be using a proper strategy. Chang-yeon acknowledges that just having Jiho on the team is a strat in and of itself already. So he prepared some medication for him to take. This should help with his motion sickness. For now, he can play 2 matches back-to-back, but he still struggles as the late game of round 2 creeps in. He's fine when he plays at home, but overdoes it when it comes to official matches. With that in mind, he shouldn't be pushing himself too hard yet. They'll continue the second round rotation as usual. As for Eri, Chang-yeon gave her the floor to reveal something to the rest of the team. She immediately knew that he was talking about her wrist issues. The ever-so-clueless Jin Young hasn't even noticed anything odd with her wrist at all. So, the captain also thinks that she should disclose it to everyone. She admitted that after playing a bit too roughly, her wrist gets tingly now and then. As she was explaining her condition to the team, the doors of the club room opened once again. A woman's voice told Eri that it was a bit too early in her career to start having problems with her wrist. Just from the sound of that voice and a single glance at that person, Eri already knew who it was. She was speechless, stunned, and she could not believe her eyes. With dark blue hair and a cool leather jacket, she's watched this woman play on her monitor countless times. And it looks like she came at just the right time. She instructed Eri to change the way she held her mouse to alleviate her wrist issues. However, the captain was just awestruck at the sight of the woman who entered through the door. The woman had barged in and forgotten to introduce herself, so she apologized for her rudeness. She was none other than Jin Ali from Team S91, the captain of the national team. First giraffe, and now this. Today was truly full of surprises at their club room. Meanwhile, the usually stone-faced Aerie was fangirling super hard at the sight of her #1 idol. Jin-ah told her that they could go over the details about her wrist some other time since she was here for Spiro right now. Jin-young was quick to grab Jiho by the collar and toss his best friend to Jin-ah. Best wingman. For real. From the moment they laid eyes on each other, it was almost as if they had met before. She was speechless, and so was he. With a sigh of relief and a blush on her face, she was glad that they had finally met. Given that she was older, Jiho referred to her as Numa XX Broken Heart Slay. Before he could even reveal her old in-game name, she managed to shut his mouth. And so, the two left Dano High to go somewhere else. Jiho was getting a first look at how luxurious the life of a pro gamer could be with her sweet ride. He asked her why she had come all the way for him instead of going to practice and such. She just had to come to check if he really was Spiro and to seduce him. There was no one else who could recognize the great Spiro but her. After all, in Pogak High, the only other person who recognized Jiho just sneezed. He was confused and partially afraid at the thought of Jin-ah seducing him. She really didn't want to seduce him over to her team, that is. Things were going to change big time in the Pro League after all. And it was changing in Jiho's favor. He was curious about this change she was talking about. It did not take too long for them to arrive at their destination with how fast she drove. In the parking area, she informed him that Sword Rush would be establishing a solo league. For now, they should head up to talk more. They took the elevator to the 9th floor, the training facility of Team S91. As the elevator doors slid open, players wearing team jackets stood up front. They did not expect to see Jin-ah return so soon. It looked like they knew that the kid with her was supposed to be the legendary Spiro. Since she was busy with Jiho right now, she just told her teammates that they could catch up later. That sudden touch was enough to get this boy to blush. And so they made their way to an isolated room to talk. They chose an office to continue their discussion from earlier. To explain further, the developer of Sword Rush, named Counters, had their eye on the school tournament. They figured that backing a tournament that debuts the next generation of pro gamers as the game explodes in popularity was a sure way to win over student gamers and increase the player base. Even data from gaming cafes indicated a steady growth in Sword Rush's popularity. The viewership for the amateur school tournaments rivaled that of the pro leagues. That's precisely why a week after the school tournament ends, Sword Rush's solo league will begin. They will be using the pro leagues to catapult the names of strong players from the school tournament. It's difficult to debut individual pro gamers bound to their respective teams, after all. Just like they did with the first gen of esports, they'll turn the solo league into a gateway for the new champions. And in her opinion, there is no one that embodies playing solo more than the undefeated Spiro right in front of her eyes. Jiho's interest was piqued, and he wanted to know what he needed to do to get in. She smiled as the first thing he needed to do was play 1 versus 1 against her as former rivals. He smiled and agreed to that idea. Even from earlier, she had been dying to find out how he stacked up to his old skills. She assured him that he could relax around her. They go way back to one sword, after all. Hopping onto the game, they chose a small map filled with ice as snow fell. As they warmed up to the controls, she stated that it must have been someone else. There's this player that's been leaping up the ranks, and rumors were spreading that they could be One Sword's rank 1. The player ignores chats, so everyone's been hyped up by the mystery. And so, they began. Her hero used a lightsaber, and Jiho picked Spiro as usual. She wanted to start the match off with a bang as she leaped and dashed with unbelievable speed. She traversed the snow without touching the ground and ultimately stopped right in front of Spiro. Now that they were facing each other after years, she couldn't help but be a little touched. Jiho assessed that her hero, Lift's skill set, perfectly suited Jin-ah's playstyle. Since her hero had a pretty fast base speed, it was best for him to stay outside of the attack radius. She immediately noticed that he went straight to a favorable position. He was resorting to mind games to predict her next move. a sign that he might still be rusty with mechanics. She was fully aware that it would be dangerous if she didn't catch a Spearow from behind, so she did her best to turn the tables by flanking with her lightsaber. But Jiho's not just your ordinary Spearow. He predicted the flank attack and responded correctly. He looked at her hero, and she did the same to his. They shared a moment before she unleashed another swing. This time, it landed and sent him flying for a second. He noticed that her attack patterns had changed since one sword. His Jin-Ah Nuna had gotten better in every aspect. On the other hand, she noticed that with his perfectly timed counter mid-air, his reflexes and composure hadn't changed one bit. For her next move, she gathered some momentum and leaped into the air. She rained down some projectile slashes to see how many he could dodge. And Jiho did not disappoint. Every single projectile coming at him couldn't even touch his hero. Both of them were giving it their all with 100% focus. Countless strikes were blocked, dodged, and parried. They were stuck in a deadlock. That was until one of her attacks managed to get him out of balance for a moment. With how analytical she was, Jin-Ah immediately got ready to capitalize on the opening. As her lightsaber went down fluidly, Jiho prepared his own faster move. A punch forced her supposed strike into a block, sending her skidding through the snow. But Spearow's assault didn't end there. He jumped right behind her for more. She used her superior jumping prowess to dodge the incoming flank attack. She couldn't help but admire how he used his movement skill, Spark, with such amazing timing. If that's the case, she had no choice but to use another one of her cards. Jiho had never experienced such a high-level match since he started Sword Rush. She unleashed her basic skill, Waterfall, while he responded perfectly with his trusty counter. The force from that collision sent both flying in opposite directions. The two knew at that moment that it all came down to the ultimate timing. She had heard that Jiho had only started playing this game very recently, and yet, he had already regained a lot of his skills from back in the day. If he was playing at this level, she thought that he could probably nail his signature super counter, but he admitted that he wasn't quite there yet. He wasn't in his prime form yet, but he wouldn't let Jin-Ah win that easily. She responded with a knowing smile now that her rival was back and playing against her. Jiho remembered playing one sword all the time when he was just a kid. His glasses almost permanently reflected the action and the thrill of the game. He was totally engrossed in the world that only a few shared. She remembered feeling some discomfort in her wrist from grinding too hard, but ultimately choosing to keep going and sharing the screen to play against the rank one. A genuine joy kept her going despite the sleepless nights and discomfort. Now a few years had passed, and they were both reliving that experience on a snowy map in a different game, with the same level of enthusiasm.
It's enough to make a grown man cry.
But the battle is just reaching its climax as another clash is imminent. Seeing Jin-Ah getting ready to use her ult, Jiho also prepared to unleash his own, a super counter. Instead of the collision he was expecting, she went out of the way with a leap. While he wielded the super counter in his fists, her attack animation stopped midway through. Now, they were in the air while Jiho was still confused. His ult landed on her, but there was no attack to reflect, so he dealt 0 damage. But he could have sworn that she was using her ult at that moment, as she prepared her blade for the real climax of the match. She explained that in this game, ultimate skills can be cancelled if done at the right time. And with Jiho lacking his own ult, she could now freely unleash the tidal wave, a rapid rush skill that ignores defense with the possibility of an extra hit. The tiny hero was helpless against the raging waves of her lightsaber. It looked like that was it. This would be Jiho's first official loss in a 1 versus 1. This is his official welcome to the world of the pros. As Spearow fell to the ground, lifeless, Jin-Ah could not help but smile at what had just transpired. She knew that this was the last time Jiho would fall for that trick she pulled, and the stinging colors of defeat appeared on his monitor. At first, he was speechless and confused about what had just happened. But that feeling of competitive spirit immediately raised his spirits. Playing the game had become so much more fun now. This is the feeling he had been chasing. It felt like he was playing one sword again. Jin-Ah went up to him and praised his performance, given that he had only been playing Sword Rush for a month. He asked her if there was anything else he didn't know about, and she told him that he was pretty much set. Now that his skills had been confirmed, she offered her hand to officially invite him to her team so they could play like they used to. The possibility of playing matches at this level all the time was very enticing to Jiho. She added that the players they used to love playing against were already elites at Sword Rush. Once he joined their ranks, he could play with all of them again. His return as the GOAT was every pro's worst fear after all. He's the one and only Spiro Sword Rush. He was thoroughly convinced, but there were a few things he wanted to ask. But she reassured him that whatever it was that he wanted, the answer would be yes. The director and she were on the same page when it came to Jiho. All they needed was his yes, and everything would be set in motion. And so, he took her hand and told Jin-ah that he missed her. She gave him a big welcoming hug and echoed the same sentiment. After their match, they went back to the S91 meeting room. He disclosed Guraf's offer for him to appear on the streamer's channel to record his remaining placement matches. She wanted to know if the guy knew that he was the rank 1 in One Sword too. Thankfully, Guraf was too talkative to give him a chance to speak. It certainly was not a bad idea to draw some attention before he debuted. So he accepted the offer on the condition that Jiho's face and identity wouldn't be revealed. She would make sure that the team manager contacted Guraf's side about these conditions so he could do the video shoot. But she also didn't want Jiho to play as Spiro. Jin-ah wanted to reserve Jiho's grand debut as Spiro at the Solo League. Their meeting ended, and she drove him to his next destination. He politely thanked her for the ride as he was about to hop off. She told him that from now on, she'd be bothering him a ton, so he should always keep his phone on him. From inside a cafe, a certain player of Pogak High watched as the exchange between Jiho and Jin-ah happened. At first, Jae-duk could not even believe what he was seeing. His mouth was wide open as his juice dribbled out. Jiho went inside the cafe to meet with the kid. As he arrived at the table, Jae-duk looked like he had just seen a ghost. He just saw the S91 pro gamer Jin-ah Lee in a sports car coolly driving Jiho. Could it be some kind of forbidden love, or was he just losing his grip on reality? First and foremost, he needed to know what's the deal with what he just witnessed. Jiho casually revealed that he signed with Jin-ah Nuna's team.
Emotional, damn it!
That is not something you just casually drop to pro hopefuls. Jiho just wanted to talk about Changyun's agenda for contacting Jae-duk, but the kid's worldview had already been shattered. He thought that it started with sharing a meal with a top player, and then it was going to go from Numa to Babe. But Jiho didn't have enough time for this, as he must go scrim soon. They were playing against the infamous Bonghoon High after all. It turns out that Jae-duk's friend, Seong Min-ji, plays for that team. But Changyun already knew about that and contacted Jae-duk about it. He told the master strategist stuff that wouldn't be a problem to reveal, but the guy already knew plenty. Jiho just asked if that friend of Jae-duk was good, and he confirmed that he even thought that guy some of the things he learned from Jiho back in One Sword. And now, the Pro League is already eyeing him. As for his playstyle, he can be described as a healer who tanks. It got lost in thought for a second, and then it clicked for both of them at the same time. There's one player that has that playstyle, and they go by the name Pink_Undies. Back in the S91 building, the director's room to be specific, Jin-ah came to see the director. They saw each other every day to the point of getting sick of each other. The director paused his work to ask how Spiro was. She reported that Jiho's personality hadn't changed, but his skills needed some polishing. But what the director wanted to know was whether the kid retained his godlike reflexes. She confirmed that he still had those, but there was something odd about his playstyle. It didn't feel like he was playing Sword Rush. It's like he's still playing One Sword. He's probably stuck with his old ways because he hasn't had a real challenge yet. But she was sure that there was nothing to worry about. The director didn't need to stress. The team has the one and only Jin-ah Lee after all. I'm picking up sus vibes from her. What do you guys think? Back in the club room, Changyun couldn't help but sigh in defeat and frustration. It seems like the team isn't adapting well to the new strategy training. Currently, Jin Yang is reminiscing about the days when this guy used to rush off to cram school instead of supervising their training. His excuse for lagging in progress is that he's still just a silver player trying to process all the information Jiho taught him. As for Eugene, the playstyle is just too boring for him. So he zones out. Chang Yun is just realizing that this work might be cut out for him. These morons are what Eri had to deal with on a daily basis. She's amused that it's finally her friend's turn to experience the hardships of running the team. The two girls, on the other hand, are having no problems. They already have a good grasp of the new strategy, but they're kind of worried since they are practicing without Jiho at the moment. This sentiment puts Eri in a somber mood. She knows they have no need to worry about Jiho. The night before, she was itching with curiosity after seeing her idol seek Jiho out personally. She wants to get to the bottom of the mystery that is Jiho's dominance in one sword. In every blog post that survived the server shutdowns, the sentiment that Spiro or Jiho basically ruined one sword echoed out. Spiro disrupted the game, defeating even the pros. Later, he released guides to close the skill gap he himself widened, sparking a renaissance where elite players dominated, leaving the casuals behind. The tidbit about dominating pro players is particularly shocking to Ari. If one sword shut down its servers 5 years ago, he must have reigned at least 6 years ago. That means he dominated the entire game back when he was just a grade school student. If there are people who hate Spiro for making the game too hard, many also defend him, including the top 300 players. This is where Ari found out that the Sword Rush heroes are based on Jiho's strategies from back then. He basically made the game. He really was next level, a true generational talent.
Sensational.
So, they don't need to worry about the kid being late for practice. He's a prodigy after all. When Jiho got notified that Chang Yun would be hanging out in the club more often, he was just happy to arrive and get started with training. Today, they are aiming to practice in groups of 2 while Mr. Yoon catches him up. As for everyone else, they will keep perfecting their roles. They are doing this to deal with Bong Hoon-hai's strategy of frontlining their healer to bait the enemy team into one-on-one battles. Jin Young is salty that his genius best friend gets everything so easily while he gets drilled by Chang Yun from behind. It truly is an unfair world we live in. As always, their mastermind came up with the strategy to counter the almost invincible Bong Hoon-hai. It involves cutting off the frontline healer, so Eugene's role will be vital. From that alone, Jiho can already deduce that if a DPS goes after the healer, they self-heal. If it's a tank, speed is a priority. If it's support, it's a better healing contest. Jiho, the genius that he is, already knows the crux of the enemy's moves. Hearing the kid list down their painstakingly formulated counter-strategy so easily came as a shock to the supervisor. They really have nothing to worry about when it comes to Jiho. They will be using Ari and Soyeon to force the enemies into a clump as much as possible. Jin Young and Eugene will keep up the pressure on the other players. From this, Jiho posited that they could use Eugene's aggressive playstyle to its fullest. They will essentially overload the enemy healer's job to maintain their overall team health. That's where he comes in with Ari and Soyeon, taking advantage of the opponent's defense as they scramble to get healing from their healer. It's a well-rounded strategy while Jiho sits on the bench. This means that if he subs in, he will be in charge of dealing with Bong Hoon-hai's very own captain. To make this work, Chang Yun is going full drill sergeant with a practice. Changing the topic, Mr. Yoon asked him how the pro workplace tour with Jin-ah was yesterday. That's when this absolute airhead casually dropped the bomb that he agreed to sign with S91. Everyone stopped in their tracks after hearing that unbelievable sentence. He continued that the team's other trainees will also be playing in the school tournament, so he'll be joining them officially after the tournament ends. That was quite a bomb that he dropped on the casuals. Signing with the best pro team after playing the game for just a month is such a flex. As for the team's practice, S91 also promised him some joint training with the team's trainees. This means that they can play together with the best upcoming talents. And lastly, he revealed that he agreed to be featured on Guraf's channel this very night. All of them had become numb to his ridiculous news at this point. Everyone was speechless, and the training came to a halt. Now Jiho's wondering if the Guraf part is a bad idea. Jin Young's tiny silver player brain overloaded a few moments ago. Mr. Yoon took this as an absolute win. From now on, they have a pro gamer trainee on their team too. They congratulated Jiho for taking his first big step into the world of pros. Being the vid supervisor that he is, Mr. Yoon wants to tell this news to the principal, and Jiho happily agreed to accompany him. As the two of them leave the club room to go to the principal's office, an awkward silence spreads in the room. No one is talking, and they are silently practicing, focused on their own moves. The taps on the mechanical keyboards are the only sounds you can hear. All four of them are working hard. Imagine playing on the varsity team with LeBron James when you aspire to enter the NBA yourself. Chang-young decides to break the silence with a hypothetical scenario if they win the school tournament. If they do, they might all get to join the prestigious S91. With their current progress, it could be shockingly possible. But that's what Ari's been aiming for in the first place. It's nothing new for her. Like Jiho said, there will be other genius trainees in the tournament. Winning it all against the up-and-coming generation will undoubtedly propel them closer to debuting as pro players. But everyone knows that it won't be easy. Some time passes, and the sun is about to set. Jiho gets into a cab to go to his next appointment. On the ride towards the place, he starts getting nervous. It doesn't take too long for him to arrive at his destination, Giraffe's studio. As soon as he gets out of the cab, the familiar loud voice welcomes him with full energy. Giraffe's admiration for Jiho increases even further after learning that Jiho is now part of S91. He promises to do his best to respect the demands brought up by the team manager. He'll take care of everything from here on out. A gold mine of likes, engagement, and revenue has just arrived at his doorstep. That's why Giraffe is the goat of streaming and YouTube. Giraffe escorted him inside for a flashy glimpse into the life of a YouTuber. Instead of being blinded by the glare of a bright future, the kid was blinded by the harsh lighting inside. The whole studio was sparkling clean, in contrast to a real-world streamer's setup. Giraffe just kept tossing jokes that didn't get laughs. I felt bad for the guy. He kept badgering Jiho about why he was so tense and nervous as they headed inside. But this man also assured him not to worry because the video would turn out amazing no matter what. Jiho wouldn't have to say anything in the stream either, as Giraffe could handle all the talking from this point. He set up one of the computers so Jiho could warm up before they started recording. Giraffe would cue him in, and he could come out with a mask of his choosing. He just needed to slide into the frame at the desk and do his thing from that point. Overall, this whole thing should be a piece of cake. The ever so enthusiastic and energetic streamer couldn't wait to get the whole thing started. From entering the studio until now, Jiho couldn't get a single word in with how fast Giraffe talked. Soyeon and Chang-yeon went to cram school while the rest of the team stayed in the club room to watch the stream. Jin-young finally received the notification that the part of the stream featuring Jiho had started. They tuned in to watch their teammate on blast for the whole community. The best friend, of course, was in full support of Jiho, looking forward to his feature eagerly. And finally, Giraffe cued Jiho in with a short introduction. They would be showing his 9 remaining placement matches. Starting right away, Jiho wore a Spiro mask while picking Axa due to the viewers voting for the hero to be picked. Like the good streamer that he is, Giraffe started with a brief explanation of the game and the hero. Sword Rush is a cross between a MOBA and a fighting game. You select your role and slug it out in a team match. Individual skills are highly important, as well as the role that your hero plays. It's all the rage these days. With how unpopular supports are, even Giraffe forgot that the class exists altogether. People tend to stick to tanks, DPS, and healers due to the current meta after all. He quipped that if there were any developers in the chat, they should seriously rework the support heroes in the game. Now that the battle has started, they would be following Axa, a bruiser-type tank popular with the teens. Axa went straight for his basic skill, Infliction, a pure offensive ability. One of the reasons why Sword Rush is so challenging is because of the skills and endless combos. Combining skills and primary skills is the key to dealing greater damage, and Axa only has Infliction as his single attacking skill. Starting off with an ability that can leave you wide open is highly unusual. But this time, it was effective. The opposing player went into panic mode after losing HP and is now keyboard mashing their skills. Without losing a beat, Axa retaliated with even greater damage. The enemy was playing like a noob, completely falling for Axe's superior decision-making. He immediately pushed his advantage, snowballing his perfect opening attacks.
Now that's a lot of damage!
But he surprisingly chose not to finish off the enemy, so they had to look at the minimap. Instead of greedily going for the kill, Axe saw his ally DPS about to get cornered by the enemy team. He successfully redirected the enemy's attention to himself, and that single decision turned a highly disadvantaged position into an extremely favorable one. Axe then immediately used the Garrote skill to pull the enemies towards him, and the enemy DPS fell prey. He effectively took away the enemy team's damage source from the main fight. And now, he was going to slug it out with the unfortunate victim. He pulled away the furthest enemy DPS, and just like that, made his teammates fight their own 1v1s. The friendly healer saw what he was doing and fired off a timely heal so he could go all out. And with a newly renewed HP bar, he would undoubtedly go crazy in there. A basic slash landed on the confused and panicking enemy. It was an exhilarating play to watch. Seeing his best friend play his main hero, this dominantly sent a shiver down Jin Young's spine. It didn't take long for the penultimate placement match to wrap up in overwhelming domination. This meant that Jiho was probably the first player to receive 9 MVPs in a row for placement matches. He's really doing the rank 1 speedrun strat. Uraf is now in his own world, celebrating this one-of-a-kind stream for today. The man has bottomless energy to entertain his viewers, which Jiho can hardly keep up with. Jin has advised him not to go all out and take it easy for today's stream, but he kind of feels bad for only showing boring and correct plays today. Uraf, on the other hand, is a slave to his stream, doing anything for views. Jiho decided to just focus on the remaining game before they end for the night. 10 minutes have passed slowly, and Guraf has run out of tricks to entertain the chat. Both of them are clueless since the match queue doesn't usually take as long as they have waited. This downtime is not good for the stream at all. Jiho is thinking that he might be coerced into doing the shameful dance as a sacrifice if it goes on longer. They finally got a match after the hellish wait. Just like when he saw Jiho earlier, Guraf entered his zone. The absolute banger content zone. It looks like they will be closing the night at the highest climax possible. Jiho surprisingly got matched to a game with the top rankers of the game. They have Red Riding Mood, Dalpik, Final Cut Kim, all of whom are famous in their own right. This was why it took so long to find a game. It turns out that they hit the live stream jackpot. One of the rankers, Suplime, is watching the stream and proposed that they go 1 versus 1 while the others play 3 versus 3. Guraf's night cannot get any better after reading that message. The esteemed ranker, Suplime, watches his channel, and they will be having an exclusive look at a high-caliber 1 versus 1 duel. Looking at the in-game chat, the other players are game 2. He cannot contain his excitement, taking it out on the poor kid. With the challenge accepted, everyone held onto their seats as the final game of the placement matches culminates on the biggest stage. It's a legendary battle between the MVP of 9 consecutive games and the ranker Suplime. An ending so good, Uraf had to turn Super Saiyan for a minute. The two juggernauts face one another, ready to pounce at any second. But before that, Uraf has to check out the sponsor for today's stream. He really is a mastermind when it comes to making money in the gaming space. After the ad break, it will now be commencing the final battle. The two decided to create some distance from one another first. With duels as high level as this one, the smallest actions can lead to grave consequences. Jiho, with his Spiro mask, is locked in. The attack range of both heroes is identical to one another. Given that the enemy is at the peak of micro skills, you can't just expect normal moves to work. Axis started to engage the enemy with a garrote to forcefully pull the foe closer. It was quite effective, leaving the ranker defenseless midair. He unleashed a forceful downward slash, but Suplime timed his shield skill perfectly. Jiho remembered that the enemy hero has an animation after its attack skill that he can exploit. For now, they are still on equal footing, back to square one. But after the initial clash, chaos ensued as they exchanged attacks and blocks as skillfully as they can. As Axis swings his heavy blade, he felt something off as the enemy stopped blocking. He froze mid-attack after sensing some tomfoolery. Thinking about it for a moment, Jiho might have the answer for what was happening. He canceled his sure-to-land attack and leaped through the air as high as Axa can. The ground beneath him started to crumble in the shape of an X. Everyone watching the stream watched in bated breath at such a high-level play. For his last placement match, Jiho has been driven to a pinch. Supleen the Ranker is not messing around with their duel. Using the blade in his hero's hands, Supleen managed to alter the playing field with the cross chop. Jiho then noticed that the guy was going for a rapid quad combo. He did not falter, though. All he had to do was block the next incoming attacks as best as he could. But Supleen was crafty and scrappy, closing the gap with a knockback skill. After that, the guy tried to use his hang time to cancel the animation of his knockback skill. After being outplayed and chunked down by the rapid quad combo, Jiho was convinced that his opponent was the real deal. He was forced to defend from the back foot in an awkward position, but this was just not enough to stop the kid. He slashed down and regained some momentum back to his side. Supleen then pushed forward to get him out of balance once again. It was an intense exchange until Jiho's Axa found the right timing for a crouch dodge. It was enough space to execute his retaliation. Supleen might be a good player, but he was far too aggressive. Jiho easily exploited the huge opening by destroying the opponent's weapon. And with his foe in a defenseless state, Jiho could easily end the fight with simple attacks. He aimed precisely and sliced down for a critical hit, decapitating the poor Ranker. Even the talkative Guraf shut his mouth at the sheer masterful execution. This is the perfect moment to type GGEZ skill diff. The last placement match finally ended in a victory for Jiho. Not only that, but he also received MVP for every single round played. This kid would be cemented as a legend in a legendary stream. Jiho nearly passed out in exhaustion after consecutive games in the last intense match. But as for the result of the world's first 10 successive MVP placements, everyone must like and subscribe to Guraf's channel to see the outcome. And to this channel as well. Don't let Guraf get all the love. Jiho was now 100% certain that he could never be a YouTuber. Guraf kept on teasing his viewers about the results of the placements. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. Though he preferred if more people were watching the stream, he would just reveal the results now. Jiho also got a text from the S91 management team that it was okay to reveal the outcome. Right now, all he wanted to do was get out of the mask and end the day. Now, for the moment of truth, the world's first perfect MVP placement run would be revealed. He did that without playing his main. The next button looked as juicy as hell as Guraf tried to up the suspense level as high as he could. But the next screen just indicated that he would be entering the ranking match again after receiving the maximum points possible for the placements. Even Guraf, the official streamer of Sword Rush, hadn't seen this prompt before. This would be the perfect time for him to get Icecade into the game. The two just sat there in confusion as to what this mysterious screen meant. The stream and every piece of equipment in the room kept going after that. They might have put our boy in Wood Division. Something changed after Jiho appeared on Guraf's channel. The very next day, school was in session as usual. Jinyang arrived reasonably early, like he usually does. He wanted to ask his best friend how much he got paid after that legendary blockbuster stream. But all our other classmates recognized Jiho as the mythical player from yesterday. After all, he always wore the blue hoodie everywhere, and he didn't bother to change his voice. Kids who watched the live stream had started to realize that the masked player was Jiho. Of course, everyone flocked to him to hound him with questions about all sorts of Newtwo and Sword Rush related stuff. Recalling how Guraf had to sell his dignity to entertain his viewers, being a Newtuber had become a no-go for him. At the cafeteria at lunchtime, things were pretty much the same. The three teammates munched down on some grub for Schnitzel Day. For breakfast, the best friends had the same diet of 4 cup noodles, the breakfast of the champions. While they were peacefully, albeit messily, eating, Jiho's phone kept buzzing with calls and notifications. His line had been constantly occupied by Guraf's annoying calls. Jinyang also did not let go of the chance to mock his best friend's stream yesterday, no matter how big his achievement was. They went inside the club room fighting like cats and dogs while Ari and Soyeon were focused on practicing. Jinyang was partial to the cute and caring Soyeon as usual. As for their fearsome captain Ari, he found it best to steer clear from her from time to time. Jin Young also revealed that Jiho couldn't practice today before he himself could even get a word in. Not only did his phone ring the constant calls, but Jiho was also becoming extremely busy himself. He would be visiting the S91 team headquarters with his parents to formally sign his contract. He just wanted to get this thing out of the way so he could focus solely on practice. The team wasn't jealous of his success or anything, there was nothing to gripe about. But he needed to get going since he was needed elsewhere. Jin-ah herself would pick him up from school and would give him a ring when she was nearby. Among everyone in the team, there was an indescribable space forming around everyone else in Jiho. Jin Young kept on teasing him, but he learned just to tune the guy out. Everyone thought that everything was going smoothly and peacefully. As for Chan Yun, he went to cram school because the team could not keep up with his instructions. So, since Jiho still had time, Ari asked him to look over their practice progress instead. Of course, it wasn't a problem for him. But there was a big but lying beneath the surface. The four made quite a fearsome team despite their less than ideal composition. Jiho diligently watched everyone all at once, analyzing their every action and keystroke. But his analysis was interrupted by yet another phone ring. He urgently looked at the ID and gasped in a hurry. He apologized to the team, but he had to take this important call. Underneath it all, there really was a problem bubbling up. The four just went on the train together like usual. Time went by, and after a few more days of practice, the day of the friendly match with Bong Hoon-hai finally arrived. As usual, they would be competing in a gaming cafe, and Captain Ari was the last to arrive. Jin Young was arguing that they should have come in together to look cooler, just like the other established teams. Jiho kind of wanted to suggest that as well. They were finally feeling that they were growing to a real gaming team now. If everyone was warmed up now, they could start with a proper scrim first. These four had honed their synergy effectively in the past few days. Jiho was left watching from behind their chairs, analyzing the plays. This would be the first time that they would be practicing the new strategy with Jiho present, and he looked like he was at a loss, resembling a lost puppy. The team managed to finish one practice match before Bong Hoon-hai arrived. As expected, the clueless opponents looked down on them for including a Spiro in their roster.
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
This time, the enemy had brought a proper coach. The coach whispered something to the shot caller's ear before the round began. The shot caller then related to the entire team, and they reached an agreement. They chose Rapunzel and Jigdra as a dual healer Sev, but Dix and Kara as a dual DPS configuration. Not going to lie, Rapunzel looks like an e-girl that would ruin your life. Dano High stuck with their go-to lineup. The first round of the friendly match finally began. Uri motivated everyone, emphasizing that they must forget everything else and focus solely on this moment. They were capable of one-on-one battles, but they needed to finish the round quickly. For the opening round, they decided to stick with the original strategy, with Jin Young on the bench. The enemy tank player switched to a secondary healer role. With this change, Jiho debated whether he should still target the enemy captain as planned. With no time to waste, he decided to charge forward and stick to the plan. Jiho went after the Deeks played by Bong Hoon-hai's captain. As for the main enemy DPS, Soyeon engaged with her tank pick. Larry marked one of the healers, and Eugene took on the other one. The enemy formed a 2x2 arrangement of one DPS and one healer, while Danohai charged forward blindly. In this chaos, a first mistake occurred as the enemy curse slipped past Soyeon easily. Instead of one-on-one duels, they were aiming for a deadly double team against the Spiro. From the start, Jiho had a feeling that the enemies would try something like this. They were outmaneuvered in positioning right from the beginning of the match. Just as Chang Yun had pointed out, the enemy team was cunning when it came to tactics. Jiho stayed calm and focused on the curb, blocking him first. As for the other one, Dix was diving at Jiho with full force. Soyeon and Ari were outmaneuvered as both of their targets managed to slip by and flank them. Looking at the bigger picture, everything descended into chaos in a single move. The enemy had disrupted their carefully formulated strategy in the blink of an eye. The Kara was confident in their attacks, forcing Jiho to continuously dodge without any space to slip through. They began to notice something odd when one of the attacks barely grazed him. Their goal was not to kill him directly at all. In that case, he could just make a run for it to provide assistance to nearby Eugene. As he ran, a lethal blade came down from above to cut off his route. The enemy wouldn't just let him move freely. The killer's aim was to frustrate and provoke him as much as possible. Jiho recognized that he was not in a favorable position at all. The more time he spent dodging, the more exposed his teammates would be to danger, but the enemy was expertly tying him up like a chained-up beast. That Kara was not only relentless but also confident in every attack, and the answer to overconfidence was simply unmatched speed. He caught the enemy off guard with a counter, exploiting the gaps in their offense. Now, the frustration had been flipped, and the Kara player demanded healing. Jigdra complied and cast a timely healing spell. The two were now back to square one, and Jiho had no other choice. He could just hightail it out since the enemy healers couldn't follow him while dealing with Ari and Soyeon. He was baiting the Kara to follow him, though, and it was effective. All he needed to do was to lure this pesky enemy outside of the healing radius to finish the job. A few meters short of escaping the healing radius, the Kara stopped with a slide. The player even taunted him about what he was going to do now that his bait didn't work as intended. So it didn't work as planned. But you must never forget that Jiho was Jiho. With a confident smile, he had a contingency plan in mind. Let him cook now. He used his built-up speed to leap back in the opposite direction. He ran past the Kara to mark the decrease, relieving pressure from Eugene. His decision-making skills to come up with the best course of action under pressure are amazing. If Jiho can execute the switch properly, they would gain the upper hand for the first time in the round. He ran as fast as he could, matching Spiro's increasing speed. But all he saw was Eugene's length being skewered by the enemy's blades. Nobody in Dano High had done anything particularly wrong, but with their only healer eliminated, things would only go downhill from there. Looking at it from above, the match had become an isolated 3 versus 4, with the enemy DPS free to roam. Jiho couldn't help but wince at this development. This was the direst situation he had experienced in a game in a team setting. He blamed himself for not being just a little bit quicker. He unleashed an inhuman display of micro-skills to beat up the enemy with astonishing speed. Just when he thought he was done with the beating, he skidded past him and took aim again. This time it was a barrage of back attacks that made the enemy a stationary target for practice. Right about now, Captain Ari should have her skills ready off cooldown to retaliate, and that is indeed true. With a swing of the sword, Fall Flare was released to kill Rapunzel, leaving the field. But a second thud signaled that the recently regained equal footing might be lost. Soyeon had fallen under the overwhelming force of a DPS and healer duo. She apologized for failing to withstand the double team, but the Jigdra was just too good. It became wildly evident that they lacked practice in this format. Ari wasn't giving up though. She wanted to take on the healer with all that she had. Jiho responded affirmatively as he continued to give the Deeks the beating of his life. If he let up just a little bit and his target broke free to chase after Ari, it would be over. That's why he had to do his best to duel a duo of DPS players 2 versus 1. And as the enemy realized the worst scenario for Dano High, Jiho couldn't stop the inevitable. Overall, they just had trouble even keeping up with the enemies. Without any other choices, Jiho had to try his best to leap and give chase to the flanking foe. With Jiho coming from behind him, the deck swished out his blade. A smack sent him flying, interrupting his speed buildup. Bonghoon High players were experts when it came to exerting constant pressure. Even as he landed on the ground, losing all momentum, this kid wouldn't just lay down quietly. With Spiro's superior speed, he came as close as he could. He was about to dish out another beating, but he wasn't just facing one skilled player, he was facing 2. And so, he was ejected from the zone of play again. With pure grit and effort, they managed to hold on for just a bit longer. Tactics went out of the window as the 3 gained up on the 2 of them from every angle. They were out of luck. They were evidently much better when it came to raw skill, but no matter how low they slashed down the enemy HP bars, heals just kept on coming. 3 versus 2, and the difference maker was one goopy boy in the form of Jigdra. And so this was the first time that Jiho lost a round in a friendly match. Even the GOAT can drop rounds, so don't feel bad about your own losing streak. Taking the headphones off with a heavy feeling was quite new to the genius. Everyone felt the same. Losing a game will always be painful on any scale. This round clocked in just a little short of 10 minutes. This much was within Chang Yun's expectations for now. He was certain that it was about time to change up the pace. As he was about to comfort the team, Captain Ari jumped in to lift everyone's morale. The enemy pulled a wild card on them. They did not lose because they did anything wrong. Eugene, the first to fall earlier, was not intimidated by the first round loss. Seeing Ari take on the leading role properly, perhaps everyone had really grown in their own way. Soyeon chimed in that when Jin Young joins the game, their more polished strategy will undoubtedly work out. This guy was always over the moon every time he heard her say his name. I'm no better than Jin Young. He's just like me. For real. Mr. Yoon went up to Jiho to comfort him and praise his focus until the end. Jiho felt especially devastated by the loss because he knew everyone was depending on him. He did not perform as well as he wanted, and it showed in the results. The one that got him out of the gloomy mood was, of course, the self-confident silver warlord, Jin Young. Ari set the tone for the second round. They just had to remember what they had practiced while keeping their heads up. The captain was locked in. Jin Young was ready to show off. Soyeon would always be reliable, and Eugene was nursing his murderous intent. This time, the loss did not devastate their spirits like it used to. It might be different for Jiho, but this was the Four's mindset going into round 2. This time, it had become a completely different game. The clicks were somewhat calmer, and Ari's voice was a bit clearer. The second round pitted two well-rounded strategies against each other. With Jiho out of the picture, Bong Hoon-hai went with their optimal composition with the healer up front. This Jigdra really was the anchor of the team, and he thought that they were just facing a bunch of noobs. Going to the left side of the field, he targeted Jin Young and Eugene first. Hearing the trash talk through the comms, the infuriated Eugene rained down curses like a true gamer. Maybe today's progression was due to how hard Dano High had prepared for this day. The Ari and Soyeon duo took advantage of the opening created by the healer's charge. Being that they were implementing their practice in a real match for the first time, Ari was a little nervous. But she was not alone. Everyone felt a bit more nervous than they usually did. For now, the positioning was pretty much equal on the two distinct sides of the field. This confused the enemies because it seemed like they were just falling deeper and deeper into a disadvantageous position. But with the murderous healer, Eugene, playing the way he wanted, that might not be the case. Keep in mind that he's a healer, but all he wants to do is murder players. He clearly held the advantage against the more passive Jigdra. With him dominating the healer duel, Jin Young was free to move as he pleased. This kid named his basic attacks the God-tier Silver Slam proudly. With a lock on every front, everything had been going according to Chang Yun's formulated strategy. They just needed to keep the pressure on to push the lead. But sticking to the strategy was quite hard when the enemy DPS was miles better than Jin Young mechanically. Because of a single blunder, Eugene was forced to pause his own fight to help. He might be a healer, but healing was the last thing he wanted to do in the middle of a duel. It looked like they were still in a more favorable spot, though. The Jigdra of the enemy team was just flabbergasted at the fact that there was a healer that played with this level of aggression. The best type of heal is killing your enemy. First, it was a Spiro pick, and now a murderous healer. Dano High was full of surprises. With Bong Hoon-hai under siege, everyone needed to get a grip as their tank was starting to get pushed back. Chang Yun's strategy perfectly contained the enemies where they should be. The ironclad defense of Bong Hoon-hai was starting to crack under the pressure of a superior strategy. Soyeon was piloting her DPS Saigon quite well, not giving the enemy tank room to breathe. She kept on raining down attacks until she finally landed a clean shot. Now that the enemy tank had been pushed out of the heal range, it would need to somehow crawl back in. But it looked like this sickly-looking scarecrow hero was not going to let that happen. Soyeon was confident that she could finish the job at this rate. Bong Hoon-hai was giving in to the cracks as they began to fall apart. The enemy tank launched a desperate attack that was easily blocked. Using the space created from that, he ran back to the front lines as Soyeon asked for assistance. The enemies were aiming for a bold 2 versus 1 to turn the tides in their favor. Captain Ari was busy exchanging blows, just how she wanted it. She spotted the running tank in her periphery and assured everyone that she would block the run. She jumped and pivoted to change targets effectively, and it was a perfect turnaround slash that chunked the enemy's HP by a ton. For the first time, their strategy was clicking. Everything was going exactly as Changyun had said. From there, the game continued to go according to their predetermined strategy. They flawlessly changed targets that suited everyone's strong points, and they managed to lock the enemy heroes exactly where they wanted. Captain Ari and her Bluminance were a menace that clamped two of Bong-hoon's players in a span of a few seconds. This is where she excelled the most. From now on, it's the Captain Ari show. They started getting a strange feeling of exhilaration that they had never experienced before. With every dash to pivot to a different target, to every slash that executed the enemy, Dano High was working in perfect harmony amongst themselves. The enemy tank recognized this and tried to retaliate with a back attack of his own. But this paltry tank damage barely did anything. Instead of taking the lead back, it only provoked her even more. She disregarded the pesky tank and went for the heart of the enemy's strategy, their DPS. The second part of this slaughter is equally important, as Eugene will not give the Jidra any space to heal in time. Every tiny bit of distraction exposes the poor hero to Eugene's sadistic extra damage. The strategy of frontlining with Jidra is crumbling as the battle between the healers reveals a clear mismatch. Instead of playing traditionally, Eugene is taking on the role of a DPS. Currently, enemy healers stuck in the middle while their teammates are getting bullied and zoned out. However, they managed to execute one of their go-to moves, ganking Ari 3 versus 1. Even with the advantage, Ari knows she'd be dead if caught in the three-way crossfire. But according to Changyun, this healer will always play by the book, prioritizing team health over attacking. That might be the right call against other teams, but they have someone special on their side. Eugene is a menace who doesn't miss a beat when he smells blood. It's about time for him to smash heads and take names. Somebody has to put this kid in jail while it's still early. He's not your run-of-the-mill healer, after all. Jigdra realized his mistake too late as he was pummeled and his HP bar diminished. For Eugene, this is how you truly play as a healer, and his success backs that up. But before trash-talking the enemies, he really should dish out some team heals first. He promptly complies and casts his bandage on Ari. For this guy, this is the most boring part of the job. It's now 3 versus 4 with the enemy lacking their centerpiece. Panic ensues, and mistakes are bound to happen after that. Soyeon easily deals with the distracted DPS using the strongest attack in her arsenal. Ari's not going to get upstaged though. She raises her sword with a blaze. A single slice destroys the tank's HP bar into smithereens. In the end, everything has gone according to Changyun's crafty strategy. That kid is going places, man. Even after that wildly successful run, they still can't believe that what they practiced worked. Back then, nobody thought that this moment was anything special. All they knew was that they needed to ride this wave until the very end. Right after the second round win, Jiho confidently walks toward the team. He sincerely promises to his captain that you will win this time. Seeing how serious he is, Ari knows that Jiho can back his words up. Jiho experienced defeat for the first time at the hands of Bong-hoon's coach. And seeing the kid walk back into play, his coach goes up to his team to give new instructions. For the third round, they will be changing it up again. The players thought they would be adjusting their play for the murderous Eugene. But that is not the case at all. The coach wants the team to focus on clashing against Spiro. The team protests that the Spiro from the first round did not pose much of a threat and that Dano High's healer is a bigger issue. But the coach knows for certain that the Spiro is the real core of Dano High. And in this round, that sentiment rings true. Jiho shows everyone something completely different. Even the veteran coach cannot comprehend what he is looking at. Jiho has entered God mode once again. Its display of pure skill is shocking, to say the least. Bong-hoon is composed of a tank, a healer, and 2 damage dealers. Each and every one of them is not able to do anything meaningful in this round against a single support hero. This round, they choose to stick together, unlike in the last. But somehow, Spiro manages to come between all of them, targeting the whole team as if it were a normal thing that a regular human can do. Realizing that they are outmatched, they turn their attention to other down-high players, particularly the inexperienced Jin Yang. This frustrates Eugene as it would be his responsibility to clean up any mess. He would much rather target the enemy Rapunzel. Distracted by the fearsome green lightning coming from Spiro, Eugene swoops in to deliver the actual attack like a true battle healer. Mr. Yoon cannot help but notice that the team goes straight back to their old ways as soon as Eri leaves. Chang Yun's strategy goes out the window, and they're just brawling. For once, the enemy DPS has the space to unleash some projectile attacks, but dodging those is easy work for Jiho. His Spiro twists and turns while preparing to retaliate. A single punch cuts through weak offense and defense, sending the enemy flying. The struggling Jigger watches and experiences Jiho's plays. He stares at his monitor. He doesn't know what's happening and what monster they are facing. Like all the other players subjected to his domination, the Jigger player didn't know that a human could play Sword Rush like that. Jiho is truly the definition of built different. They watch the green lightning bolts of Spiro turn to the red flash of Bong Hoon-hai's defeat. They are wondering how to win against that. The shock that Daniel High players experienced that day is felt by the other team tenfold. They realize that they did not follow the strat. They wonder what to say to their strict coach, but this veteran stays silent in contemplation for a while. Jiho is still on a different dimension compared to everyone. Bong Hoon-hai's coach pulls down his face mask. He cannot help but let out a hearty laugh as he might have just recognized Jiho's playstyle. Oh man, put that mask back up. It looks like we have another one sword enjoyer. Bong Hoon-hai's coach made his way to the other side of the gaming cafe. Since they had made it to the third round, he proposed to Mr. Yoon that they should take a short break before continuing. Covid coach looking dapper, not gonna lie. If that was the case, this would classify as a timeout. The coach confirmed and praised Dano Hai's formidable performance. It's almost as if they got a hidden card. He also asked if he could have a quick chat with a certain student of Mr. Yoon's. He could, but only if the student agrees to the invitation. The coach moved closer and leaned in toward Mr. Yoon's ear. He asked the supervisor if their Spiro was the former rank 1 of one sword. He was only asking because he knew Jiho back in the day. Outside of the cafe, the coach took a long drag from his cigarette. Footsteps could be heard coming towards him. It looked like that quick chat was about to unfold. He did not waste any time and called Jiho Spiro of one sword. Before Jiho could even ask the guy how he knew who he was, the coach interrupted him. There's no way that a veteran wouldn't recognize Jiho if he played like a god like earlier. Real recognizes real. The coach leaned in and offered to shake his hand. He didn't know if Jiho would recognize him since they had never met in person before, but he too was one of the former top dogs. Jiho asked him who he was in response. He simply answered that as for his former rank, he was rank 8, but a person in the 8th rank can only mean one thing. He might be wearing something pink underneath his pants. Cringing at his past in-game name, the man immediately denied that he was wearing pink undies. His in-game name low-key goes hard. For some reason, it disappointed Jiho that the man did not live up to his name. The coach still informed him that he was wearing black ones today. But anyway, it came as a surprise that the goat would actually turn out to be so young. Jiho shared the same sentiment, though. He addressed the coach more respectfully. Even though he looks like this, it's all just because of stress, and he's still in his late 20s. Jiho wanted to get to the reason why they were outside having this conversation in the middle of a match. The coach was so caught up in the past that he almost forgot why they were here. He wanted to ask Jiho if he didn't have a pro team yet. He wanted to invite the GOAT to join his newly made pro team. He had been offered to coach a newcomer squad and wanted to fill up the roster with former one-sword players, specifically on the high school level. And to think that he would meet the best of the best right here. He thought it was fate, but Jiho was put in an awkward position since he had already signed with a team. The coach felt like someone dumped cold water on him. He immediately asked Jiho which team he had signed with, and to make matters worse, Jiho had signed with the powerhouse known as S91. This piece of information was vital for the coach. With Jiho joining the ranks of Jin Ali, how would they even win against S91? They will be a dynasty super team at this rate. He turned to Jiho and asked if he had a lot of fond memories of one sword. He didn't want to give up on the prospect of Jiho playing on a team made up of his old rivals. But the kid was already fully committed to Jinna. As for the coach's team, they only had one confirmed player at the moment, and his name was Yang Yongjuk. This name alone roused Jiho to ask if they really got Yang Yongjuk on the team. If you're wondering if that Yang Yongjuk, it is that Yang Yongjuk. Even this mysterious Yongjuk guy is playing Sword Rush now, and he's going pro. Just like Jiho, he started playing only recently. That guy was fond of Jiho back then, and he's looking for the kid now. The coach proposed that the two should meet each other for old time's sake. After that conversation and Bong Hoon-hai's timeout, Jiho joined the team again for round 4. As usual, Eugene made a fool of the enemy healer with his flashy and aggressive plays. Exploiting the gaps on the defensive end easily gave him open looks and free attacks. If Jiho is a god, this guy is a real demonic healer as another one bites the dust. The Rapunzel player had already mentally checked out of the match a while ago.
I'm gonna cry.
In fact, Bong Hoon-hai had succumbed to fear, and they no longer posed a threat. Soya made quick work of the demoralized DPS with her Saigon. Captain Ari continued to perform at the highest level against the Jigdra. As for Jiho, you already know that boy is a menace with a keyboard and mouse. In the end, they overcame the team they thought would be challenging to beat. Bong Hoon's coach watched everything unfold with an odd look in his eyes. He was still mourning the fact that a generational talent had slipped through his grasp. On the other side, Chang Yun was hard at work, scribbling notes on things to improve upon. From a strategic perspective, it's true that they hadn't fixed the team's flaws yet, but celebration drowned out that thought. For now, none of that mattered in the face of sweet victory. The ride back home was cheerful, with Mr. Yoon praising everyone for the win. Jin Yang was especially over the moon with how much impact he had today. But Chang Yun begged to differ. It was a total mess as soon as Ari was out. It turned into an all-out brawl without the finesse of his strategy, and everyone knew it. And this time, Jiho also overdid it with his performance. They had a good outcome again this time, but other than the second round, the rest of the games were a total free-for-all. This shouldn't even be the case, given that they painstakingly trained team play for a whole week. Captain Ari chimed in that not everyone can be Mr. Perfect Know-It-All like Changyan the Great. She praised her teammates for doing great in the second round and the rest of their wins. Eugene felt odd that the usually selfish Ari was acting like a proper leader now. Changyan just relented, as this would probably be as good as he could hope for right now. After today's win, they only needed one more to qualify for the inter-school tournament. Starting with their next match, there wouldn't be any more teams as strong as the ones they faced first. Changyan wanted to take advantage of that fact. For the upcoming matches, they would heavily focus on strategies and teamwork above all else. Everyone was ready for the remaining challenges ahead of them. Perhaps it was all because of their win against Bong Hoon-hai, but everyone really felt like things would go as Chang Yun said. At night, we peeked at what Jiho was busy with. He was at the desk, diligently playing and practicing courtesy of Chang Yun's laptop. He had been going at it with a motion sickness patch permanently on for comfort. Since he had already signed his pro contract, he had more time on his hands. So, he started to work on everyone's individual training as well as the team-wide training. But that was also why he was always knocked out during class time. This face with drool coming from his mouth was the future face of esports. And so, a few days quickly passed. It was now the day of Danohai's match against Samsa High. The battle was fierce and intense, but thanks to Jin Young's god-tier epic moves, the advantage remained on their side the whole time. They were able to easily win the match. In no small part due to Spiro's familiar green lightning bolt. Throughout the whole series, Jiho never missed a crucial shot that piled up their advantage. He facilitated pretty much everyone's strengths and skills. But of course, Jin Yang would not admit that his best friend was the best player he had ever seen. He wanted to believe that he could do amazing things and win by himself.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness?
To sum it all up, they were now qualified to play in the inter-school tournament. For everyone on the team, it really was an amazing match and an incredible day. However, as everyone celebrated their qualification, Jin Young was frozen in his seat. There must have been a fool who jinxed them by saying that happiness and sadness come together. On a happy day like this, Jin Young ran into a huge problem. He stared at the monitor and was convinced that he was royally screwed now. The group chat might have been leaked or something. Suddenly, he remembered something that had happened before with Jiho. It was back when his best friend had given him the strategy guide for AXA, God tier player, God tier homie. Jiho realized that AXA was a pretty cool hero while he was analyzing it carefully. He was impressed and couldn't even imagine how Jiho had found the time to make these notes. It didn't take Jiho that long because he based it on a character of his with similar stats from one sword. Now and again, this would say something crazy like that. And Jin Young never believed him back then. If only his friend had been as passionate about his studies as he was about gaming. But he wasn't really one to talk. If Jiho really understood the game this much, Jin Young thought that he should be playing DPS or tank instead of Spiro. But he didn't want that. He wanted to cherish the comeback of his old ID as a playable hero. Hearing all these too-good-to-be-true sentiments annoyed Jin Young to no end. Even the claim that his best friend was rank 1 in some game in grade school sounded ridiculous. He really didn't take anything seriously back then. He just lifelessly glanced at the strategy guide. He even zoned out and got distracted from time to time. But now, he found out that everything Jiho had been saying to him was the truth. Another thing, AXA was also identical to a character he had made when he started playing one sword, so the analysis went smoothly. He was so good that people accused him of hacking back then. Man, that has to be the best feeling ever in a video game. And he journaled all those experiences in his diary. The developers of that old game put some strange mechanics in one sword. Out of all the bizarre features, the weirdest one was dubbed the Hack Arena. Looking at the notice on his monitor, Jin Young had been accused of suspicious activity, so if his account would be transferred to the abnormal play system, he would be experiencing the Hack Arena firsthand. The next day, Chang Yun could not understand what Jin Young had gotten into. The kid sincerely apologized to everyone. Most players didn't even know about Hack Arena. It's a system that forces accounts reported and suspected of boosting and hacking to play against each other. The idea is to force hackers to experience what it's like playing against their kind. So, it's basically Minecraft creative mode in there. Hearing the mention of hackers and boosters, Jin Young really was in trouble this time. He swore that he had not done any of that. He didn't even have the brains to get started on that route. He assured everyone that he really was not that type of guy. Since it came from player reports, he might have just been accused of boosting instead of dipping his toes in the world of hacking. Chang Yun did not fail to annoy Ari while asking for more details. Back when Jiho appeared on Giraffe's stream, Jin Young admired the replay at home. He couldn't fathom how his best friend had gotten this good at the game. It might be because he knew the heroes on the deepest level with his piles of strategy notes. So Jin Young was inspired to try another tank hero this time. He picked a white bear, a hero with a high pick rate and good overall balance between all the abilities that a tank would want. He decided to try it out in a ranked match after watching Jiho kick some butt. Disclaimer: first timing a character in a ranked match is never a good idea. At the start, he wanted to play it safe and prioritize defending his team. His enemy picked the hero that Jiho had dueled with in the last game of the stream too. The enemy tank he matched with came right out of the gate swinging with his blades. He noticed that his hero's attack speed was a lot different from what he was used to. They continued to exchange blows with the enemy slowly dictating the pace, but he managed to land one strike that pushed the advantage to his side. That one exchange gave him some confidence with his blocks, but the enemy was going in for another round with a projectile attack this time around. Two sharp blades were coming after him, and as they got closer than ever, he realized something grave quickly. His movement was so slow that he might not even be able to block at this rate. He ate some damage but managed to block at the last second. But another attack was already upon him after that courtesy of the relentless enemy. A cross chop landed on the white bear's body squarely, dealing some heavy damage. The only thing on his mind at that point was he needed to self-heal. But beside the heal button was another ability that had just become available. He was panicking and keyboard mashing at this point, desperately trying to survive. Suddenly, his HP bar plummeted down to less than half out of nowhere. Of all the buttons he could fat finger, it had to be the sacrifice skill that he mistakenly pressed. This and another strike from behind served as the nail in his coffin. He was pummeled down by a constant barrage of strikes from point-blank range. He stared at the defeat screen blankly after such a humiliating defeat. After realizing how bad he truly was, he felt bad for doubting Jiho's genius for a second. Just like a typical solo queue game, his teammates trash-talked him in the post-game lobby, even going as far as reporting him for being boosted. He told everyone that he probably got sent to the hack arena because he sucked so bad while practicing another hero in a ranked game. If he was banned for that, it must truly be some hot garbage performance. The team admitted that it couldn't be helped if it happened because he was practicing. In a way, they were even proud of him for trying. As always, Soyeon chose to look at the bright side. Jinyoung was crying after hearing the understanding words of his senior sisters. But whatever his motives were, it did not change the fact that they had a problem on their hands. A big one at that. After all that they've been through to qualify, this might put Jinyoung at risk of being barred from the tournament. Chanyeon would have to check the guidelines thoroughly, as Jinyoung might be penalized for even being sent to the hack arena. With high stakes at hand, he would do the research himself. But Jinyoung also needed to clean up his act and do everything to sort this out. Jiho would also chip in and ask Jin-ah for help. Of course, he had his best friends back in these trying times. That same night, he went to the S91 headquarters and met with Jin-ah. As soon as the words hack arena escaped his mouth, she started flipping out thinking that Jiho got accused of hacking again. He immediately corrected that assumption and told her about Jinyoung's case, that he was accused of boosting and was mass reported. This explanation calmed her down a little bit as she plopped down in her chair in relief. She knew that if it was a matter of a boosting report, they could just contact a dev and get it taken care of right away. But she also thought that it would be a shame to let this rare opportunity slip by. I knew it. She's the manipulative type. I would let her manipulate me, though. She wanted to propose a way to solve this problem. But first, she needed to know if Jiho and this friend of his were close. He thought about it for a second. Jinyoung might be whiny, violent, pervy, ugly, and sometimes friendly. He's a real piece of work, but they were close. Honestly, that's a real best friend material. If that was the case, Jin-ah wanted Jinyoung and Jiho to solve the problem by themselves. To do that, they should try holding out until they finish the time the hack arena. Oh snap, are we about to see some hack arena training arc? Instead of confusion, it seems like Jiho already knew that this was a viable way to solve their issue, and he's excited to try. His response painted a nostalgic smile on her face. All this talk about the hack arena is really taking her back to the old days when she used to play with Jiho. She remembers that it was a big deal in the One Sword community. Jiho was just an up-and-coming prodigy back then. When he got sent to the hack arena, it really frustrated him at the time. But looking back, he thinks he had a lot of fun too. His raw gaming skills got a lot better on top of that. No wonder he got so abnormally good. He was sparring with cheaters. So, for Jinyoung's case, they can try approaching it like he did before. Hold out until the time limit ends, and Jin-ah will deal with everything after that. With that issue possibly solved, she also took the chance to ask Jiho if there is anything new about him. Thinking about it, there's nothing new going on with him. Until he turned to a cheerful mood remembering that he met Pink Undies a few days back. Jin-ah was equally shocked and worried about this info. She can't possibly imagine how Jiho would meet that guy. He told her the truth that they just had a friendly match with Bong Hoon-hai last week, and Pink Undies was their coach. Jin-ah already knew what that man told Jiho. She knows that Pink Undies tried to poach this boy for his new team. This only annoyed Jin-ah further. She also approached the mysterious Yang Yongjuk, but he told her that he would never play as a pro, that Pink Undies has always been a thorn on her side, and he's pulled one over her. He really has the skills. It's undeniable. Seeing her reaction, it seems like rivalries from the old days still exist, and nothing has changed. Back in the gaming cafe, a new bottle of nausea medicine is being cracked open. Jiho is loading his system with medicine in anticipation of what they are about to do. He's going all out on the doping, and it's not even the tournament. But in Jiho's opinion, the official tournament does not even compare to what they are about to go through this time around. They will enter a room where, unlike normal maps, you take fall damage if you are not careful. Jin Young also prepared in his own way. He did not even drink any water just in case so he can control his bladder. From now until his punishment window elapses, this duo will show these hackers a thing or two. He texted Jin-ah that they will be starting the arduous journey, and all they have to do is log in when everything is ready. The two best friends are locked in on their seats. Jin Young then queued up for a match, and the normal loading screen popped up. After that, the notification that he can only play in the hack arena appeared once again. Now he will have to do something so they can approach this next step in the correct way. As soon as the game discovers a match, he will have to send Jiho an immediate invite. They're just doing speedrun strats. Jin Young is still kind of on the fence for this, worried that his friend might get penalized for this glitchy stunt. But Jiho was informed that it won't show his game tag and there won't be any lasting records for this. All Jin Young has to worry about is getting the timing of the invite right. Reassured by his friend's words, it will finally proceed with it. He hyped himself up thinking that they'll turn hacker trash into dead meat. It did not take too long for the system to find a match, and he hurriedly clicked to invite Jiho to the game. And it was a success. The glitch worked, and Jin Young's access stood with Jiho's Spiro to enter the match. Right from the get-go, the vibes are off, and the game was evidently different than the one that they have been having. Jin Young is glad that his friend is here to help him, but he's hesitant if it really is okay to exercise hackers like this. When you get sent into this back room, you will be put on a blacklist, and if you get 2 strikes, the developers will delete your account. The same principle applies to dying in this hack arena. So, they both have to make sure to stay alive for exactly 23 minutes and 45 seconds. With a massive boom from up above, the duo made their explosive entrance with the coolest landing there is. Jiho reminded his friend to never forget his timings and to rely on sound play. Jumping right into the play, Jin Young was immediately overwhelmed by what lay before his eyes. Countless silhouettes of Sword Rush heroes were thrown into this massive barren map to fend for themselves. These are the individuals who would rather ruin the game for others than hone their own skills. But Jiho is truly unique for him. These hackers and boosters are just XP waiting to be devoured. Since their arrival, the nearby hackers immediately tried to take advantage of their shock with a dash. One of the shadows stood out after zooming in at an abnormal rate to attack them. No matter how fast that sudden burst of movement was, it did not escape Jiho's notice. There's only one explanation for that abnormal mobility. It's a speed hack.
I'm fast.
Even if his enemy has a speed hack activated, Jiho still did not miss a beat with his counter. But in this arena, your guard must be up at all times, and you must rely on your other senses, especially hearing. Not far from him, he heard a basic attack being prepared. He wouldn't let a shadow sneak attack him from behind, so he masterfully dodged with a leap. And it wouldn't be a Jiho maneuver if he didn't dish some damage back with his combo. Seeing the quality of enemies around him, he became even more convinced that this is doable. Suddenly, the enemy he was fighting against was stabbed by 2 blades from behind. It's not just Jiho and Jin Young against the world in this map. Hackers and boosters will mercilessly kill other hackers too. And they do it with pleasure. From being ganged up on, Jiho was sent to the sidelines to observe hackers and boosters going at it against each other. Jiho watched as the enemies engaged in a free-for-all, stabbing the first player they saw. Surprisingly, Jin Young was holding up quite well as he too witnessed the brutality of a real solo match. Everyone was going all out, gunning for each other. Behind Jin Young's Axa, a familiar green lightning bolt came rushing in at breakneck speeds. It was Jiho's Spiro, coming to his side to remind him to focus on the enemy with a leap. He had his tiny but deadly Spiro fist ready for an attack coming from downtown at blinding speeds. This is what Jin Young needed to do to survive 23 minutes and 45 seconds of hell. With the abnormal HP bar reduction of the enemy, Jiho found out that this player was using a damage hack. While he was busy kicking butt, he didn't forget to keep calm and scan his surroundings. Every little sound coming from his headphones did not escape his attention, and that put him in a position to sense the incoming unseen danger just a few meters from him. This particular hacker was wielding an axe and zooming through the air, aiming for Jiho. Right now, a battle axe strike was about to descend upon him. But even if these hackers tweak their health regeneration rates, without being able to amp up their speed like he does on a daily basis playing Spearow, then a single well-timed and lightning-fast strike should suffice. The longer he went up against these hacking bombs, the more convinced he became that this was just too easy. His super counter sent the enemy flying so fast that he almost broke the sound barrier. After that, Jiho zipped through the map as fast as he could push. From one of the many cliffs of the barren land, he spotted a silhouette of a hero wearing a hat, observing him. This hero, in particular, is known for its low attack speed. There's a high probability that the hacker might put some speed hack on it too. From the top of that cliff, the observer suddenly vanished into thin air. Instead of the simple speed hack, the foe this time was employing an invisibility hack. He sat still and thought about how to deal with this scenario. He didn't press any keys or run in a panic. He just sat there with his ears open to any kind of little sounds from the environment, until finally he heard a shuffle getting closer to him. That was his cue to finally take action. He heard the faint sound coming from his right, and his ears never lied. A seemingly nonsensical full power strike into the empty air made a smacking noise. And from that exchange, the sneaky invisible hacker jumped back to the top of the cliffs in fear, but the enemies just wouldn't stop coming, one after the next. This time, it's just your typical murderous hacker lunging with two blades. Jiho is playing differently at this point in time. The vicious enemy is coming at him from behind, and he's still just standing still and observing. It has been a while since he felt this way. From being completely motionless to using his strongest attacking skill in a matter of seconds. Countless heroes with unpredictable and unfair hacks are everywhere. All he has is his trusty Spearow and Jin Yong's axe. Kills after kills surrounded them from every angle. He felt like it has been ages since he felt this sensation. This is the thrill of obliterating enemies holding an unfair advantage with just pure skill. Jiho was completely engrossed on the screen, eliminating cheating nudes one by one. It had been a while since he was this focused on a single objective. Every move he made exuded a force and skill level that not everyone could achieve. After all, it had been a while since he felt this sensation. A single counterattack that wiped out a row of cheaters and boosters was only possible with his skill. It reminded him of his days with one sword. His profile was not complete yet, but had the potential to be a perfect combo machine. Jin-Ah was ranked 2 back then, and she kept nagging him about how he wouldn't get another chance to return to the servers. But with a name like Spearow, maxed out speed, acceleration, and control stats, young grade school Jiho was convinced that he had found the way to go. This was the debut of his venture into One Sword's brutal hack arena. He couldn't help but tear up a little at the thought of hackers. It just meant that his beloved game was not dead yet. As soon as he spawned with his newly created character, the chaos of hackers going at it greeted him. All these people in front of him were cheaters ruining the game for others. This would be his first time facing and playing against these types of shameful players. Instead of feeling nervous, he felt confident that he would not lose. He wanted his entry into the fray to start with a bang, and it really did. Thanks to his newly invented character configuration, his speed was enough to make him move at supersonic speeds. He was going to go all out against these nudes resorting to hacking. This was the initial stage of the current-day Spearow. He was playing at a gaming cafe, so the frame rate was noticeably better than his home PC. Falling in love with the performance of this computer, he had a dream of owning his own gaming cafe one day. Faced with different shapes, sizes, and builds from different hackers, he had to be careful until he got used to his new character settings. Even back then, he had always been a prodigy when it came to perfect timing encounters. His ears were so sharp that a basic attack coming from his right could not escape his hearing. That instinct was paired with his precise mouse movement and inhuman reaction time. As a result, it didn't matter whether 1, 2, or even 3 hackers came at him all at once. He could easily hold his own against these skill-less guys. Nothing could get away from his sharp sight. Even foes coming at him from a tough angle were not safe. Jiho did not have any wasted movements or keystrokes when he dished out a beating, and if anyone came at him from a seemingly perfect angle, he wouldn't take long to prove the hacker wrong. Counter, that was the thing that almost no one in the entire server could beat him at. He was infuriated to see that there were players in this hack arena using an insta-kill hack, which literally took all the fun away from the game. So, it had been established that he wouldn't know what hacks these losers were using until he faced them. That might put him in a perilous situation, but the sound play had not changed at all. At this rate, even with just audio cues, this would be too easy for him. As he was thinking about that, foes kept ganging up on him from every possible angle. There was one thing that these hackers did not take into account. The more they attacked and pestered him to no avail, the faster his ult charged. If that was the case, an idea popped into his mind. He slaughtered everyone who dared to stand in his pixelated hero's way. The use of his ult, the super counter, was in a unique position. With enemies gunning for him at every turn, he could practice his ult timing as much as he wanted. And that he did. His signature green lightning bolt lit up every unfortunate hacker's monitor. He ended up using this cursed battlefield as a surefire way to perfect his ultimate weapon. Back in the present, Jiho knew that he could use the modern-day hack arena to reach the next level, just as he did back then. There were more players now than there were in one sword, which meant the average skill level was also higher. To surpass everyone, he needed to find something special this time too. Facing these grim silhouettes of hacked heroes, he had to replicate how he found the super counter back then. These cheaters are not going to give him an easy run to do that, though. He parried the jester's swatter, carefully dodged the snooker, and skillfully ran away from the stomping foot. But now, this loser is going to unleash his ultimate skill, the trapeze. It seems like this one has absolutely no cooldown on his skills. If this cheater has a cooldown hack, then that includes a no cooldown ult. Jiho only has one shot with this, so he must bait other hackers too, so he can take them all out in one go. One key to this plan is spotting a hacker with crowd-controlled immunity cheat. And sure enough, there are signs of what he's looking for in the middle of the battlefield. Someone is inside a massive spell, completely unaffected by its effects while dealing with everyone else. This one did not escape Jiho's attention. Much to his surprise, it was someone using a support hero as well. He knew that among these losers, there would be at least one using this specific hack. For now, he needs to try and bait this guy. He'll be using his moderate speed so the loser could keep up. But moving through the complete chaos of the battlefield is easier said than done. A tank hero locked onto him with relentless attacks that he needs to dodge. On top of that, the cooldown hacker still hadn't given up on taking his head. It looks like this would be harder than he initially thought it would be. But thankfully, the hacker arena is a free-for-all. And the two morons chasing after him caught wind of one another and started duking it out. Given the fragile egos of these cheaters, a single attack means that it's on sight. The jester and the tanks are now wrapped up in their own dumb duel. You would think that a DPS hero with unlimited skills without a cooldown would easily win against an immobile tank. And at first glance, that looks to be true. This would be a done deal with no hacks. But the tank was not even damaged by that fierce attack at all. These guys are perfect for each other. Now the jester is dead set on chasing after Spiro again. Jiho would welcome that challenge any day of the week. Every cheated strike from a skill was appropriately dealt with a parry or a block. Things have been going smoothly, but the tank from earlier is stubborn as well. It's coming to interfere. Before getting close to them, the poor guy was struck by another hacker, the invisibility cheater from earlier. First things first, Jiho must not lose sight of his primary target, the crowd-control immunity hacker. It looks like there is no need to chase after the guy when it was already lunging at him with a double-sided blade. This guy is the worst. Not only is he immune from crowd control, but he also has speed hacks activated. Spiro was forced to skid and use his momentum to dodge attacks. As he was sliding through the floor, he heard some faint shuffles coming from his left side. He jumped into the air without any hesitation in anticipation of a cover attack. And sure enough, he landed safely from quite far away. Now, all four of the hackers are gunning for him exclusively. He must somehow deal with an invisible guy. a DPS without cooldowns, an indestructible tank, and a speed and crowd-controlled cheater by himself. And to add to that burden, Jin Yong is still on the other side of the battlefield needing some assistance. His best friend is now facing 2 hackers on his own, and he's nearing his limit. Jin Yong is beginning to accept that this is it for him. Faced with 2 hackers at once, his sword rush days might just be over. Jiho was focused on juggling 4 cheaters at once, and he forgot about Jin Yong. He tried to jump in to help his friend, but these losers won't let him off that easily. It looks like they want to experience how a god gets serious. I know I shouldn't, but I feel bad for these hackers. He can go about this as he used to, but this time he's not alone anymore. With the crackle of his green lightning bolt, he's certain that he can do this. Even with their unfair hacks, the movements of these idiots are still predictable since they're all targeting him. He could try going around them through the safest route, but that would be pointless if Jin Yong can't hold out until then. It looks like he has no other choice. He has to cut through the middle and use the Jester to his advantage. And so, he did not waste a single second to do just that. Spiro's well-known speed is on full display with his fearless rush. Even the cheaters had a hard time keeping up with his quick charge. Jester and he are now about to violently collide with each other. But Jiho's aim for now is just to bait out this moron's ultimate, even just for a second. Without taking the fight head-on, he changed his trajectory at the last second, leaving the hacker to hit nothing but air. Spiro gave the cheater a challenging stare as he skidded past the enemies. This is exactly what he wanted. Everything has been set up perfectly for him. He did not have any hacks on, but he can see the incoming attack trajectory as clear as day. And sure enough, the Jester unleashed his ultimate skill again, the trapeze. With this predictable progression, Jiho can easily protect Jin Yong at the same time. Deciding that now would be optimal time to move, he activated his own ultimate skill as well. His movement remains the same as when he killed new cheaters in one sword. His dash still leaves those who play with speed hacks on to shame. And most of all, his sense of timing is the greatest out of everyone in this game, hacker or not. Jester was full of himself. He thinks that with his ult, this fight would have a foregone conclusion. He activated trapeze with the confidence of a glorious victory. But unbeknownst to the loser, this is precisely what Jiho wanted. His godly natural feel for the game kicked in while he was about to collide with a hacker. It was like he was transported back to the days of one sword with no fancy graphics and minimal effects. Everything was broken down pixel by pixel. He felt it in his bones, the explosion of his super counter that none could ever duplicate. Jiho felt like he was that grade school kid once again, perfectly dealing with everything and everyone coming his way. It was just him and the spark of his Spiro against the world. He can almost feel the pixels of the enemy's incoming attack, even if it was tainted with hacks. And in response, he also deployed his fearsome signature skill. This is why he loves games like One Sword and Sword Rush. Pulling off difficult moves like this gives him pure joy. His super counter icon lit up, signaling the end for these hacking frauds. Spiro gladly welcomed the incoming trapeze with the counter to end all counters. It is almost difficult to believe that this tiny hero with such a low pick rate can pull off something this godlike. These hackers better get used to their monitors turning into the hue of his green lightning. Because this color signifies certain death when you face Jiho and his Spiro, and that deathly shade completely swallowed up the overconfident hacking Jester. There was an attack that compresses the force that the user receives and pushes it to its highest offensive limit, the super counter. In its most extreme form, the enemy would be swallowed by a flash of immeasurable light that erases everything. Under this fearsome technique at point-blank range, there's nothing else you can do but succumb. This is the ultimate finisher that would end every other finisher. This is the culmination of Jiho's genius, in a sense. This is his magnum opus. Super Counter's force is so strong that it destroys a certain section of the hacker arena itself. This tiny map rumbled under the force of someone that does not even need to cheat to exhibit this level of destruction. When used successfully, the Super Counter stuns all enemies. Right now, every enemy gunning for him has either died or has been stunned. 20 minutes remain, and there are 191 players left. Jiho leisurely walked through the aftermath of his devastation, as if these hackers are nothing to him. They are not dead yet, but they might as well be if they are in this condition against pure skills and no cheats. He called out to Jin Yong to come over to his side while the enemies are still stunned. But there might be a little bit of a problem as Jin Yong has been stunned by the map-wide attack too. It looks like Jiho was so engrossed in the match, he forgot that this was a free-for-all solo match. While Jin Yong's Axa was lying on the ground, he asked if there's any crowd-controlled immunity hackers around, and there aren't any as far as Jin Yong knew. Once the stun wears off, every hacker in this arena will undoubtedly come after them. Until the match time ends, they have two options for survival. They have to either stay alive and let the time run out, or they can go with the faster method. They can just kill all of these filthy hackers right then and there. He asked if Jin Yong was up for it and if he could do it with him. And of course, the silver-ranked warlord was up for the challenge. Jin Yong might be delusional, but he's got the right spirit, even if it's easier said than done. Jiho gave his friend some advice. It is difficult to control movements with a speed hack, so all they need to do is jump to avoid those hackers. It's a simple solution, and these morons would sort themselves out. And just as he said, some speed hack loser charged at them without proper momentum control and ran all the way out. He even crashed against the incoming cheaters from the opposite side. 16 minutes and 51 seconds remain to deal with 164 players in the arena. As for the heroes moving at the regular speed, they usually have the generic damage hack. They must use sound play for effective dodges. It's better to buy time rather than try to defend against them. Jin Yong just needs to hold out a little, and Jiho will be there to come and deal with the damage hackers. With that in mind, the duo made it their mission to clear this batch of hackers out of the game. Jin Yong is surprisingly quick to implement what he just learned while his friend is kicking some hacker butt at an unbelievable rate as usual. One particular speed hacker was infuriated that Jin Yong easily dodged with a simple jump. He wants to go again with a full force charge. This time, Jin Yong might have to use his blade to block or parry, but thankfully, Jiho is there to teach the speedster a lesson. He deleted the moron in a single strike, using that unstoppable momentum as fuel for his super counter. 11 minutes and 7 seconds remain, and there are 101 players remaining inside. Seeing how Jiho runs circles and deletes hackers, Jin Yong was convinced that nothing beats pure skills when it comes to gaming. Every time Spiro locks onto a target, he tears them up and they drop like flies. It feels like the timer is counting down faster and faster. Back when Jiho played one sword, he just needed to kill everyone in his path. If that doesn't work this time, they still have Jinna to bail them out. Right now, every hacker on the map has caught on to these two teaming up. Every single cheater in their vicinity is itching to claim their heads right this moment. To make it worse, they are slowly being pushed to the edge of this tiny map with countless hackers. They better find somewhere safer to continue this slaughter. After finding a suitable spot, they can continue practicing their skills without worry. Instead of a deathmatch, this hack arena was more like a training camp for Jiho. 9 minutes and 27 seconds remaining, the player count has been reduced to 87. Hackers littered the map, waiting to get their hands on Jiho and Jin Yong. After cutting down tens of hackers through teamwork, Jin Yong is starting to get the hang of dealing with these losers. Jiho, on the other hand, has his hands full finding the most efficient way to shave the number of these morons. At times, Jin Yong's Axa would use his skill to catch a hacker off guard, and Spiro would then deal the killing blow in a perfect show of tag team technique. With Axa's blade in Spiro's fist, no hacker stood a sliver of a chance in getting out of this hellscape. Under his best friend's influence, it looks like Jin Yong is getting a taste of how it feels like to be a god at the game too. It was 2 versus more than 100, and that number is rapidly dwindling with every slash and dash. These hackers did not know what was coming to them. They just wanted to dominate some games, but now they were being hunted down by 2 normal players. Every one of them either went out of bounds or had their HP bars destroyed. 4 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. Finally, there are only 2 players left in the infamous hack arena. After killing the last one, only the tiny Spiro and the monstrous Axa are left. The 2 can finally relax and celebrate their much-needed win. Jiho just wanted to stay alive until the end, but they ended up killing everyone again. But much to their surprise, the arena is not ending yet. Of course, it won't. There's still the two of them remaining inside. So in that case, it seems like there is one other thing they must do. With a serious face resembling his hero, Jin Young declared himself the demise of One Sword's rank 1. This kid kept on joking around when Jinna called Jiho at the right time. She did not expect that this guy would pick up at all. If he's on the phone, that just means they won the hack arena already. She's just realizing now that even after all these years, the GOAT still got it. Besides, he was all by himself back then. It became a lot easier now that he has Jin Young with him. At that moment, Jin Ah attributed his hardships back then to pink undies. This of course caught Jiho off guard. He did not know what she meant by that statement. The mention of pink undies came as a shock. Jin Ah was surprised that he did not know what she was talking about. She revealed that the one who reported him for hacking back in the day was none other than Pink Undies. I feel like this plot twist is going to have another plot twist. Jin Young finally had some time to sit back and relax after his arduous stint at the hacker arena. On top of that, he finally got used to the timing and sound play that Jiho had taught him thanks to this experience. Ever since he joined the team, he always felt like he had done nothing but receive Jiho's help. If he got one wish, then that would be helping his best friend with something for a change. Meanwhile, Jiho's thoughts were still reeling after finding out that the one who tried to end his one-sword career was Pink Undies. Jinna thought that the kid already knew and apologized for dropping a bomb. He finally regained his calm and reassured her that it's all good. She's not the one that should be sorry. He said that it's all behind them now, but his burning eyes were saying otherwise. Chang-Yun is confirming their upcoming scrims with other schools on the phone, given that they are cleared for the tournament now. As soon as the call ended, he hadn't even placed it on his table yet, and there was already another incoming call. This time it was from the new tuber, Graf. The next day came, and they were back in Dano High again. Chang-Yun came to the club early for a change. So Yoon and Captain Airy were already there, hanging out before training. He wondered where the screwballs were, given that they're usually here by now. It seems like they will come to the club room after talking with Mr. Yoon about something. As for the hack arena issue, Jin Young has resolved it already, and they are with Mr. Yoon to talk about the people contacting Jiho non-stop. And as for the biggest screwball of them all, well, Yujin ran into some trouble. Speaking of trouble, the Jin Young and Jiho duo finally arrived while bickering non-stop as usual. This kid Jin Young had become extra conceited after his skills' explosive growth. Everyone did not know how to react to such shocking words coming from the silver-ranked warlord. He thought that the second years would not be around. But the ladies got permission to do club activities early. If there were 4 of them here, they might as well practice immediately. When Chang-Yun asked Jin Young how the hack arena went, this kid took the chance to strike a pose and boasted that they owned the hackers. Eri just resigned to the fact that Jiho is just that guy while So Yoon congratulated them. Chang-Yun just wanted to confirm that they won't have trouble entering the tournament from now on. And the two happily replied that everything had been resolved. As for Jiho, he did not actually need to take on such a huge risk in following Jin Young. Apparently, they could have easily appealed using login records, as 91 should have known this fix. Jiho did find that out later, but he gave it a shot anyway as a form of training to improve his skills. Captain Airy praised their efforts and the fact that they didn't come back with their tails between their legs. So Yoon is still amazed by the fact that they faced multiple hackers and survived with no problems at all. Jiho just found that the cheaters' actual skills were bad. It was just a matter of getting used to their cheats. And it was lights out. They just ruined the game without even trying to get better. So they deserve to be crushed along with their accounts. Chang-Yun's headaches are endless when dealing with his team's recklessness. As for Jiho, there's still the issue of him not picking up calls. It came to the point that Gurav kept contacting Chang-Yun instead. Jiho also wanted to discuss this matter with everyone. He's been getting too many calls to keep track of. In Jin Young's opinion, he should just do a face reveal and get filthy rich from doing YouTube. But just imagining the high energy and high embarrassment level of that job is enough to turn him off. Even Jin Young can't see his buddy selling his soul and dignity for money. But that's beside the point. An invite from Gurav should be an automatic accept, no matter what happens. Thankfully, Barry is reasonable enough to prioritize practice instead of dancing on stream. But So-yoon also gets where Jin-young is coming from. It would help immensely if Jiho practiced on a channel with lots of viewers. Some people have trouble concentrating on tournaments with large audiences after all. Besides, they do not have any fans to support them, given that they are a newly established team. It's just like Giraff said, at this stage, there's no downside to getting famous. Not to mention, doing well in the popularity polls has a lot of other benefits that come with it. Jiho is still on the fence, and he might need to consult with Jin-ah before he does a face reveal. Just the mention of Jin-ah's name elicited a complicated expression on Ari's face. Jin-young, on the other hand, is tired of hearing that pro's name from Jiho's mouth. At this rate, it would probably become Babe or something. Heck, it might even become Jin-ah Darling. That earned him a punch to the tummy. Anyway, Jiho promised to pick up if Gurav called him again next time. The doors of the club room creaked open once again. This time, it's Yujin and Mr. Yoon coming in late for practice. But the supervisor is late for a good reason. He's got something to share with everyone before practice starts. Captain Area does not have a good feeling about this one. It turns out that the prestigious S91 finally sent them an official request for a practice session. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief knowing that it's good news this time around. But that's not all. Mr. Yoon has something even bigger to share with the team. Since they qualified for the inter-school tournament and started a collaborative project with industry leader S91, the principal has given them something special. He finally approved something that Mr. Yoon has been promoting for a long time now, the establishment of a new vocational course. That's why Mr. Yoon is the undisputed GOAT. This came as an extremely pleasant surprise for the team that wants to take their careers all the way to the pro scene. Yujin and Jin-young, on the other hand, do not understand what this means, so Jin-young is pretending to be excited. It's big news, but it is not that simple for everyone in the club, especially for So-yoon. This news came as a bit of a shock. With vocational courses, they would only have academic classes in the mornings and practical lessons in the afternoon. They will be aiming for certification from this point on. Since they're not trying to get into a technical college, they can focus on practicing for the tournament. The reason is that results would essentially grant them employment as pro players. They are lucky that things have been resolved at the hack arena before the course. They would need to avoid any issues like that once the review period starts for the vocational course. But it's also time to address the elephant in the room. If they form a vocational course, it could negatively impact their college applications. That brings Mr. Yoon to So-yoon and Chang-yeon. These two would be the most affected by this caveat, and it is evident in So-yoon's face that she's put in a tough position for this one. Passion versus reality hits different, man. Traveling back a little in time, we witness the conversation between Mr. Yoon and the principal. The old man liked the sound of the vocational course proposal. This came as a surprise to Mr. Yoon because he thought that the principal would oppose it no matter what. However, the old man had some sense in him. A true educator would never stand between a student and their dreams. Their students had already achieved more than they could have hoped for, and it's only right for the adults to step in to support their journey. He was beaming with a bright smile after hearing that from the strict principal. However, once the vocational course was formed, So-yoon and Chang-yeon, two of their most stellar students, should maintain their normal academic course. This was a massive blow to his plans. Neither of them spent a lot of time on their club activities, nor did they consider going pro in the game as their career goal. These two must be persuaded to keep up with their academic studies. Mr. Yoon proposed that they should hear them out first to see if they might have changed their minds about their future careers. But, as written in the reports, these two were just too accomplished to abandon their academics. Besides, they still hadn't settled on a pro career like the others. They could not let the thrill of the moment determine something that could become regrettable down the line. The life experience they possessed is what allowed them to be teachers. Good academic grades are a talent in and of themselves. If this is where their talent and potential lie, then they can't sit idly by as they throw it away for a gamble. They must be pragmatic when it comes to the students' priorities. As educators, they should not take the kids' future prospects into their own hands. The formation of the vocational course will be more than enough to show how much they care, but they must steer So-yoon and Chang-yeon in the right direction of academics. But that tap on the shoulder made it more of an order than a suggestion. For Eri, this is nothing but an amazing opportunity to ramp up her pro career with the help of the school. But that's not really the case for their two academically gifted members. For now, the second years gathered to figure out what they wanted to do. Chang-yeon only did this so he could put it on his resume in the first place. As for So-yoon, she's still keeping the club practices a secret. Eri wanted to assure her that if she was on the fence because of the captain and the first years, then she shouldn't be. Just like Eri's aspirations to go pro, she understands that these two have their own goals. Since they qualified for the tournament already, they don't even have to worry about the head count anymore. They are free to choose for themselves without worries. As the captain and the leader, she's certain that the other members would feel the same. Chang-yeon was clearly bothered by her words. She pushed further and did her best smug Jin-young impression to get him to leave. This guy did not enjoy that, but with their futures on the line, this is not the time to be joking around. After everything that the team has been through, this is not an easy decision for the master strategist. Eri regressed her old self and lost her temper with her friend. This sucks for her too. She thought that their teamwork was finally forming something special, and now she has to worry about losing members after this. But Chang-yeon doesn't like the fact that she's talking as if their departure has already been decided. He's starting to lose his temper too. They're just sitting here and wasting time without thinking of a solution. It really is just like him to always worry about time. While the two were arguing, So-hyun was clearly upset as she excused herself to leave early. Seeing what they've done, Eri quickly tried to apologize to her. Chang-yeon doesn't seem to understand what's happening though. So-yoon insisted that she was upset not because of these two bickering like usual. She just has to go right away. She's conflicted. She does not even know what to do when faced with such a big life decision. If there's anyone who'd understand her the most, it would be Chang-yeon. Back in Dano High, it's about time for the first years to go home after dismissal. They too are contemplating what each of them is going to do from this point on. As Mr. Yoon said, it's not too early to start now if they are seriously aiming to go pro. But if they consider their careers, it's good to be on track since it's not too late for an academic one either. Besides, with grades like these three, it seems like it's a sink or swim situation for them. Just thinking about that thought is enough to make them feel a little down. It was just too real, man. So, in order to go all out, Yoojin has been thinking of something. From now on, every day after school, he wants them to practice at his place. This kid actually blushed while he was saying that. Jin-young was quick to criticize the weird vibe Yoojin was setting up. Jiho, on the other hand, could not help but laugh at the two. As for Yoojin's proposal, it's not bad at all. It's great even. But the problem is, how are they going to practice when there are three of them? Meanwhile, his phone is buzzing with calls again. Jin heard that question, and it was as if it was a dumb one. Of course, to practice, they would need 3 computers to properly train together. But for some reason, Yoojin confidently declared that the computers won't be a problem at all. He casually revealed that he has a ton of computers at his place, probably enough for 10 people. Tell me you're rich without telling me you're rich. Of course, the natural reaction would be confusion as to what the hell he just said and why. Yoojin, as self-assured as ever, reasoned that if you have a dream, you have to grind early to reach it. The two were moved by those words. Yoojin is now cool in their books. With that in mind, Jiho is now determined for all of them to debut as pro gamers. But Jin-young is rightfully skeptical. Even if you want to go pro, isn't having 10 computers on hand kind of weird? Just what is this guy trying to achieve? It turns out that Yoojin is not talking about going pro at all. His ultimate dream is to own a gaming cafe. Jiho still found that cool since he used to have that dream too. As rare and crazy as it is, Jin-young is the only sane one in this conversation right now. Meanwhile, we jump back to Giraffe's extravagant house and studio. He's been ringing Jiho's phone non-stop to the point of trembling in anger for being ignored time and time again. He's nearing his breaking point, being treated like this. But instead of raging and throwing his phone on the ground, he calmed himself down and formulated a plan. He's starting to get tired of always acting as Mr. Nice Guy. so he started setting up his streaming equipment for a little show. He thinks that Jiho is taking his niceness as an invitation to ignore and step all over him. From the beginning, the kid has gotten on his nerves for some reason. So with his most effective weapon, he wants to see if he will be ignored after this. This is a man who is hell-bent on the legendary Spiro. As soon as the stream started, he put on his joyful streamer face and welcomed his audience. As for his stream title, it's a bit of clickbait. He wants to make an announcement when a few more viewers hop in. According to Gurov, there's a special somebody who needs to join the stream first, and just as he said that the guy finally entered the chat, it was Chang-yun. He'll give his viewers a hint for his announcement first. It's got something to do with someone that everyone's been dying to see again. With the stream title that oozes clickbait of legendary proportions, he wants to reveal a massive secret that he happens to know. All he needs is his audience's curiosity. Look at that face. This guy is just sleazy to the bone. But, of course, in classic Gurov fashion, he'll only reveal the secret in the next stream when he invites the player onto the channel. With his horrible streamer laugh, he teased his audience that he'd keep the secret to himself until then. The chat is roasting him, but he just deflects using their own curiosity. If they want to find out, they must like, subscribe, and comment. As always, do that for this channel too. After seeing all of this go down, it's a mystery how this guy hasn't had the crap beaten out of him yet. It looks like issues for their team just keep on coming. When it rains, it pours. This is what Chang-yun was worried about with Jiho not picking up his phone. Here he was thinking that they already have an easy ride, but it looks like this is where the smooth road ends. Our master strategist is in a bind right now. Meanwhile, we can look at how So-yoon is doing in her cram school. She's attended like usual, but it's obvious that something else is on her mind. Her classmates have come and gone, but she remains still in her seat, deep in thought about how she should proceed from here on out. Her contemplation was interrupted by one of her classmates checking in on her. The lady asked her if she was okay given that she's been spacing out all day long. She assured the lady that she was fine, just had a lot on her mind that day. To lighten the mood, the lady invited her to go grab some snacks on the way home together. She excused herself, telling the lady that she was actually meeting someone later. She clearly wants to be alone with her own thoughts, and the lady sensed that. She hides everything under that pretty smile. But inside her mind, a storm has been raging since Mr. Yoon's announcement. Everyone close to her feels that, and they are concerned. As she walked alone outside of cram school, she steeled herself for what's about to come tomorrow. By then, she needs to make her final decision. So Yoon needs to know whether to take the vocational course or not. The first years have probably made up their minds in a heartbeat. Their passion for the game is undeniable. Mr. Yoon's support is the best, and it's what they need. The feeling of victory is as exhilarating as it is addicting, and her good friend, Captain Ari, embodies all of that. All of her teammates are always so sure about themselves. They know what they want and what to aim for. It's giving her mixed feelings because that's far from how she feels. From day one, she only wanted something simple. So Yoon just wanted to make some good memories with Ari. But after everything that they've been through, it has become so much more than that. And the question in her mind is whether she's really helping the team by staying. Everyone is extremely serious about doing this. They are pouring their everything. She's not sure if it's okay for her to be there just to make some memories and have fun. This is a decision that could alter the trajectory of the rest of her life. And it's understandable why she feels so heavily about it. The light of victory or defeat in those monitors is just too hard to let go. So Yoon just wants to stay a little longer. The tears that she's been holding on to all day have finally rained down. It might be a difficult decision to make, but she wants to enter the tournament together with everyone. She wants to join the Day 1 squad to achieve their dreams. To laugh and celebrate the wins with them. As she walks the empty streets back home, her true feelings are laid bare for no one to see. She just really wants one thing. So Yoon does not want to go back to studying aimlessly. On a different side of town, a door opens to a massive room. Jin-young and Jiho entered Yujin's crazy room with computers and snacks like a gaming cafe with a bed to the side. Jin-young was right. This kid has some serious issues. Man, his ceiling has these star patterns, and he's acting like everything's normal. It's unbelievable that this guy still goes to gaming cafes every day when he has all of this in his own room. The PC star Jiho is just foaming at the mouth at the sight of this room. And as crazy as it sounds, Jiho goes to gaming cafes because his room doesn't have a counter where you pay. The two just nodded and agreed, fearing that this kid was truly deranged. Yujin continued that in here, there are no part-timers to man the counter, no drink machines whenever he wants a beverage, no standing signboards for announcements. He's basically trembling just thinking about the idea of a gaming cafe. The two chose to ignore the crazy host and talk about how they were going to practice. There is no gaming cafe interface to see how much time you have left. There is no POS system, and he can't even work part-time in his own bedroom. The Jin truly thinks that he's not worthy yet. He's not worthy to become a proud owner of a gaming cafe. Jin Yong finally ran out of patience and shut up the locals' weird ramblings. Jiho was just enjoying the fun and absurd exchange. This kid still feels regretful that he should have perfected the room before calling these two over. He's just hopeless at this point. As they were having their fun, Chang Yun started calling Jin Yong. Given that they'd never talk on a phone call, he's experiencing some phone call phobia. To add to Yujin's eccentricities, he hates listening to vibrations and rings. He's extremely sensitive to sound. As for Chang Yun's aim, he wants to know if Jiho and Jin Yong are together now. He wants them to check out Guraf's stream earlier. They quickly hopped on YouTube to see what was so important for Chang Yun to call them. After watching this clip, they must text him right after. So, they watch Guraf's sinister face threaten Jiho's identity blatantly. Jin Yong watches this guy every day, and Guraf had a different vibe today. This streamer is threatening to reveal his secret for everyone to see. Yujin could not care less though. He thinks he's the only sane one in the room. Jiho did not even do anything to warrant this type of attack. For now, they must call Guraf to know what exactly is going on before taking action. Just typing the guy's number on the phone is already giving Jiho some bad vibes. It hasn't even fully rung once, and someone already picked up the call with a click. Guraf didn't even pause. That's how much he was expecting to be contacted by his favorite trainee after his stunt. Jiho naturally wants to know what's the deal with the announcement. Since it was so difficult to reach him, this trash calls it a streamer's method of getting in touch. Jiho lets it be known that this guy is starting to get on his nerves. He just wants to get to the point. Apologizing for pushing his buttons, Guraf reasoned that he was just lying with the announcement. Just a harmless lie to grab people's attention, nothing more, nothing less. The two on the other side of the line won't fall for that though. Jin Yong chimed in and warned Guraf that his channel would hit rock bottom if he kept this act up. Covering his butt this time should be impossible. But if that is the case, they better come up with something as soon as possible. He has an idea for a video. And Jiho can either cooperate, or this trash bag of a human can just reveal to everyone that he was the rank one in one sword. That is some weak blackmail material right there. Mr. Yoon is stressed out. It's almost time for the midterms. This is the last session before they formally launch the vocational course. No matter what happens today, he must keep his composure as their supervisor. Back in that conversation with the principal, Mr. Yoon did not let the old man dictate what would happen to the kids. He wanted to consider the possibility of the students standing firm about what they truly want. He does not want to tell them that the time they spent reaching for something important was a failure. Seeing Mr. Yoon stand his ground did not please the principal. This guy himself knew it all too well. He was too late to give up on his dreams and accept reality. When he came to terms with reality in the last minute, he didn't know if he succeeded. All the time he spent chasing his dreams, he started to think that it was all for nothing. But he believes that their students are sufficiently mature to make the call. So Yoon and Chang Yun are both smart and passionate. At school, if nowhere else, he wants to teach these talented students what it truly means to succeed. As suggested, he will be objective when counseling them, but they must let the students choose their own paths. He's opening the door to the club with the conviction to let these kids make their own decision. As soon as he greeted everyone, everyone's face painted different pictures. Since he had to sort out some things, he got tied up longer than expected, so he apologized for running late. Now that everyone's here, they'll get straight down to business. The anticipation and weight of the moment were not lost on everyone. Mr. Yoon asked them if they showed their parents the handouts about the vocational course. Yujin is out here picking his nose and just waiting for the start of practice. Chang-yeon answered that he didn't show it to his parents. Eri already expected something like this from this moron friend of hers. But lifting the given handout, he already knew that it's no mystery how his parents would respond to this. He didn't want to create unnecessary fuss. Hearing this reasoning, Mr. Yoon rightfully assumed that the kid is opting out of the course. But Chang-yeon shocked everyone when he said no. This guy would be staying on the team and the course. And that's because he found a loophole in the system. Jin-young cannot wait to hear this tea. Jiho couldn't help but find their senior cool. And Yoo-jin is still waiting for practice. Chang-yeon wants to sign up as the team's main strategist. If Mr. Yoon is going to be the director, then they would need someone to take on the coaching role. From the start, he hasn't actually taken part in any games. But up to now, he's already been acting as the main strategist. There's no reason for that to stop now. This idea might actually work out just fine thanks to Chang-yeon's ideas. Mr. Yoon can already feel the wrath of the principal coming at them, but it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. He wants to respond with as much passion as these kids are putting in. Chang-yeon really is the weirdest member one here if you ask Ari. Jin-young has been officially converted as Chang-yeon's fan. Jiho and Yoo-jin, on the other hand, want to beat up their buddy for acting out of character. While they were celebrating that wonderful news, one person is obviously not feeling the vibe. So Yoon is not in the exact same position as Chang-yeon. She's in a tougher spot than anyone in the room. And the team is going to need her answer right this moment. She mulled it over for hours and hours before coming here. But now is the first time that she's actually deciding and letting it out. She made her peace, and she thinks that this is as far as she can go in her competitive career. Mr. Yoon understands, and he already anticipated this decision coming from her. But the first years are still confused. They thought that they can just keep on doing what they were doing. Jin-young wanted to convince her even if it's because of academic reasons. She can even take on the manager role like Chang-yeon stepping in as a coach. But she has made up her mind. She doesn't want to keep doubting and second-guessing herself anymore. Jin-young had nothing to answer for that. This time, So-yoon is determined in her stance. She wants to be sure about her decision. From now on, this bright young lady wants to find out what she's actually good at. The person that is the most affected by this news is, of course, Captain Eri. So So-yoon went up to her and thanked her for everything. She gave the captain a grateful hug for all the memories that they've made, memories that she will always cherish. Even the sharp-tongued and seemingly cold-hearted captain couldn't help but break down in tears after hearing that. From the way So-yoon talked, you'd think that she was about to die or something. But she repeatedly told Ari to be gentle with her words and stop with the crassness. Besides, they don't have to worry about So-yoon. They should be worrying about the unruly first years. These kids are crying their hearts out for their first farewell, while Yoo-jin looks like he got nothing in his brain. Chang-yeon understands that this is a pivotal and emotional moment for the team, so Yoon reassured them that this is not too bad. They'll still see each other around school. She also promised to come over a lot to hang out, so they should welcome her with a smile like always. Yoo-jin talked for the first time. He knows that the situation can't be helped. But he and everyone in the team will gladly welcome her back if she changes her mind. Hearing these words from the stoic weirdo made it feel more real for everyone. So Yoon gave her thanks for the team no matter how short their journey was. She loved every single second of competing and spending time with them. She couldn't finish her speech as the tears started pouring down like a waterfall. She had to rush outside as she could not take such overwhelming emotions. Everyone was left in the club room thinking about everything that they've been through. Jin-young is still holding on to hope though. She wants to go after So-yoon. He's concerned about what she must have been going through right now. She can't even stand up straight with how much emotional pain she's feeling with this sudden farewell. Jin-young is just an inexperienced kid. He doesn't know what to do in this situation. Mr. Yoon stepped in and advised him to give So-yoon some space that she desperately needs. But before going back into the room, the teachers saw just how affected his student really is. So Yoon just had to make a possibly life-altering decision in that room. For now, Mr. Yoon will go after her to have a talk. He left Ari in charge of everyone in the meanwhile. Everyone is in a downcast mood after that series of events, and rightfully so. Jiho is frustrated that they must go through something like this. A few moments later, someone came while cheerfully walking through the halls of Dano High. These steps are coming closer and closer to the club room, leading the team to believe that Mr. Yoon is coming back. All their attentions were focused on that entrance. Instead of the supervisor, it was someone with a sweet voice that slowly opened the door. A cheerful blonde student happily greeted every gloomy person in the room. This young lady's attitude came as a shock to everyone. Looking at the sign of the Sword Rush Club, she confirmed that she's in the right place. Every member had the same question in their mind. Just who the hell is this girl? Chang-yeon revealed that he called her over thinking that they'd need more members after switching over to a vocational course. Though it's just a big coincidence that she arrived right at this moment, right when a spot on their roster just opened up. She's low-key cute though. Mr. Yoon didn't think the vocational course would get approved so quickly, and he couldn't tell So Yoon about it earlier. But she's just glad that Eri and the first years are a step closer to becoming pro gamers. She doesn't want everyone to worry about her, given that she won't regret her decision this time. Of course, she would feel emotional, but So Yoon will fight through it. This is not the last goodbye or anything, but you can't help but feel like it's all over now. The young lady just got sad thinking about how they might eventually drift apart and forget each other. Mr. Yoon understands that this can't have been an easy decision to make, but if there's one thing he knows, it's that So Yoon made the right choice. Not because she chose to focus on her studies, but because this was her very own decision. And it won't be easy for everyone to forget each other. So Yoon was there with them since day one. She, of all people, should know better than anyone. Of course, she knows that. She just hopes that everyone will remember her and welcome her even if she can't visit as often. Back in the club room, Captain Eri is chewing Chang-yeon out for not informing her that he invited a new member to the team. But his point is no one else has anything prepared as a backup plan. Besides, he did not need to report to anyone, not even Ari. But the captain is still offended, and rightfully so. At the very least, it should have been discussed with the team. But Chang-yeon highly doubts that this young lady would have been open for a discussion. During their last meeting, she was already talking as if they were leaving the team. And for the record, he did not ask this new girl to come right now. And this is hardly the time for some team squabble. He whispered to Ari to stop embarrassing herself in front of the new addition to the team. They could discuss everything later. The new girl does not seem to mind though. She kept that smile while teasing the captain. But it looks like this one has some issues too. She thinks Ari is mad because she just looks so good. According to her, that sort of thing always happens. Hearing her talk dumbfounded everyone in the room. It looks like she's as insane as everyone in here. The new girl went up to Jiho, assuring everyone that there was nothing to worry about as she was not interested in people that are worse than her at the game. And from what Blondie has heard, there should be an entrance test to the team. She knows about the captain duel before qualifying. At this point, Ari is just seeing red. The new girl teased that if everyone has beaten her in this team, then the captain must be the worst player here. The tension is palpable between these two. Ari's rage is already boiling inside. She does not want to let this girl into the team at all. Jiho was trembling in fear, while Jinyoung is still mourning So Yoon's departure. Yujin, on the other hand, shares Ari's thoughts. Anyone can talk and talk all day long. But the new girl wants to prove that that's not the case for her. That's why she wants to take the test. Since the local has opened his mouth, perhaps he'd like to challenge Blondie first. And the duel is on. The loser has to shut up forever. That's an easy deal for Yujin. He's quite straightforward. In a bizarre turn of events, this unlikely duo is about to engage in a contest of skills. Chang-yeon thought that this one would be a bit different when she said she was a transfer student, but she's exactly the same as the other idiots on the team. Dano High Esports Club might just be cursed or something. He wanted to protest that they are not just a club anymore. There would be no need for entrance tests. Captain Ari would not hesitate to fight him on this one, though. This is her team after all. She's just itching to thoroughly test this new girl's skills. With how peaceful Dano High is on the outside, you would not expect how much chaos reigns on the inside. For the 1-versus-1 duel, Yujin actually picked a different hero. It's the DPS Machino, a hero that excels in attack, range, and control. As for the new girl, she also picked a DPS hero, Vixist, a glass cannon with all offense and speed with no defense. If this game becomes real, I already know which hero I will main, for reasons. Stating that Yujin picked the perfect counter. Blondie thought that her suspicions of this kid being a DPS main were right, but he just proudly blurted out that he's a healer. Anyone with a working pair of eyes would not have guessed that this guy is a healer. He was so locked in as a healer that he almost picked his main hero, Link, again. It just does not make sense. The guy looks like a murderer, for God's sake. She's starting to feel the weirdness of this dude. No, the weirdness of this team in general. And Yujin has the audacity to ask in what world he looks like a DPS main while rampaging with a charge. He wanted to take the first attack initiative with a downward strike. This is a matchup of a fast DPS with a short range and a slow DPS with a wide range. Ultimately, they are using heroes that require high APM and micro skills. And Yujin was quick to exhibit that. He canceled the animation of his downward swing halfway through. He's going for a wide swing from the side instead. Even Jiho can acknowledge that it would be difficult to predict this type of sudden change in pace and movement, but the new girl saw it and responded appropriately. Just from that first exchange, she knew that she was in for a fun match. But she still can't believe that Yujin is not a DPS main. She jumped up and landed a simple counter. If Yujin kept on moving like a DPS, it would be incredibly easy for her to eke him up. Jiho can't believe it. It looks like Local is in a rough spot with no outs in sight. But instead of panicking under the constant barrage, the maniac actually laughed. That's because he found a tiny opening where he could sneak his giant flail in from behind. Vixis was easily sent flying away with a hefty HP bar reduction. And Yujin is not done yet. Lifting Machino's mechanical leg, he prepared to use one of his skills. A stomp on the ground covered a large area that inflicted damage and swept away Vixis even further. She's completely under his domination now that a third of her HP has been deleted. From the start of that sequence, the new girl did not anticipate such an execution from a weird angle. At first, she wanted to take this duel easy since the opponent was supposed to be a healer main. But Blondie would not stand to be humiliated like this after everything that she said. This young lady won't play defensively either. She changed gears and is now trying to take advantage of her hero's superior speed. This is where she excels. Close quarters, relentless combat of kicks and punches. She's no slouch when it comes to reaction speed as well. Yujin tried to take back the momentum with his attack, but she easily dodged it with grace and skill. Her offensive capabilities are truly outstanding. The new girl is not messing around when it comes to dealing tons of damage. There is also another thing that she does so masterfully. From the first movement, Jiho was the only one who noticed it immediately. Blondie is using her speed and micro skills to make Yujin wobble, basically an ankle breaker by messing with the kid's timing. This exchange has truly put Yujin in a bind now. Even though his Machino has a wide range, the skill he used earlier is the only one that can reach behind him. And the new girl clearly knows this tidbit of information with how she's moving. She's relentlessly attacking his back while his skills are on cooldown. Even in the eyes of a genius, that is a great strategy. But he also knows that Local isn't your average guy, not an average player by any means. A decent enough or even a great strategy won't be enough. Enduring a barrage of attacks enabled his ultimate skill. And one thing he can do to tip the scales is to use that ult at the right moment. And it did not take too long for that moment to arrive as Vixis went in for another poke damage. She knew what animation that is, but Blondie might not have the time to retreat. Yujin poured all his attention just to get this timing perfectly. With this long ult animation, he needed everything to line up correctly. He unleashed an attack that mimics a batter hitting a massive home run with the ball aimed for the enemy. As soon as that ball of energy gets close to Vixis, then explodes in a massive boom of damage. Instead of panicking, the new girl just smiled confidently. She was not expecting that one, but still, her gratitude goes to Yujin. Taking that ult was enough to trigger her trap card. You would have thought that Vixis was just a girl wearing a mask, but that's actually her monstrous maw. Now, she's facing a DPS without an ultimate skill. On top of that, the aftercast delay on Machino is still in effect. It's now her time to shine with her hero's true capability and take advantage of a sitting duck. Everyone was surprised to see this type of advantage reversal in such a quick manner. Captain Ari was forced to acknowledge that the new girl's skills were not bad at all. But Chang-yeon knows that the term not bad does not even begin to describe her. In her last school, Blondie was the #1 DPS. Yujin, The local did great considering he played a role that he does not usually play. But it was not enough to beat a skilled DPS main. Just as everyone was focused on the match, a familiar sweet voice called out to Jiho. Of course, it was Jinna pulling up to ask our boy if he was ready to go yet. Ari was the first to notice her arrival, and she was on fangirl mode again. The new girl was just dumbstruck in her seat seeing S91's ace and captain of the national team, Jinna Lee, out of nowhere. This is just another addition to her growing confusion about what is up with this weird team. Jinna went up to Blondie, and given that she hadn't seen this young lady before, she assumed that this one must be a new arrival. The new girl's confident demeanor crumbled under the charisma and reputation of the woman in front of her. Jinna wished her luck and to give it her best, but not to get in her Jiho's way. She might be joking, but those eyes are deadly serious. That is some big mommy vibes right there. The confusion in this poor girl's mind is just piling up higher and higher. Ari, on the other hand, is still feeling quite complicated about this relationship between her teammate and idol. Since they are almost out of time, Jiho and Jinna should be going soon. They'll be going down to absolutely wreck Guraf. Just the mention of that name is making Jinna's blood boil. Guraf is in his apartment hearing boss music right now. But Jiho doesn't want to go yet. They still have plenty of time. But Jinna is already taking him by force. They are going when she says they're going. To sum it up for the new girl, the healer looks like a DPS. And now, Sword Rush living legend Jinna Lee just left with that nerdy-looking kid. It makes no sense for someone new to this room. Chang Young was there to defend the nerdy kid, though. That's their team's ace and S91 trainee, Jiho Seong. Having an S91 trainee in a club that formed just a few months ago is just crazy. This place must be in a manhwa or something. Captain Ari just told the new girl that she'll find out what this place truly is, welcoming her to Sword Rush Hell. Fusion remains unbothered and still waiting for the next game to start. Jinna is out here casually holding Jiho by his wrists like they're in a romance drama or something. He's still trying to protest that there's still plenty of time left before their appointment. She asked him if he didn't want to come with her if that's the case, but that's not it. There is something going on that is extremely important for him. He can't miss this opportunity to make fun of his friend for life. At first, Jinna was hearing crazy talk, but she also realized that for Jiho, it would really be a shame to miss. So, she agreed to wait downstairs while Jiho trash talks Yujin. He cheerfully dashed back to the club room to deal some emotional damage to the local. Losing a 1 versus 1 should be punishable by a lifelong license to get trash talked. Jiho busted into the room, hoping that the match was not done yet. This kid should not have come back at all. The match just finished too. And alas, his one ticket to tease Yujin for the rest of their lives has vanished just like that. He had some time, so he came back specifically for that, so he can't believe that he failed to catch it. But it would not have mattered anyway. Yujin has the audacity to be proud that he got owned. He can always use the excuse that he's just a healer, after all. These first years really are hopeless. It turns out that Yujin threw the game after Jiho left because the new girl was too distracted to play properly. And since it's Blondie's fault for not focusing, they can just pretend that this never happened. Anyways, her perception of Jiho has shifted after knowing that he's a promising S91 trainee. She introduced herself as Chowon Lee, and she wants to have another 1 versus 1. Jiho quickly declined, though he's got something important to do after all. They can just do it tomorrow. Chowon was kind of sad that she got rejected like that. Chang Yun had to step in and cut out all the 1 versus 1 challenges. This place is not a dojo. That should be enough for the skill test. They don't need to see more. But Jiho is the only one to sense that Chowon did not show them 100% of what she can do. But it's clear that she's got the skills to back up her confidence. And if Ari is being honest, she wants to own the new girl so badly, but objectively, she's decent enough to get in. And if there are no more objections, they can ask Mr. Yoon to officially enroll her in the course. And the new girl should properly introduce herself to every one of her future teammates. So, in the end, Chowon does not even take the captain's test and she's in. It's also barely an hour since So Yoon left. She apologized for the late introduction. This young lady is Chowon Lee, a transfer student from Gil High. the newest member of the Sword Rush course, and she means nothing but DPS. That sudden humbleness was quite surprising, but she's talented enough to have been scouted by Cheongwon High in Busan, one of the strongest teams in the nation. She really is the real deal, but Chaewon does not want that fact to stop them from showering her with lots of love. She also noticed that Jin Young was particularly upset because someone just left the team before she arrived. But Blondie wants to make it clear that it's not her fault that So-yoon left. Chaewon just wants them to get along, and she wants to be friends with Jin Young because he's the cutest one in the room. Those words have never been directed onto this moron, so he was immediately put under the spell. Just from that single interaction, he imagined himself marrying Chaewon. They would have a child together, and they would watch that kid grow up and play games like they used to. They will live happily ever after. He's just like me. For real. This idiot audibly asked her if they'll let their kids play video games when they have children. The cringe is real for his buddies after hearing that. As some of them know, Yale High only has extracurricular clubs like they used to. Chaewon has her sights on becoming a pro, so she switched to Dano High right after the vocational course was greenlit. Everyone is aiming for the same thing, so they shouldn't start any rivalries. Mr. Yoon has a lot on his plate, so they must train under Ari's lead. Also, Jiho really needs to leave right now. He apologized for going out and promised to not skip practice starting tomorrow. Jiho forgot about Jinna for a moment, and she was really busy too. He called her, but the line was too noisy on Jinna's side. It's a bad feeling as to why it's noisy on Jinna's side. Right outside the gates of Dano High, a luxurious vehicle is being mobbed by countless students. They're all trying to get a glimpse of Jinna, the ultra celebrity. They are asking for autographs and snapping pictures of the lady. She really is popular. Jiho can only wonder if he'll also be like that. In the midst of the crowd, Jinna noticed her boy standing at the back. She waved at him, and it was a signal that they were about to go now. Seeing her get in the car, the students are still confused as to what she's doing here in their school. Jiho is having a hard time pushing through the curious crowd with his thin frame. Some of the students recognized Jiho, but they were confused as to why he was getting in the car with such a big name. They connected two and two together that it must have something to do with the Sword Rush Club opening as a vocational course, and that Jiho must have joined S91. The public opinion for our boy is slowly turning around. Jin-ah acknowledges that after that scene, Jiho will probably be a school celebrity by tomorrow. He thought that the Or wanted him to go low-key, but it's not like they did anything wrong with a little flexing. And come to think of it, Jiho thought that he was only going with the manager today. Jin-ah coming along is quite a surprise. It turns out that she's been meaning to go to a diner along the way, so they could have a date while they're at it too. But something also came up on her end, so they'll have to postpone that date. She can't mess with Guruf either. Jin-ah hates to disappoint, but they would have been having that date now if Jiho wasn't late. The other manager is waiting in another car behind, so she'll be dropped off at that one for now. She deliberately exited from Jiho's side. This lady is serious about going on that date together next time, and he reminded Jiho to bust Guraf's ass when they see each other later. This woman's actions remain a mystery for our boy. An hour later, Guraf is faced with something that he'll have to carry every day. He was forced to make an apology video. This guy didn't think that he would ever need one of these, but here he is. He humbly bowed an apology for his wrongs. Even his chat knows that this type of thing would happen sooner or later. He wants to apologize for making baseless claims in his last stream. It was clickbait, and he was only trying to entertain his viewers. And now, since he's so sorry, he quickly changed gears and went back to streamer mode. He flipped the script and made it look like he invited the super rookie to the stream today. Jiho is out here wearing his Spiro mask again. He's still feeling a bit of bad blood for this scum, but now he has the manager on his side. It's hard to believe that this trash is the same person humbly apologizing earlier. But now Guraf is scared straight with the manager watching over him like a hawk. That woman is not messing around. She chewed out Guraf for an hour and continued to exert pressure. This series has some top-tier mommies. Before even stepping into the frame of the streaming camera, Jiho had already grown tired of Guraf. The behavior this guy was exhibiting was not that of someone who had just apologized a moment ago. In this cramped space, masked once again, Jiho could only wonder how things had turned out this way again. Going back a few minutes, we saw the manager dominantly imposing some restrictions on anything defamatory towards Jiho. She had decided to come here in person to confirm what exactly the reveal would be. If this turned out to be an infringement of privacy, S91 would not hesitate to press charges against the streamer. Hearing this, Giraffe immediately folded in fear as he swore that the organization had nothing to worry about. That's exactly what the manager wanted, but just in case, she still wanted to hear how S91 should handle this incident from Giraffe's words. The root of this issue was the simple fact that masked Jiho's streams had performed exceptionally well with a lot of views and positive feedback. He had only planned to create some regular content, except he thought he'd add a little bit of excitement to hype up his viewers. But that's not just a little bit, that's a lot of excitement. The manager wanted to ensure that there wouldn't be any deviation from the content reported to S91. Giraffe also had to clear the unnecessary hype right away. If a problem did arise, Manager Mommy wouldn't be the one knocking on the studio's doors next time. Giraffe was still on edge, but he was glad that they had cleared the air. From his initial fear to the number of likes his stream would get today, he couldn't wait to proceed with the stream as he had intended. And that's what led to this moment of Giraffe pretending that his apology at the start of the stream was merely a skit for his viewers. Now that it was out of the way, it was time for some killer content. With an absurd graphic on his back, he addressed his viewers who were sitting in their rooms, dreaming of becoming a pro. He announced his search for the next super rookie. Giraffe set the prize at a whopping 10 million won to kickstart the Masked Rookie Challenge. Clueless about all of this, Jiho was taken aback by the large prize pool. But that was the least of his worries. The rule of the search was simple. All the viewers had to do was win against Jiho, the super trainee. In true streamer fashion, the guy was overhyping his viewers by acting unhinged again. Masked Jiho was reaching his limit with this guy. He was done with these crazy antics. Giraffe was out there doing bunny hops in his room to show hype and excitement. That is some upstairs neighbor activity right there. Jiho couldn't take it anymore. To go against Giraffe's plans, he would accept the challenge, but he would like to set a condition. He would participate in this contest only if Giraffe beat him in a 1 versus 1. This stopped Trash Giraffe in his tracks. He clearly heard Jiho's stipulation, but he was just having a brain fart. He couldn't process it yet. Jiho took a seat and said he would log in right away, telling Giraffe to come in when he was ready. On the inside, Giraffe was extremely infuriated by this snotty rotten brat's counteroffer. He thought about just exposing his past and screwing him over. But no, Jiho was still useful to him. He wanted to milk all the value for all it's worth. So he humbly went up to this masked trainee to propose a counteroffer. He wanted to invite another Sword Rush streamer and have a nice and clean 2 versus 1. Jiho thought that his motion sickness had gotten a little better after the hack arena, and this could be good practice, so he easily agreed. With dollar signs in his eyes, Giraffe was beaming with radiance, knowing that an ace never shies away from a challenge. Bro was trying to finesse someone that can 1 versus 100 literal hackers. It did not take too long for them to set up a room, and now we were on the loading screen. Giraffe's live chat kept calling him shameless for going 2 versus 1, but this guy was actually proud of it. In exchange, they promised not to use a healer in the duo comp. He would be using Glacusa, a support hero that excels in acceleration. Disgraceful doesn't even begin to describe him, but he's playing a hero that his viewers like. As for his duo partner, this guy was just happy to get invited to Giraffe's channel. He was the gaming streamer Fushcake, controlling the DPS Utamen, an offense-centric pick. He got into the room without knowing who they were facing. Giraffe only told him now that they would fight the S91 trainee who came on his channel last time. It's the same player who got MVP for all his placements. This would be wild. Jiho thought that Spiro would be perfect for this 2 versus 1, but Jinnah advised him not to pick it, so he'd pick an offensive support that counters the enemies instead. His hero would be Genevieve, a support that is well-rounded in every stat with a little bit of speed. Normally, he would kill the annoying support first, but that strat was out of the window because Giraffe was the one playing support this time. He planned to deal with the DPS first as fast as he could. The initial collision was easily dodged as Utenan's attack hit nothing but the ground. This opened the cyborg ape to some critical counterattack openings. After dealing with this one, Jiho intended to take his time torturing Guraf. Fishcake couldn't help but acknowledge that this first attack was just unreal. With these moves, it quickly became apparent that he was not a trainee for nothing. Meanwhile, on Guraf's chat, someone pledged 200,000 won if the duo wins. This was enough to wake up the money-hungry streamer's blood and thank action. Everyone was underestimating his power when there was a cash reward on the line. He believed that nothing could stop him now. But Jiho was just confused by this confusing play. Using a ground skill right away was a huge blunder, given that you wouldn't have it for later, and Genevieve even had an immunity skill. It would have been better if Guraf used it while Jiho was engaging the DPS. Nonetheless, at least that's one thing he doesn't have to worry about anymore. Using this fast-as-hell hero, Jiho riddled Utanan with countless attacks at a breakneck pace. Every stab and slash was perfectly placed. Fishcake was just flabbergasted that he was taking every attack while Jiho looked super relaxed and not even breaking a sweat on the stream. It was becoming apparent that an offensive support does a lot of damage when all the shots land. His chat was starting to trash talk him for running away in an unfair 2 versus 1. To add insult to injury, Jiho even unequipped Genevieve's spear while telling the two to take their time. Like the classic gamers that they are, the two streamers wouldn't take that taunting line down. Guraf told Cake to just toss their strategy out, they would just charge right in. Why would they need a strategy when it's a 2 versus 1 in the first place? And so the duo did just that, jumping into the fray with a furious leap while their chats kept on dissing them for embarrassing themselves. A 2-pronged attack was a no-brainer in a 2 versus 1. It's a good textbook move. But since it was such a no-brainer, Jiho knew exactly what was about to happen. As the target of this 2-angle assault, he could easily predict the enemy's limited moves. He started with Utanen, and Glacusa followed suit, trying to slash through while Jiho was distracted. But that turned out to be a failure as Guraf ate a spear slash to the face. Cake was low on health, so this guy needed to tank a few shots instead. He needed to take Jiho's aggro no matter what, but the kid was just ignoring and avoiding him. Jiho's Genevieve would rather pummel the DPS even further with his relentless barrage of attacks. It was clear that our boy was trying to kill the DPS first, so Utanan scrambled and retreated to the other side of the map. He leaped and made chase without any hesitation. He needed to land a kill shot, but this progression was actually better for the streamer duo. This was it. They thought that Jiho had finally taken their bait. But our boy had already caught on to what they were doing. They were obviously hurting him in one direction. Guraf wanted to show his chat that they'd been doing everything deliberately up to now when they cornered Jiho. These two morons thought that nobody could block or dodge both an ultimate and a ranged attack at the same time. Guraf started it off with his ground skill again as it slowly crawled through the map. Lieutenant's cannon arm had also locked onto poor Genevieve, but Jiho begged to differ with their opinion. He thought that he could dodge both fatal attacks. His micro skills would be on full display with this particular play. His hero's movement skill had finally come up. Closing the gap with the DPS in just a second is exactly why he picked Genevieve as his hero. Jiho unleashed an electrifying spear stab that paralyzed Utanen, canceling the monkey's ultimate. Cake could not help but realize that this might be the end for them. Under the humiliating barrage of stabs and slashes, this is what happens when noobs try to surround the GOAT. He even wanted to end this first enemy with a dramatic flare. With a clean stab through Ichikanen's body, that wasn't even the end of Cake's run. Jiho activated another electric skill that crackled through the spear. Jiho was enjoying the release of this brutal finish against an opponent with such low HP. Guraf and Cake were now convinced that this would be the end of the line for them. A massive explosion of electricity and destruction deleted the DPS from the face of the game. Meanwhile, Guraf's freezing floor had yet to reach Jiho's range. He admitted that he might have struggled if they did this strategy right from the start. But now, it had become extremely easy to kill and dodge at the same time. This rotten streamer was in a bind right now. He was about to lose with his money-making idea on the line. And now, even though it's just a video game, he felt an ominous feeling while standing against Jiho in a 1 versus 1. He asked himself if he had done something wrong to the point that this was starting to feel personal. Now that he was certainly screwed, he might as well aim for more donations while putting on a show. He intended to go out with a bang for more donations from here on out. The first 10,001 donation noticed that Jiho had been one-tapping his keys to dodge every skill coming his way. He's not only dodging but zipping past the ranged attacks to close the distance. Another 30,001 donation dubbed Jiho as the second coming of Faker in the gaming world. Genevi's strikes have this heavy and very personal weight to them no matter how you saw it. Of course, some chatters donated to reflect their insecurities to Jiho given how good he is at the game. Just when Gura thought he had a chance to sneak in a little counterattack of his own, he was rudely reminded of the skill gap between him and God Jiho. Another 50,001 donation expressed that watching Guraf getting smashed this badly is like therapy. Some of the viewers knew that it was over as soon as Cake's ult was cancelled. Jiho was not joking when he said he was going to take his time with Guraf. He was curb stomping the hero on the ice. Another 100,001 donation wanted Jiho to start streaming, as he will 100% go viral with his playstyle. Even though it's not his main hero, Genevieve looked like a death god sentencing Guraf to a humiliating non-stop beating. But instead of shame, this pervert was just feeling pleasure from all the donation notifications. If he picked a healer and self-healed, he could have lasted until he collected 3,000,001 more. Just arrest this man for every crime. All of it. He blamed himself for being a moron who couldn't see the big picture. He could have made so much more money from this beatdown. Finally, Jiho decided to raise the electric spear for the curtain call. A resounding boot echoed through the map as he absolutely obliterated Guraf's hero. Beating up the trashy guy felt really good as Jiho pulled out the headphones. He tossed away the mask as he prepared to go home. Man, black shirt, Jiho was a menace to society. After sobering up from his donation euphoria, Guraf finally realized that he had screwed up big time. He had tried to play fair by not picking a healer, but now he was about to lose everything. He had no other choice but to plead with Mr. Hotshot Training. He would pause the stream just so they could have a quick chat together. Guraf thought that Jiho was just naive, but he was harder to exploit than expected. He went back to his seat to entertain his audience some more and make fun of his loss. But it didn't matter how smart Jiho was compared to him. Jiho dealt with tens of thousands of viewers every single day. If he stopped the stream, his viewers would be very mad and blame Spiro. It was just so predictable. He even shamelessly tried to act cute and stuff. Everyone watching the stream could not help but feel a visceral reaction to that. Back in the club room, it was Chaewon's first glance at Jiho's genius. He was not an S91 trainee for nothing. Guraf and Fish Cake were both grandmasters and rankers to boot. They even had an optimal duo comp. Jinyoung hyped up his boy even more, saying that Jiho had won too easily this time, adding that Jiho was always an animal when he was gaming. Yujin also chimed in. He expected no less from the rank 1 of 1 sword. The new girl did not know that, so she assumed that Local was just kidding or something. Any player aiming for the pro league like her would know the legendary Spiro. Yujin, being the airhead that he is, thought that Blondie was talking about Spiro the hero. But it's not even a secret anymore that what Chaewon said was right. Jiho was Spiro's origin as the rank 1 of 1 sword. Also, Jinyoung had another tidbit of information that everyone in the room must know. With a confident smirk, the Silver Warlord announced that he needed to go and take a dump. Inaruna ran to exit the club room, leaving his teammates with a stinky revelation when they thought he was about to say something important. But Chaewon just realized something awkward just now. With everyone gone, it was just her and Yujin alone in the club room now. Back in Guraf's studio, this rotten guy was still pleading with Jiho that the match was unfair. Since he turned 30 ages ago, it was no surprise that he was no match against the rank 1 of 1 sword. He so badly wanted Jiho's withdrawal to be just something to make the match spicy. But before all that, Jiho wanted to know how this guy found out that he was the rank 1 of 1 sword. You'd have to be an idiot not to figure that out by now after watching Jiho play. No one else would go around bashing heads in with a depraved hero like Spiro. Also, it was Chan Yun. That kid was the first to ask Guraf to confirm Jiho's identity in the first place. But even without any of that, anyone who used to play one sword would undoubtedly recognize Jiho instantly. Guraf knew that he must hurry before the manager got in his way again. He wanted to know just why Jiho even bothered to hide this incredible fact in the first place when it would be easier to just reveal it. Well, that would be because Jiho was worried. He was worried that as soon as that information got out, he wouldn't be free to simply enjoy playing Sword Rush like he's doing now. This rotten man feigned sympathy for the kid as he found his new in. Even Jiho could just buy another account. He wouldn't say that because he could use this fear. When it came to content and money-making, this idea turned into an absolute genius of disgusting proportions. With Jiho's worries, he could turn the tables. For now, he just needed one more chance from the kid. He wanted to propose a way where Jiho could enjoy Sword Rush even more. He shoved his phone in Jiho's face and gave him a glance at the streaming world. It was his chat, pissed off that the stream ended on such short notice, blaming Jiho for getting out early and killing the broadcast. Guraf wanted to find someone from this chat with actual skills and absolutely destroy them like Jiho used to do. If they were lucky, there might be someone here who used to play one sword too. Back in the club room, the unlikely duo of Yujin and Chaewon practiced as partners silently. Even after 45 minutes of playing together, only the taps and clicks of the keyboard and mouse could be heard in the room. Chaewon felt awkward around this scary-looking dude. He didn't say a single thing unless asked for something first. She clumsily brought up that Jin Young was certainly taking his time. Yujin thought that maybe the kid ran out of toilet paper or something. Jin Young would have texted them if that was the case, but this was perfect. He could use this to get rid of Yujin, telling him to give their teammate a roll of toilet paper. Yujin might look like a thug, but he's a nice guy thug. He would gladly hand his homie some toilet paper. He stepped out of the club room, finally giving Chaewon some room to breathe. Now that she was all alone in the room, he could finally stretch his bones. From now on, the new girl really needed to get along with everyone here. Yujin had been waiting all this time so they could practice together, but that was 50 minutes down the drain of no team practice. Now, he even had to hand the idiot some toilet paper in the teacher's only restroom. He slid the door open and screamed for Jin Young, but instead of his teammate, he saw some thugs doing some dubious activities and inhaling some suspicious material. One of the thugs recognized him as one of the gaming nerds and ordered him to come closer, given that he already told the dorks not to use this bathroom. Yujin remained unfazed by these goons, though at the same toilet a few days back. These same thugs confronted him after hearing that he used to throw hands, making a name for himself as local or something like that. But if that was the case, then why hadn't these guys heard of him yet? Yujin's dad had told him to hold back whenever he thought a fight was about to start. So he just shut down these goons' childish remarks. It infuriated the supposed leader of the delinquent group. This leader then pinched Yujin on the cheek pretty hard while continuing with some weak verbal assault. Calling their activities childish was something that only superiors were allowed to say, so the leader gave Yujin a few weak slaps on the face for being rude. Oh, hell no, you have to go on demon time at this point, before anything worse could happen. The busy Mr. Yoon arrived suddenly. This should be the staff restroom, but some students were loitering around. He stepped in to break up this suspicious gathering while reprimanding the students for being where they weren't supposed to be. He asked the students why they were there in the first place. He also asked Yujin if this was what he thought it was. So, all of them were called into the staff room immediately. Back to the present, it looked like a repeat of the incident from a few days ago. This thug leader calling Yujin a dork was about to swing for a slap again. But Local warned them that he would not hold back twice. As the delinquent leader was about to dish out his weak and disrespectful slap, Yujin took the first shot with a face-altering smack. It immediately left a handprint on the guy's ugly mug. It looks like the rumors are true about this local after all. These thugs heard that Yujin got into fights all the time in middle school, and now he joined the club to play games and lord over the nerds. As Yujin dodged a clumsy punch, he insisted that all of that was bull crap. These morons don't even know him, so another resounding slap as a counter should be fine. Holding the toilet paper for his buddy, he shifted his target to the last fool. A toilet paper slam to the face shouldn't hurt too bad, but it has to be exceptionally humiliating. Yujin is just John Wick with that toilet paper. Local doesn't like people who spread weird rumors about him when they don't know anything about him. He finished off the third guy with a neck-shattering, perfectly timed uppercut. These goons were really pissing him off big time. With these morons either writhing on the floor in pain or looking at the slapping aftermath, Yujin wanted to make something clear. He didn't want people to talk smack about his club members. As usual, these idiots were still looking fierce, thinking that Yujin just practiced martial arts or something. For a change, the Three Stooges wanted to grab his arms to break some bones. They were out here broadcasting their next moves like they were in voice chat. That kid thought he was still on Discord. Given that Local could hear everything, he could respond accordingly with a spin move that ultimately culminated in a massive kick to an unfortunate imbecile's leg. These guys made the ultimate noob mistake of calling their moves before attacking. No team play, no strength, no drip, no hose. These three were not just clowns, they were the whole circus. As another one came at Yujin with an awkward punch, he took a sharp step to the inside and landed a critical punch to the jaw while holding the toilet paper. Jinyoung had been hiding in one of the stalls for the last 45 minutes because he was too scared. Watching this go down was just straight out of a movie. He couldn't believe that Local was actually amazing at fighting. That was even more shocking than him being a healer main. This might just be why the other bullies had not been coming around the club. Given that a 3-on-1 resulted in complete annihilation, Local insisted that he did not give a damn about the childish crap that these delinquents got up to. But he wouldn't stand still if they dared to spread weird rumors again. With bruised faces and frustration, the leader looked at him with contempt. I would bet money that you've never seen someone wrap up some toilet paper in their hands so menacingly. If these idiots kept on pushing him, Yujin wouldn't hold back again. This man is going pro on the wrong sport. The day after Giraffe's stream, Jiho's life had pretty much returned to normal. Jinyoung was there to buzz around him like a fly, and Giraffe was still trying to get him to come back to the stream. But today might not be the same as the last ones, as people from their school were starting to recognize Jiho. They were all over the fact that he had gotten in the car with Jin Ali yesterday. There was a photo of them together going viral on Winstagram. That's right, he had become a Winstagram and YouTube celebrity. Jiho's schoolmates were just dying to know what relationship he had with Jin-ah to be alone with her in a car. But first of all, the manager was also there, and secondly, he wasn't even sure if he was allowed to disclose anything. Checking the photo, Jinyoung confirmed that it was really getting a lot of likes. That photo got 50 times the likes that Guraff got on his recent post. Jiho had basically become a true celebrity. This guy was already letting all those likes get to his head, believing that it was all because of his good looks. Jinyoung had the most appropriate response you could ever have, but it was undeniable that Jin Ali looked pretty as hell in that pic. Of course, the clout-chasing schoolmates would want some autographs or something. It started with one guy, and then more people started to recognize Jiho from the viral picture. It only took a minute for a mob to form, hounding Jiho for all sorts of things. They wanted to know if he was doing something with S91, what Jin Ali smelled like, or if she had a bunch of gaming laptops in her car and stuff. Jiho did not know that his Jin-ah Nuna was this popular with boys his age. Thankfully, he was yanked out of that growing mob. As for who got him out of the mess, it was none other than the new girl, Chaewon. In one of the classrooms at Dano High, Chang-yeon was peacefully scribbling through his notes. He overheard his classmates talking about some first-year bullies getting destroyed by a local. That name, Local, was very familiar to him, a peculiar nickname given by a certain someone in their team. He naturally thought that these classmates of his were talking about Yujin, the Yujin who took out 3 goons on his own. He kept his head down, but he was really good at fighting. You would think that he did martial arts. They called him Local because he beat up all the local bullies back in middle school. Some said that's where he got the scar on his face. Some kids thought he was the reason there weren't any bullies around the school. Overhearing the mention of a face scar all but confirmed that it was definitely Yujin. That knucklehead was getting into trouble. Chang-yeon might need to lock them in the club room or something. As he was thinking about what to do from here, a raging, familiar voice entered the room, asking the gossiping classmates where they had heard all that stuff about Local. It was none other than the furious Captain Ari. This was higher stakes than usual because she was holding Chang-Yun's gym clothes while fuming in anger. If this gossip weren't true, she would truly kill these kids for spreading lies about her teammate. But it should be true since the whole school knew what happened by now. Chang-Yun jumped in to save his gym clothes and to avoid causing any more scenes in the classroom. But the hot-headed captain reasoned that she wasn't causing a scene. She was just asking questions. He just whispered to her that they should go directly to the source and ask Yujin themselves to check if the rumors were true. Ari relented and agreed to just ask the first years later in the club room. Now that classes were about to start soon, she humbly apologized for being rude. She just got a bit worked up because it was someone she knew. She knew that Yujin could be a bit of a jerk at times, but he would not go around beating people up. But what if it was true? Mr. Yoon had already told them to stay out of trouble. She also warned Chang-Yun to stay out of this as she was going to deal with this herself as captain. Meanwhile, things had been going as usual in the cafeteria. Chae-won was just finding out that the other kids in school still didn't know that Jiho was an S-91 trainee, nor was he trying to hide that fact. She quickly caught on to the fact that Jiho was worried that he wouldn't be able to focus on gaming if the word got out. Her quick pickup came as a surprise to Jiho. In just the short time that they had been talking, she had already acclimated to the situation. Jin-young also chimed in to take shots at his best friend, claiming that one sword was all this dingus thought about when he wasn't eating. From the way he talked, you'd think he was some hero trying to save the world. This earned Jin-young the quick carrot chop to the neck to shut him up while eating. After hearing everyone talk, Chae-won just became more curious about how good Jiho was. So she did miss a beat and challenged Jiho to a match today. Yujin was utterly convinced that he was the only normal one among them. Jin-young wouldn't let that slip by though. Local was definitely the weirdest one out of all of them. All this talk about Local was only confusing everyone. This kid spilled the beans that he saw Yujin fight, and he was totally the Local everyone was talking about. He pretended that he wasn't the neighborhood bully this whole time. It was hella whack, but Jiho didn't really mind at all. Going back to his lunch, that stuff about Yujin fighting didn't faze Jiho at all. But the other students had a wildly different reaction. They were starting to turn on Yujin for being the worst of the worst since he certainly looked the part. The gaming club was also getting labeled as a group of delinquents because of this. Ari, being pretty infamous among the second years for her bad temper, didn't help their case either. But Chang-Yun should have been a model student since middle school and had never caused any trouble. Rolling with the wrong crowd didn't suit him. He was being lumped in with Captain Ari, and all the girls who liked her when the semester started low-key hated her now. The students were even targeting the gaming club's switch to a vocational course. They thought it was for the best since their studying was hopeless anyway. These gossip-mongering students weren't even trying to hide the fact that they were dissing the club. If the rumors had spread this far, this thing had gone out of control. It was getting serious. And that's when Ari sent a group text message to the team. She wanted everyone to meet in the club room as soon as school ended. In the room, Ari and Chang-Yun looked like disappointed parents confronting their kids about the rumors of Yujin being this infamous Local. Our friendly, murderous healer admitted that he did get into a fight, but he insisted that he wasn't Local. Ari was evidently worried to find out that he did fight against 3 people. She was just concerned about Yujin's well-being. And the kid politely nodded to confirm. She felt relief that Yujin didn't get hurt since that was better than getting beaten up in her opinion. Chang-Yun begged to differ though. He firmly believed it would have been less of a headache if Yujin had gotten beaten up instead. He had already told everyone not to get in trouble for the sake of the vocational course, but they just wouldn't listen. Jin-young didn't do anything wrong, but he still felt like a screwball getting scolded. Artie clapped back, reminding Chang-Yun not to get involved this time. But he just couldn't resist reprimanding these knuckleheads. As for this Local talk, no one was really sure what it was exactly. So Yujin explained, back in his middle school days, some lowlife bully decided to target him for some classic lunch money extortion. And the lowlife didn't look like the look on his face. Before he could get beaten up, he unleashed the first strike without even blinking. To him, that was a fair fight. After that, there was a different loser lowlife bully targeting someone who couldn't defend himself. This nerdy-looking kid was actually Yujin's friend, so he gave the thugs some tough whacking to the neck. After that, Challengers in all shapes and sizes started seeking him out for fights. He just casually accepted any challenge, though. It didn't take too long for every student in the middle school to spin some stories about him going around beating up all the neighborhood bullies, a local bully, if you will. This guy was basically the main character of his own series back in middle school. Hearing this story, Ari was convinced that this guy was a whole new breed of screwball. Jinyeon rejoiced that he wasn't the most problematic member anymore. Everyone else was just shocked by that retelling. Suddenly, every one of their phones started to buzz at the same time. It was Soyeon informing them that the Parents Association was going to protest the Sword Rush vocational course because of violence, and it had only been a day since she left. This was exactly the worst-case scenario that Chang-yeon was afraid of. He was going to have to step in. So, he instructed Yujin to come out as they needed to talk. The obedient Yujin quickly followed suit, and Captain Ari didn't have the time to protest anymore. She just slammed the desk in frustration with all her idiot team members. It looked like Chang-yeon was off the rails now. She tried to patch things up, but things were getting out of control. These days, their team had been under complete mayhem. Chae-won could only wonder if it was always this scary in this place. Chang-yeon laid out the situation with the Parents Association, watching their every move. It wasn't just the vocational course that was at stake here. If they weren't careful, they might have to scrap the club altogether. So, he asked Yujin what they would do from this point. This kid probably didn't have a plan, although he couldn't express it. Yujin really did feel bad that it had gotten to this point. Chang-yeon didn't need to say anything more. In his opinion, Yujin must take responsibility for his actions. He must get the hell out of their team.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Jinyeon wanted to check on the two, but Ari wanted to wait a bit longer. They would go up if they still didn't come back in a few minutes. While they were doing nothing, Chae-won proposed that they should practice. She was trying so hard to get Jiho in front of a computer to find out how good he was. The new girl is such a sword rush nerd that she would crouch and use her charm on Jiho if need be. Blondie just wanted to have a quick match with Jiho while they were waiting. Ari was feeling the headache of being the captain once again. She was starting to think that she might be the problem here. Suddenly, Jiho's phone started ringing once again, but it was Jeduk calling him this time around. Chae-won was disappointed to see that the demand for Jiho was just too high, with all the calls coming in. Jeduk started off by asking if he was interrupting practice, but Jiho assured him that he was not. He just called to ask Jiho if they've seen the Wild School tournament announcement just now. There were so many things happening that everyone forgot that today was the announcement. The groupings and brackets of the contest have been decided too. It looks like they won't be facing Jeduk's team just yet. The kid even sent Jiho a picture of the brackets for the upcoming tournament. Dano High is in the lowest group H, and they are seeded as the worst team in the entire lineup. As expected, the #1 seed in Group A is Yeonju High. They should have gotten an easy first in the tryouts. They have the opposite seeding at the very last place. They have Jiangsu High to worry about in Group H. Chae-won saw the name of Gil High, and her anger and annoyance were palpable. Jeduk also wanted to talk to Ari as he heard that Dano High is starting a vocational course to support the players. This information was supposed to be hush-hush, and Jiho did not even tell Jeduk about it. It turned out that the kid heard it from another friend, and everyone already knows about it by now. Also, Bonghun High's coach just suddenly quit his job, apparently. The whole team is scrambling and having a mental breakdown right now. Jiho already knew that though. That coach is Pink Undies after all. This was the first time that Jeduk heard about this crucial piece of news. He did not realize that the perv was Bonghun's coach. It shouldn't come as a surprise since the guy was always good at analysis and strats. Hearing this juicy gossip prompted Jeduk to want to share it with some other guys from One Sword as he said his goodbye. His username Blood Moon Hurricane really checks out. Talking to him is quite chaotic. Ari logged into one of the computers to analyze the brackets. The team wasn't even thinking about it given that there's too much going on lately. Every year, the organizers introduce new formats to the tournament. Ari needs to find out what's new this time around. The announcement included the introduction of the pick and ban system in all existing game modes. Also, the tournament winners will enter a special match against the trainees from last year's champions. The addition of the pick and ban feature is something that would drastically affect Daniel Hai. Captain Ari, Jin-young, and even Chae-won knew how deeply this would change the game. Jiho wasn't surprised by this since he heard that they're going to introduce it to the Pro League too. They must be testing it out in the school tournament. Jin-young would be crippled by this rule as he only practiced AXA. He must come back to square zero of the grind. But Jiho just mocked his friend for not being good enough to be target banned. The opponents would probably take Ari's Bluminance. The Silver Warlord clapped back that Jiho's just lucky that he plays a trash hero that no one picks. But this kid would fight for his Spearow until the end of time. Since their team is full of one-tricks, a pick and ban feature will hit them like a hammer, especially once teams catch on to Spearow. Chae-won assured the captain that she's one less one-trick to worry about as she's also good at playing bruiser tech tanks. A few minutes had passed already, so Ari ordered the kids to stop fighting and fetch Chang-yeon. Jin-young volunteered to go upstairs and call the two back to the room. On a rooftop, we see Chang-yeon pushing Yujin to take responsibility for his actions and lead the team, but Local just shook his head in refusal. It looks like these two stoic types are in a standoff with their principles on the line. Chang-yeon wanted to emphasize how shameless it would be to do the worst possible thing and hold the team back because of it. Yujin is adamant that there aren't any problems because he simply did nothing wrong. That's not the point though. What's right and wrong doesn't matter anymore. The Parents Association just needs something or someone to blame at this point. Imagine being a grown-ass parent and hating on a gaming club. Those people wanted the team gone, and Yujin handed them exactly what they were looking for. Refusing to acknowledge that would just drag the team down. So, in Chang-yeon's opinion, Yujin must lead the team no matter what. You're not going to find a better healer, bro. Give it up. Jin-young heard everything. So now he's too scared to intervene in such a serious talk. He kept on seeing things that he shouldn't really be seeing lately. He felt like a spy working for the CIA or something. It seems cold-hearted, but like always, Chang-yeon isn't wrong. But only Jin-young knows that Yujin kicked some butt because of the team. Local is just being falsely accused, so he bursts through the door with some vital information to reveal. Looking at the kid, the two can only wonder what Jin-young has in store for them. Rather than telling them something, he thinks that it's better if they see the thing for themselves. In Jin-young's phone is a complete video of the altercation inside the faculty restroom. Seeing the reason for Yujin's beatdown could be used as evidence for their case, plus that crispy slap never gets old. Chang-yeon did not expect that Jin-young would come in to save the day in a single move. This video completely changes everything. It changes their dangerous status. Jin-young can't quite grasp it, but he's having a bad feeling about Chang-yeon's reaction. He just started recording this video in case the bullies beat up Yujin. He did not expect Local to turn things around and act like John Wick instead. This is truly a job well done by Jin-young. He came in clutch for the entire team today. It's rare to receive a compliment from the ice-cold Chang-yeon, but now he's finally received it, and Jin-young is already letting it go to his head as usual. And as for Yujin, Chang-yeon genuinely apologized for saying everything he just said. He was just thinking about the team and trying to minimize the damage. He won't make any lame excuses. Instead, he swore to sort this mess out by himself. The coach/strategist offered a handshake and apology, which Yujin gladly took. He didn't really take it to heart. They're all good now. Night came, and we saw Chang-yeon sitting on a bench somewhere casually. He'd been waiting for something or someone to come and meet him at this park. The moronic Three Stooges from the faculty restroom came trudging in to meet our boy. He criticized the bunch of delinquents for complaining about the meeting place while running extremely late. One of the goons started running his mouth and shooting poisonous looks at Chang-yeon. Fortunately for them, the delinquent leader knows when to shut his mouth. This kid surprisingly bowed down to Chang-yeon and sincerely apologized for his friend's disrespectful tone and words. The two goons beside him were thoroughly confused. This guy usually does whatever he wants because his dad's got his back, and now he's bowing down to some random second year. The bully leader started trembling in shame and fear hearing that his goons were not taking the hint. He had to give them a good whack to the face while Chang-yeon was undisturbed while taking something out of his bag. While the leader was beating up his underlings, Mr. Strategist was just casually pulling his AirPods out. The delinquent head knows that if they don't want to be screwed for the rest of their lives, they need to shut up in front of Chang-yun. He shoved his goons out of the picture. He will be dealing with this mess by himself. Thankfully, one of the lowlifes realized what was going on and dragged the other one away. Chang-yun asserted that the head bully should have come alone in the first place. His lack of foresight is why he's going around doing idiotic things. Our strategist handed the boy a letter of apology detailing what happened. He only wrote down what they did and the damage they caused. The Three Stooges can fill up the gaps within reason. Chang-yun will check the final draft before this guy submits it to the faculty. Instead of anger, he was actually grateful. And now the video is the only thing he's worried about. The coach tossed the garbage footage, saved in a thumb drive like it was nothing. But it came with a warning for the bully to not be stupid and make the situation worse. That is some mafia stuff right there. That boy is cold as ice. This guy's future hinges on the file in this little storage device. Right now, he's completely under the boot of the Sword Rush Club via Chang-yun. A few days later, everything had been sorted out regarding the Yujin incident without any major problems. Thanks to the apology letters, the Parents Association decided not to press the issue. However, Mr. Yu needed to remind everyone, especially Yujin, that violence isn't the answer. Even as self-defense, what he did to the trio was too much. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again. What Yujin took from that scolding was that if they hit him first, that meant he could hit them back. And as everyone has heard by now, the schedule and format of the school tournament have been announced. Simply put, they can think of it as having the same format as a sports tournament. The round of 32 is a group stage where each team will play a single match. The top 2 teams in each bracket will advance to the round of 16. That is when the tournament proper begins. For the group stage, the first seed of each group will be made up of the 2 teams that reached last year's finals and the 6 teams that had the most tournament points. The 2 to 4 seeds are ordered according to the number of each team's friendly match points. That's the gist of the tournament structure. The people around the table had their brains fried midway through that explanation. So, in simpler terms, their next opponent in Group H would be Mission High. They did not have much time to prepare in the first place, and now, the pick and ban system will make things more difficult. Unfortunately, Mr. Yuvin will be busy setting up the vocational course, so Captain Ari will step in as the practice leader this time. She is extremely ready to take over the team. Ari thinks that everyone has been taking it easy lately, and it's about time for her to whip them into shape. The first years were quite receptive and pumped for the upcoming training, though. On the other hand, Chang-yun will be analyzing the opponent's strategies and coming up with their own pick and ban strats. Chae-won is just happy that everything has finally come together right after she got into the team. But today, Blondie is not going to miss her chance again. She grabbed onto Jiho for one thing and one thing only. She's got dibs on him for the first time today. Now that the 2 are positioned in front of their screens, Chae-won cannot contain her excitement. Jiho has finally agreed to that 1 versus 1 she desperately wants. This works for our boy too. He's been curious how good she really is when she plays at 100%. Ari instructed them not to hold back so they could get some serious practice in. But they shouldn't drag the game too long since they still need to train some team play. Yujin just wants to take a seat and hop on the practice. But Jen-yeon wants to see this 1 versus 1 first. Local thinks that the outcome is painfully obvious, but Chae-won shuts him up with an ominous glare. Since the new girl is going all out, she urges the ace to do the same. They can't be lame and half-ass this because it's practice. Jiho knows that this young woman is not someone who can be underestimated. So, with his trusty main hero, Spiro, on a sandy beach map, he's going full throttle right from the get-go. He'll face Chae-won with everything he's got. His first charging attack was easy to read and easy to dodge by her Vixist. That move was quite surprising, though a support hero going in aggressively is rare after all. And he's just getting started. He dashed so fast that it looks like Spiro just teleported behind her. No matter how experienced you are, anyone will be shocked after witnessing how fast Jiho plays for the first time. The second attack was a success. He managed to bash her from the back. Believing that the intensity of this first hit was just impossible to maintain, Chae-won thinks that it was just a fluke. After all, she is extremely confident with her 1 versus 1 dueling herself. It's now Vixis' turn to rampage with her sharp claws. She's attacking like a maniac, but nothing is making contact thus far. No matter how close she got, Chaewon just can't close the tiny gap between them. And to add insult to injury, Spiro is already charging up a counterattack. That tiny fist that packs a staggering force easily exploited the hole in her attacks. This is the first time that Chaewon has seen someone using a counter as soon as her attack animation starts. She desperately needs to fall back and process this first. Under the oppressive attacks and agility of this hero, it almost feels like she's fighting a superhuman, no matter how you twist it. Jiho just plays like he can see a second into the future. He's just the strongest observation hockey user outside of One Piece. And as she was busy processing what was happening, Spiro turned into a blur and closed the distance once again. This time, it was a sharp uppercut that would undoubtedly drain anyone's HP bar. That single attack knocked Vixis up into the air, so Jiho still has the free attacking initiative. Chaewon just cannot fathom how Jiho is attacking her at timings that are simply impossible to dodge. A rain of punches and kicks made her look like a noob being toyed with by a pro as Vixis loses HP bit by bit. Even her other teammates have not seen Jiho go this hard against someone in a 1 versus 1. Chaewon knows that the first thing she needs to do is get away and cut off Jiho's immaculate tempo. She intends to do that using her hero's full power. But as her skill was undergoing its animation, it was interrupted by a strike again. She's falling deeper and deeper into despair now. Jiho is exhibiting his signature attack style while bouncing everywhere. He just doesn't miss, he's basically nailing every single attack. She wants to at least get a single attack in before dying altogether. But every time she even thinks about it, her animation just gets cancelled and her HP bar falls lower. This is what happens when you 1 versus 1 a god. Jiho's just has a free-range target for skills testing at this point. He's using the topography of the map to his advantage, amplifying his damage output. All Chaewon could see and hear on her monitor was the relentless beatdown of his teammate. She's close to giving up. She can't even land a single blow no matter what move she tries. Blondie has never seen a Spiro move this fast and accurately. She still has a little bit of gas in the tank, but the last-ditch claw slash that she tried landed on nothing but an after-image. Spiro was already quite a few meters away from Vixis at that point. Looking at this black and yellow monster, it's just impossible. It's like he's getting faster and faster as the fight goes on. Chaewon can't help but wonder whether all the S91 trainees play at this stupidly monstrous level, to the point of driving their enemies into hopelessness. But no, she has played against pro trainees before. This feeling is different. This one-sided beatdown is not the same. With such a high level of dominance, it's just Jiho who's on a tier of his own. Emerging from the smoke, the job's not done yet for our boy. He's just having fun at this point. Imagine your hero getting used as a skateboard through the hot sand. And while sliding down the map, a bar edge of sharp punches meets your face. But Chaewon has yet another chance to at least draw some blood with her ult going up. It's a pure offense skill using the sharpness of Vixis' claw. Vixis can low-key scratch me up anytime. Of course, Jiho accounted for this timing as well, as that ultimate claw ascends to tear Spiro apart. Jiho simply activated his own trump card. This is the timing to end all timings. This is the attack that stops anyone in their tracks. Seeing this green lightning on your monitor basically means you're dead already. Spiro is such a tiny hero, but his presence is gargantuan when Jiho goes sicko mode with the super counter. In the first second, you're nothing at all. And at the next, you feel Oppenheimer's nuke exploding right in your face with how powerful a well-timed counter can be. Everyone was just speechless after watching all that. Ari's high-level eyes especially can't look away. It was like a beach map was getting pushed down with the impact. In your headphones, you would only hear the crackle of that lightning. Until now, Chaewon still can't process that this level of play is possible. In her eyes, what Jiho just did to her was the epitome of being hot. Dang, converting gaming waifus 1-1v1 at a time. Our boy was clueless about what the young lady was feeling at this time. Jiho praised Chaewon for not making any dumb decisions, Her timings and movements, everything's on point. He was only able to time his super counter perfectly because she played at the perfect pace as well. Those words were firmly planted in Blondie's mind. She interpreted it as Jiho liking her. That is the ultimate gaming reason in perfect form right there. Even if Yujin threw his match with Chae-won, this girl is still the real deal. It's evident that she knows what she's doing. And then there's Jiho, who didn't receive a single point of damage. How can a normal human become that good? Ari almost lost herself and blurted out a question asking Jiho what kind of practice he does. He was quite surprised to hear the captain asking that type of question. She clumsily tried to reel it back. She was just amazed at his crazy improvement in a span of just a few days. But Jiho just practiced like he regularly does, though recently, he started to feel like he's regaining some of the skills he lost. Jin-young was quick to chime in and tell everyone not to believe Jiho. This pervert is still writing a buttload of notes every day. He can fill a notebook each time they practice. But the Silver Warlord thinks that there's nothing amazing in those notes. It's just all the solutions and answers to different moves and counter moves. But anyone decent at the game would know that a notebook like that is amazing. Ari cannot believe that the first years knew about these notes and did not bother to make use of it. The screwball duo was speechless that they did not think of that. As for Chae-won, she also admired Jiho's note-taking documentation. For her, a guy that's focused on his work is hella sexy. So if she asked him if he had notes for her main hero, Vixis too. Given that Vixis has a stat combination that ranks 42 of one's sword, Pururi used to like, they can combine the stats of the new and the old. From that, they can make use of the notes right away. Jin-young is beginning to see a pattern of whack usernames among the rankers of one's sword. But you just wouldn't know, for Jiho and everyone else. That was the definition of cool back then. Chae-won wants to see those notes immediately, since they are so precious. She wants to come over to Jiho's house to look at his. But this dude is already agreeing without even letting her finish. He has a different idea though, since he made some especially for their team. He'll just bring the notes to school tomorrow. It looks like it's too early for the new girl to go to Jiho's house. But she's grateful nonetheless. She even offered to buy him some tteokbokki next time. The screwball duo heard this offer and inserted themselves into the conversation for some free food when Chae-won just wanted to have some alone time with Jiho. Night came, and Chang-yeon was hanging out with Captain Ari on the benches of that familiar park. She wonders how he would juggle analyzing the opposing team and studying. This is new to him. This girl isn't usually concerned about his affairs. It's just that Ari found out that Jiho has been analyzing heroes in practice, and she's wondering what she should do to help. That kid even got a lot better after the hack arena. He's just improving at an impossible rate. Chang-yeon sees that this is really bothering Ari. So he reminds her that everyone has their own way of doing things. If the captain makes a half-assed attempt to copy Jiho, she'll just fall flat on her face. This young lady should be focusing on taking care of her wrist better. Ari went back to her default banter after hearing Chang-yeon's nagging. Whether she's at home or outside, someone's always there to nag her. Also, seeing as how Jiho was able to teach Jin-young the moron a few tricks, there might be something worth looking at in Jiho's notes. Of course, with the two sticking around all the time, it probably did most of the heavy lifting. Jiho is going to bring those notes tomorrow, and Ari is worried that they'll probably be useful. She's starting to think that maybe Jiho's the one who should be leading the practice sessions and not her. Jiho's already the ace of their team after all. It's really not like Captain Ari to be bothered by these things before, but if she wants to stand out, working on her biggest weakness first could be the key. Ari knows that she gets triggered easily. If that was so easy to fix, she'd already be like Jiho today. Chang-yeon agrees that if she can just get her aggressive personality in control, she'll be in a much better spot. It's rare for them to talk like this, so she genuinely thanks her friend for his concern. But their hangout was interrupted by 2 phone calls from their respective mothers at the same time. Anyone would get a bad feeling about this one. Ari tried to sneak back home, but the door creaked a little too loudly. If you hear your mother scream your full name, it's game over. At first, she thinks that her mom just saw a not-so-excellent grade report. The trembling hold on the paper in her mom's hands suggests so too. She did not waste a second to grovel into her mother to ask for forgiveness. She did not have an excuse ready. so she went with the classic classes are harvest time. But today, she's dealing with something much bigger. Ari's mom just found out that Ari is enrolled in the vocational course. She failed to take that into account when she got in. Her mom has already prohibited her from gaming altogether. It's been repeated so many times, and Ari just pretends to listen. If that wasn't bad enough, she just went off and made this big decision without parental consultation. Ari tried to reason that she was just giving it a try and she could opt out. It didn't work out. But the mom naturally wants her to pull out right away and go back with the top student Chang-yeon to cram school. It's really not a good time for Ari to snap at this point, but she wants to fight for this. Chang-yeon is number one, not because of cram school, he was just born smart. Losing this last opportunity because of some cram school would end her pro career. She wanted to ask her mother whether grades were more important than her daughter's dreams. But that's not the issue for her mom. She would gladly support her if it wasn't an absurd dream. She won't even be against art or music. But when she researched it herself, the odds of a pro gamer debuting are 1 in a million. Their careers are shorter than physical athletes too. Any mother would not allow such a thing. But with Sword Rush, Ari can join a pro team if they can win the school tournament. She's not saying that she'll go on this path forever, she just doesn't want to give up before competing. Her true thoughts of feeling discouraged where she sees someone better than her finally surfaced. Ari just wants one last shot at her dream. That's all she needs. Seeing her daughter's passion, Mama Hun finally relented and asked for the details of this school tournament for next month. She would give her daughter this one last shot at her dream. If it doesn't work out, then that's that. Though Ari just wants to look forward to when she wins. If she becomes a pro after winning a legitimate tournament, then her mom won't stop her anymore. She just doesn't want her precious daughter to get hurt. Mama Hun wants Ari to live comfortably doing what she wants to do. Being a mother, she wants her daughter to succeed more than anyone in the world. There's not a single parent on this planet who would enjoy watching their child fail, so she would give Ari this one last chance to chase her pro aspirations. That is a W mom. From now on, Captain Ari must prove her mother wrong, but she shouldn't be upset even if things don't go her way. This mother and daughter quarrel actually ended in a healthy and loving way with a hug. It's nice to see the captain getting the support and trust that she deserves. But now that the vocational course is out of the way, the grade report issue still hasn't been settled.
It was at this moment that she knew. She f***ed up.
The very next day, things have been going swimmingly in Dano High. Chae-won is on the prowl to get Jiho for a 1 versus 1 lunch this time around. But the three boys are just in the classroom mindlessly hanging out while browsing Jiho's notes. Chae-won was the one who suggested the idea and the one who would treat Jiho. But these guys are the first to browse through the notes. Yujin cannot comprehend if what's written on these pages are actual words. But whatever it is, Blondie wants a peek. She was taken aback at first glance. In her eyes, this janky, wonky handwriting and drawings are so cute. She asked Jiho if this was from her grade school days, but all of this was written and drawn just a few days ago. But even that felt hella cute for her. She thinks that Jiho just grew up to be a big cutie. With the ring of the bell for the next class, the fun is over, and Chae-won must leave again. She just wished that she had come sooner, but these notes are going in the club room anyway. Though today, these three have PE for their next class. They need to rush and change into their gym clothes so as not to be late. Yujin will literally never tell anyone anything if you don't ask him. An hour later, Jin-young was feeling smug with his patented fireball strike earlier. He's on his high horse, but Local easily wiped the floor with him at the gym earlier. This kid's ego is both the strongest and the weakest thing in the universe. Upon checking their desk, Jiho noticed another disaster incoming. Of course, the screwball duo felt uneasy to hear another issue cropping up. From the time that they arrived at the classroom, all the notes were gone. Get Chang-yeon on the case immediately. That kid probably has Batman detective skills. Ari was the first one to know that the notebook of strategies was lost. Jiho looked like a flustered kid trying to explain that it was just under his desk, and then it was gone when they came back. They had no leads and no clues. It just vanished without a trace. It's starting to look like Yujin has infected everyone with the troublemaking virus or something. The screwball duo never fails to take shots whenever one of them is mentioned. But Jiho has always been this way. His only saving grace is the fact that he's god tier at the game. But it's alarming that they have a lot of important information in those notes. Jin-young butted in and assured them that it was fine because Jiho's handwriting is literally illegible, the same writing that Chae-won finds cute. Now that it's suddenly disappeared, they need to make sure that it's not lost somewhere. They rush out of the room because of PE, so Jiho was certain that it was on his desk. Chang-yeon kept on reminding them to get their lives together. But something like this could not just happen out of nowhere. Everyone was there before gym class. The only feasible possibility is that someone stole it then. It's surprising that Yoojin is the first one to think of that, or that he's thinking at all. Local thought that what he heard was some sort of compliment. But if someone really stole the notes, then this is not the time to be joking around. The thief must have had a reason for stealing it. Jiho was not really the kind of guy someone would hold a grudge against. So this might be an attack on the Sword Rush class as a whole. Everyone had a different reaction to that very real possibility that Chang-yeon laid out. Yoojin can just shake his head at the sight of these screwballs as if he's not the biggest one. Jin-young argued that Jiho is a serial taunter when he games. His private message log is a total dumpster fire of hate. If anything, Jiho has the most enemies out of everyone here. Our silver-ranked warlord is probably the only one with a clean track record in this club. The mom and dad of the team have their work cut out for them with these idiots. Even counting out Jiho, everyone here should not have enemies. All they do is quietly play games. But Chang-yeon is keeping it real. People don't need a logical reason to hate others. They will always come up with reasons even if there aren't any. The thief might be jealous that they're the only club permitted for the vocational course, or maybe they're just mad at one member. There are plenty more reasons that anyone could come up with. But if this was a direct affront to the group, Chang-yeon himself would show the culprit how it's really done. He already has a rough idea of suspects. If his hunch is right, then there's no reason to hold back anymore. Seeing how serious he is, Ari will leave this one to Chang-yeon to deal with. The captain also wants to know if Jiho still remembers everything in those notes. The things he wrote about Sword Rush are still stamped in his mind, but the one sword stuff has faded quite a bit. For the team strat, that Sword Rush part should be good enough. Continuing to talk about this won't change anything. What they need to do is just start practicing. It looks like Captain Ari is continuously improving her leadership. Practice ends, and the first-year trio is walking home together again. With Chae-won joining in practice, it actually feels like the team became stronger, strong enough to conquer the universe and play against aliens or something. This whole alien tangent made sense for the simple minds of Jiho and Yoojin. Maybe Local can be a space gaming cafe owner someday. From now on, they will use Chang-yeon's strats to crush Mission and Gil High. Then they'll get their revenge on Yeonju High to win the whole tournament. As Jin-young was cheering all that, he felt that something was strange. Jiho and Locals are tired of this kid's bizarre mind at this point. But Jin-young thinks that he has something very important here. He feels that there is something strange about Chang-yeon. The guy is coming up with strats when he hasn't even touched the game. And if you think about it, Jiho should be doing that job. Jin-young is out here cooking up something, and the two are starting to listen. That's not all that Jin-young has noticed. Chang-yeon has told both him and Yoojin to piss off and leave the team. Even Jiho knows that Yoojin is a one-of-a-kind healer for them. This kid's imagination is running wild with the theory. He's starting to suspect that maybe Chang-yeon did the same thing to Soyeon. Jin-young is locked in. He has to find out if that's the case. He'll even go and ask Soyeon himself. On the other side of the school, there's a nerdy-looking student being bullied by someone very familiar to us. It was the delinquent leader smacking the nerd with Jiho's notebook. Some thugs just can't seem to learn their lesson, can they? He ordered this poor kid to bring him something to screw over the Sword Rush course. And these notes that only those geeks can understand are just not it. He continued to channel his anger to this poor kid, given that he couldn't touch the club itself. The nerd tried to explain that this strategy book is quite valuable to the team as a whole. This only earned him some more beating right in the face. The delinquent leader could not care less about these papers. He's going off on that classic bully ignorance. Nerd Boy is trembling in fear and pain, trying to convince the guy that this notebook is seriously important for any good Sword Rush player. This moronic brute just kept on pushing, though. He's just a clueless loser preying on the weak. He wants the nerd to take responsibility if the notes turn out to be unimportant. He believes that if a person opens their mouth, one must take responsibility for their words. And he wants to emphasize that this is about screwing over the club completely, the kind of thing that can ruin them for life. Also, the dumbass leader insists that he's not offended or anything. But if he hears any more chuckles about his loss against Local one more time, Nerd Boy over here would laugh his last laugh. The class nerd apologized profusely. The lowlife finally lets him go with a thinly veiled threat. To cap it off, he also gave a painful kick in an order to do what he told him to do. This kid trembled in pain, fear, anger, and every negative emotion you can think of. He realized that he's just screwed now and that he's caught up with the worst guy possible. He thought he'd be fine in a different classroom, but he's now being targeted because of the Sword Rush Club. He still believes that these notes are extremely valuable. If you use the strats written in this book, kids playing at the high school level won't even stand a chance. Now, this poor kid is consumed with the thought of ruining the Sword Rush team's lives. If he's not careful, he'll ruin his life too. He paused for a second and thought of a viable idea. He'll use the upcoming tournament and these notes. Nerd Boy will give this to someone in the opposing team. That's right. In his mind, the team is at fault for his suffering. He wants the club to suffer as well. We see Soyeon coming out of cram school, cheerful as always. That's when the Three Stooges came to find her. They certainly aren't here to further their education, so what else is there to do? Jin Young tried some lame riz, absolutely head over heels for his senior. First, she wanted to make sure that Eugene was all right after the bathroom incident. He's the one who beat up the kids, so he's all good. They came all the way here to ask Soyeon if Changyun ever told her to leave the team. That wasn't the case for her, though it's a curious question. So she wanted to know more over some snacks. Accepting free food from a cute girl is a no-brainer. Not far from them, there's a suspicious shadow lurking. Changyun is in his room, racking his brain about the pick and ban system. Looking at it from afar, it favors Dano High. Jin Young and Eugene are one-tricks, but they use off-meta picks. Local just finds his hero fun, and Jin Young can only play a single character. Like most games, Sword Rush players would always gravitate toward S-tier picks. But when Jiho starts going crazy with Spiro, he would be target banned. They wouldn't have the capacity to block Axa or Link. Furthermore, they would be free to use some S-class heroes too. This could get more eyes on Ari as the sole DPS. All they need to do is expand their hero pool with more OP picks. Soyeon and the Three Stooges have arrived at the snack place. As Soyeon said, she wasn't coerced by Changyun to leave or anything like that. Everything worked out in the end, but doubts about Changyun's care for the team are rising. Trying to kick their only healer out is a bizarre move for sure, but the kid is just that heartless when it comes to things involving Ari. Come to think of it, they're quite an odd pair. They've been childhood friends for over 10 years, and Changyun has had a one-sided crush on the captain for a long time. He doesn't even come to the club room if Ari isn't there. The three were quite blind to not see it already. The top guy in the school joined a gaming club for a game that he doesn't play. If that doesn't describe a simp, then I don't know what will. Usually, the three would start eating before the food even gets to the table, but they're too invested in the romance now. Meanwhile, Changyun is busy with phone calls and strats. The only thing on his unresolved list is Jiho's notebook. Those notes wouldn't vanish on their own. It's time to look into people holding a grudge against the team. That narrows it down to the stupid delinquents. If it were up to Changyun, he would just flay the fools alive to get it over with. But thinking about Ari's uncertainties, losing the notebook might be better for the team. That notebook is undoubtedly valuable. Jiho's role in the team will outweigh the others heavily. That kid is not the type to abuse his influence, though. However, being overly dependent on Jiho would be detrimental to everyone. But Changyun is still harboring some potent anger. Perhaps it's better to curb stomp those good-for-nothing delinquents.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
He can't let those bastards mess with the team again. There's no doubt that they went after the notebook, but after cleaning everything up and retrieving the notes, Changyun plans to hold onto it for a while. At the same time, practice just wrapped up and Chaewon is still jumping hoops. All she wanted to do was walk home with her ultimate crush, Jiho. She's reminded how much school sucks in times like these. Behind her, an unpleasant voice started calling out. A smug, ugly face fitting for a delinquent started berating and insulting her. Poor Chaewon had no clue who this random thug was. Kick him in the balls. New girl. The creep refused to identify himself. What's important to him is Chaewon's history at Gil High. It hasn't been long since she joined Dano High, but the delinquent possesses something that could get her expelled. And if she wants to stay at this school without any trouble, the creep simply wants a small favor. The next day, the time for the club's meeting arrives. Starting today, they will implement a completely different training method. Chang-yeon promises that none of them will have any fun. If everything were all fun and games, this wouldn't be a proper vocational course. For now, Chang-yeon wants everyone to hold on to some notes. It's an analysis of the opposing teams and counters to their strategies. Currently, all they can gather are the enemy's main picks, and that's likely to change with picks and bans. Apart from Dano High and a few other teams, the rest of the participants usually employ S-class heroes. Previously, each side would just pick whatever and fight with pure skill. Right now, if you want to go pro, you must adjust your playstyle depending on the situation. And since we're already on the topic, Chang-yeon will get straight to the point. Everyone will have to start practicing with S-tier heroes. This change will significantly impact Jin-young and Eugene. Jiho picked up on the plan to expand the hero pool in case of bans. He agreed and thought this would play to the team's advantage. According to Chang-yeon's prediction, they will sweep everyone 3-0. They will be able to throw their opponents for a loop and make them struggle during the ban phase. No matter who they restrict, Dano High will have an answer. Expanding their hero pool will essentially give them an edge. Regardless of how their opponents ban, they can't ban more than 2 of their main heroes. Hearing Jiho explain the intricacies of ban strategies made Chaewon's heart skip several beats.
Homeboy's gonna, get it.
She couldn't take it anymore and called everyone's attention. There's something she has to tell the team. Last night, some jerk blackmailed her and wanted to crush the club through a nasty scheme. Everyone was understandably upset and angry that such a thing had happened. Eugene's deadly fist started itching upon hearing about the blackmail. The jerk had wanted to destroy the sword rush course entirely while holding something over her head. Chang-yeon doesn't need to hear more for now. He already knows who to punish here. It seems like one beating didn't suffice with those dirty individuals. This sounds serious, so they can't make hasty decisions. No one even knows how Chang-yeon dealt with the delinquents in the past. It's just that trash does what trash does. Chang-yeon is on the case, so everyone can stay put. If there's something that Blondie needs to say, she can tell him privately. From now on, Jiho wants the new girl to walk home with them. Jin-young protested that everyone should know what happened with Chaewon to be blackmailed. It might be a private matter, but their whole course is on the line this time. But it's better to keep this one private, as Chaewon's issues are unrelated to this class. This isn't about the new girl, it's about crushing some cockroaches. There's no need to broadcast someone's personal matter. Chang-yeon makes a compelling case, so Jin-young backed down. Now they've learned that they'll need to ask for the teacher's help with this one. After a short break, Chang-yeon continued with the strategy meeting. To summarize, they will be using a new method in conjunction with what they're currently using. When their main heroes get banned, the team will go for 2 healers and 2 DPS. This will undoubtedly give them the highest win rate, but if that's the case, they will need a second healer. And that role will not fall to Jiho. Chang-yeon thinks it would suit Captain Ari better. She'll need to step up and take on an off role. Great. Now they would have 2 killer healers. She must switch not because she's a bad DPS, but because sometimes pros find success in a different role. In another game, a pro switched from DPS to a healer and excelled. Furthermore, playing a healer role would put less stress on Captain Ari's wrist. If she desires, she can play aggressively like Eugene or prioritize safety and provide call-outs. Chang-yeon believes that this would be the right move, but the captain herself holds the decision. The mood has been consistently off in the club room today. If she does play a healer, the two healers would be on the front lines, ending fights quickly while waging psychological warfare against the opponents. They'll use the meta to their advantage to become more effective. After Jiho takes the big stage, Spiro will likely get banned. This would give him the opportunity to play DPS instead. Even if Ori and Jiho are the only ones remaining on the field, a comeback is more than possible. Switching to a supportive role is quite challenging, as there's no glory in it. The captain would need some time to contemplate this decision. Jin-young wanted to break the tension by offering to buy everyone soda, and he persuaded Jiho to join him. Eventually, everyone started leaving the club room. Before Eugene could leave, Chang-young gave him permission to deal with the delinquents soon, but for now, patience is key. Chae-won is not happy that she's being escorted home by the two screwballs instead of just Jiho. Jin-young will continue with his streak of failed attempts at humor, but Jiho knows that his buddy is just scared he'll get targeted too. They might be annoying, but the new girl really does feel more secure. They're sticking by her without even asking why they're in this mess in the first place. She's just building up the courage to tell him eventually. After observing how these kids behave, maybe she's giving them too much credit. Right now, Jiho still has prior commitments with Giraffe. After delivering a critical strike to his best friend's head, it's time to go entertain some fans. As they continued to walk, Chae-won started to notice that Eugene never spoke to her at all. Jin-young started thinking that something was amiss. His first thought was that his boy has a crush on the new girl. A quick hell no removed that from the equation, though. He really does know how to win a young girl's heart. Whatever's going on in Local's simple mind remains a mystery. Suddenly, Detective Jin-young had an epiphany. The man might have just cracked the case wide open. But no, a rumbling stomach suggests that he just needs to take a dump.
Are you serious? Right in front of my salad?
The boy Naruto runs to a nearby cafe. Now that there's only Eugene and Chae-won, she really wants to know why the guy refuses to say a word. Turns out that he's honoring their 1 versus 1 bet to remain silent for life. Who would have thought that this airhead would be so honorable as to remember the entrance test wager? To him, a promise is a promise. He really has his moments. He's cool as hell. But that boy is definitely not normal. As they continue their walk home, that same no-life, blackmailing loser approaches the two. The thug is targeting Local now, of all people, seeking revenge. To do that, he comes in swinging with a metal baseball bat. It's clumsy and easily dodged, though. This delinquent wants to fight like a gentleman and ditches his bat. His idea of a gentleman's fight is a 5 versus 1 brawl. Eugene is unsure about what the right move should be from here on out, keeping in mind what Chang-yun said to him just a while ago. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. He's already promised Coach Chang-yun that he wouldn't make things worse, and Chae-won just wants to escape from such a mismatch instead. Eugene thinks that he has to fight and win. That would be better for the team. The delinquents think that the kid is brain dead for saying that. What they don't realize is that for Local,
I'm not locked in here with you.
at the same time, Jiho is back at it again with the Spiro mask, entertaining Giraffe's unhinged audience. If you forgot their new content, the streamers summarize it easily. If hidden talents in the chat win against the S91 trainee, they get 10 million won. The rabid fan base was easily hyped at the prospect of such a massive cash prize. As for Jiho, he's doing this because he wants to find some specific players during a series. The possibilities and twists for this challenge are endless. Like it or not, Giraffe is a really good entertainer. He can make content out of thin air. Recalling their conversation earlier, he just mentioned the possibility of one-sword players in the chat. Just a tidbit of conversation already had Giraffe's mind reeling with content. His passion for streaming really is something else. Also, now that they're making a formal collaboration, it's about time they stop referring to Jiho as a trainee. Giraffe prepared a nickname for the kid. From now on, they can refer to him as Spiro. It looks like no one caught on to what he was cheekily referencing. One chatter started connecting the name Spiro to the previous one, Sword Goat, though. To distract people from catching on, Giraffe pulled out his secret move, shamelessly performing TikTok dances to his audience. People had to donate a lot of cash just to make the guy stop. He could squeeze out another 100K from the donors to stop him from stripping. Now, the main event can finally commence. Some guy donated a lot of money just to go first against Spiro. Back on the streets, Eugene is facing off against 5 cowards. He's just dodging punches and kicks while counting out loud. All the while, Chaewon was recording the whole thing for safety. These dumbasses really didn't think this through. Last night, this thug wanted to blackmail Blondie to implicate Eugene and destroy the club with some nasty allegations. That rightfully earned him a crispy middle finger as a reply. She definitely passed the vibe check. Preying on people's weaknesses is what no-life losers do, and Chaewon won't back down. This kid's failed attempt last night led to the streets today. He and his shameless gang are just going to resort to fighting. Given that they clearly lack brains, since it's 5-1, Eugene thinks that it's fair play to fight back. Local will start wrecking some noobs like a true healer should.
You're goddamn right.
A kick to the leg to throw the fool off balance, followed up with some arm yank and twist, and a finishing sweep to plant some face to the concrete. Chaewon is on the side recording like it's a fight on World Star. The rest of the thugs came to play as Eugene continued to dodge first while counting out loud. He's so fast that you would feel like you're fighting air. When he gets his fist to your knees, best believe that you're done. Another guy tried to get some action only to get his leg grabbed firmly. A leg grab in a concrete street fight is pretty much a death sentence. With a twist and a toss, you better have some decent health insurance. Local even unleashed a literal kick in the ass just for some style points, and it sounded like something definitely burst or broke. Now, the remaining thugs have 2 chances left. 2 chances while Eugene is still holding himself back. Bro is counting moves like he's in a martial arts manhwa. His strange, loud counting was actually a conscious effort not to defeat 5 guys too easily. Before jumping in, Chaewon reminded him that this could put the team in jeopardy, so they needed to make it look like self-defense. Local wanted to know the maximum number of times he could hit the thugs. In panic, Blondie blurted out 3 times. That's why Eugene is not dispatching these fools quickly. Since they didn't stand a chance in a group fistfight, one thug decided to pick up a metal bat. Their pride as foolish thugs wouldn't allow them to lose in a 5-1 situation. A 2-1 fight with weapons presented 2 chances for Eugene's restraint. He neutralized the swing with his grappling technique and delivered a perfect finisher with a point-blank range knee to the stomach. These kids were pathetic. Another thug swung and missed. Jiho wasn't the only one on the team who could execute perfect counters. The losers had lost all their shame, and one of them started going after Chaewon and her phone. Attacking the vulnerable also counted as 2 hits for Local. Sometimes cowards needed a running knee strike to the liver to learn their lesson. You could even add some shin kicks to spice it up a little. Getting hit by this kid made you feel like he had steel in his bones. A literal Terminator. He had the physique and technique to dominate the thugs completely. Throughout the entire fight, his school bag didn't even move. If someone witnessed the end result, it would undoubtedly seem like he was the troublemaker. Back to Giraffe's stream, the first challenge was about to start, and Jiho, piloting Genevieve, was beginning to like the idea of the series. He got to duel some top players for fun. The first participant was using the tank, Magtoda, and it seemed like he was a fan of one sword's Spiro. Meanwhile, Jiho was using this opportunity to discover the new meta. With a support hero facing off against a tank, the challenger was already thanking him for the free 10 million won. It seemed like he hadn't yet realized the humiliation of being outplayed by a genuine support player like Jiho. This match felt like Jiho was playing one sword again. The enemy's Magtodon was quite resilient, and the attacks were on point. However, Jiho's counters were far more polished. When he faced an opponent with higher durability, Jiho saw it as a chance to push himself harder than usual. The enemy was skeptical at first, but he was starting to acknowledge Jiho's skills. Still, the enemy remained arrogant, thinking the tanky hero should have an overwhelming advantage. However, he was falling deeper and deeper into Jiho's plans. For Jiho, a wide swing was an invitation to land some free hits. It seemed like he had encountered a player who used to play one sword, given how familiar the combat felt. The attack timings were unmistakably adapted from the old game, meaning Jiho practically invented the strategy this guy was using. It's a telltale sign of someone that played at the last stages of his beloved game. Jiho felt like a proud parent, seeing the students of his game adjusting well to Sword Rush. This is like going on some basketball court and playing against a masked Michael Jordan. Mactodon, on the other hand, had only just realized that Jiho was also moving like a veteran. Based on the stream, he should be pretty young, so it was surprising that he had played such an old game. An all-out brawl eventually shattered the enemy's flaming sword, which was a significant setback. An electrifying lunge finally sealed the deal. It was a complete and utter deconstruction of the Mactodon player's pride in his skill. It wouldn't be a thrilling resolution without a massive explosion. It had been a while since Jiho played with one-sword players, so this was a blast from the past. He didn't take a single hit, which got Guref hyped to the highest level. Even in the pro leagues, you wouldn't see something as one-sided as this. Now, it was time for a post-game interview. The Mactodon player was quite salty for being matched up against a one-sword veteran. As for the player's thoughts, Jiho was good, but not as good as the real Spiro. He even boasted that he knew the real Spiro and could prove it through private chat. Guref dismissed the guy before delving any deeper into the truth. For now, a short break was in order to prepare for the next round. After the stream turned off, Guref realized that he had almost been caught slipping on camera. Guref himself wanted to know if this kid really was the GOAT from the OG game. If he really was, Guref just wanted to ask one question. Jiho would answer that question if the streamer could answer one of his as well. Guref's question about the Spiro's forum username was too easy. Now, it was time for the kid to ask what weakness this man had over him. As the series was working out well, he might as well let the secret go. Back in the day, Guref wasn't really relevant in one sword, but he found something strange about the rank one. Spiro was always in last place in ranked team matches. Jiho thought it was something significant, but that was all this man was holding in his back pocket. Solo queue demons are a different breed. This was the reason he was suspected of hacking and his entry into the hack arena back then. However, he just didn't play team matches because of his potato PC. He didn't want to disappoint his teammates due to lag. Thus, he played solo matches exclusively. But if you were ranked 1 despite the lag, how in the world could a human perform at such an untouchable level? He's just like me. For real. Guref's tiny brain could not comprehend that thought. This boy only played solo out of consideration for other players. Everything finally made sense, and the streamer couldn't help but tear up. Mr. Spiro is much younger than him, but he's an amazing person who deserves mad respect. Guref was moved to the point of breaking character, and he started feeling remorseful for all the times that he bothered Jiho. He bowed and sincerely apologized for being such a nuisance. Even if it's just some annoying phone calls, the man felt incredibly bad for his actions. And Jiho didn't even harbor any resentment for his ugly mug. From now on, Guref declared himself as Jiho's fan. While they were busy, Jaeguk started ringing Jiho's phone. A bit later, Chaewon hurriedly explained what they had just gone through to the captain. Based on the video, Eugene just looked like a high school John Wick even though he held back 3 times. The evidence they have should ward off trouble, but Ari wanted to make sure that Blondie was okay first. What she went through must have been quite a scare. But no matter how many thugs come after them, Eugene is just scarier. Oh yeah, Jin Young is also back from his emergency bathroom break. Speaking of this idiot, his best friend Jiho Seong is calling. He's excitedly informing his buddy that he found it. He found the notebook of strats. He didn't exactly find it, but he heard that someone had the thing. Jiang Hyoko took it. This kid is quite infuriating to talk to sometimes. Nobody knows that name. It's the quiet kid with glasses and a school uniform in their class. That narrowed it down to just about every single one of their classmates, though. Eugene heard that it was the kid who got beat up by someone the other day and stormed off immediately. It looks like this guy is ready to beat up someone once again. Ari had to follow local and leave Chaewon with Jin Young. Jiho, on the other hand, just wanted to get involved. As it's too late to follow the captain and Eugene, they might as well just ask Changyun for now. That guy would definitely have something to say about all these. The next day came, and Eugene entered the classroom with a score to settle with the thief, but he couldn't even get the kid's name right. Four Eyes Jeong-hyuk felt looming danger as locals slowly strode behind him.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
His nightmare might have just come true, and the club must have found out what he did. CIA torture methods have nothing in comparison to Eugene's intimidating death stare, but he just wanted the notebook and to be done with this thing. When Four Eyes tried to play dumb, locals' bloodthirsty nature started slowly taking over. Just like with the thugs, he's giving the boy 2 more chances left to answer while he's still holding back. Under the murderous gaze of the healing and killing god, Four Eyes better choose his next words wisely. Let's dial it back and look at Pogok High the day before. Jae-duk was dominating Noom's left and right in her training. As always, his tendency to get baited is still there. The tournament is approaching soon, and they still haven't addressed this glaring issue. If they want to face Daniel High in the finals, they need to address his anger issues immediately. Daniel also has a new hotshot DPS, which only fired up the super rookie even more. His captain knows when to stop and when to let the kid go wild. However, his healer is a stickler when it comes to their battle plans. Their advisor came to the training room to deliver some odd news. Four-eyed Jeong-hyuk go from Daniel High is looking for the team. Jae-duk is quite close to the Daniel High players, but he's never heard of that name. The only one who matters from that school is Jiho. It seems like this is something that must be reported to Mr. Yoon. That Four Eyes just called to say that he'll be sending over Dano's strategy notebook. They didn't even know who would be good enough to create a strategy book in that roster. But Jae-duk knows that it's got to be Jiho. He slipped up and revealed that Jiho was a one-sword savant who single-handedly shaped the whole meta. Among those who followed his teachings, most of them have already debuted as Sword Rush pros. This kid is just yapping without restraint now. As for the notebook, the advisor thought it was a prank call, so he told the kid to piss off and hung up. That's a big loss for Mr. Advisor. Now back to the present time, Four Eyes is stumbling over his words, telling Eugene that the notebook is no longer with him. He messed up, admitting that he really was the thief. No matter what he says from now on, Jin Young will start pressing him for the truth. Four Eyes easily gave up the name of the bully Gungsuk Jian, who's in the next class over. He even cried with fear as he insisted that he's also a victim here. That's the final nail in the bully's coffin, as Eugene heads over to confront the culprit. Jin Young also follows the impending action. Gungsuk Jian was chilling in the classroom when a raging demon forcefully opened the door. Eugene is heading for him with the wrath of 1,000 suns. A man-to-man talk needs to happen. Eugene drags the thug all the way to the back of the school to avoid any unnecessary trouble. They even pass by some other lowlifes along the way. Eugene and Chang Yun had warned this delinquent not to mess with the club, but they just wouldn't listen. All local wants is the notebook. But this anger only confirms that the notes are truly important. This thug proudly declares that he doesn't have it anymore. Moreover, with 2 more thugs on his side, this fool's not planning on losing to Eugene twice.
You sure about that?
He thinks he lost because he was caught by surprise. There's no turning back. They make local take off his signature jacket and promptly wrap it around his hands like boxing tape. Since they committed theft first, he's not going to hold back this time. However, Jin Young's voice interrupts him before formally starting the beatdown. He casually dodges the first punch and asks what Jin Young wants. It turns out that this kid is coming in with an assist. He's coming in clutch with toilet paper, Eugene's weapon of choice when dealing with trash. Now, the stage is set for the fight, thanks to Jin Young's quick thinking. Local wants to ensure that these thugs won't ever think about messing with him again. And it starts with a critical toilet paper smashed directly to the face. Equal parts humiliation and pain. It's the ultimate attack. Eugene can finally go nuclear against these thugs. This man is definitely on the wrong genre. He would go crazy in God of High School or something. Gungsuk Jian believed he was that guy, charging up with his fists at the ready. At blinding speed, he looked as though he'd suffered traumatic war flashbacks upon seeing the toilet paper in Eugene's hand. Who would have thought that such a soft object could hit like a truck? The local bystander didn't forget the third man. He took a step back to dodge the blind spot punch, followed by an incredibly painful blow to the side. It was astonishing to see opponents tumble down with a jacket wrapped around the attacker's hand. Gungso Jian was simply an ignorant troublemaker for even contemplating revenge. Eugene was ensuring that these individuals didn't bleed while he confronted them. They could either surrender the strategy paper or endure a beating with a less pleasant alternative. The delinquent began to panic and kept insisting that it was out of their hands. Unable to read the document, he tossed it back to the nerd, thinking it was just gibberish scribbled in a notebook. You can't expect an untrained eye to recognize gold when they hold it. Eugene issued a final warning to not mess with his people. A moment ago, Jiho was left in the classroom with the 4 eyes. He knew the boy was lying and had done something with the notebook. Jiang Hyuk-go was a complete fool, harboring deep resentment for Jiho and the gang under Eugene's protection. He couldn't even understand the notebook, yet he was causing problems for the club. This miserable individual blamed the Sword Rush class for being targeted by the delinquents, not realizing the significance of the missing notebook. He was in too deep, completely submitting to the bullies and venting his frustrations on innocent people. Jiho tried to reason with him, but he was blinded by the wrongdoers responsible for the situation. They already knew that this kid had contacted another school, and Gil High had the information now. To relieve some tension, the story shifts to a hero in a video game, expertly slaughtering an enemy. Piloting the character was the same player Jiho had defeated in a stream. Now he was relieving stress by taking on a whole team single-handedly. He couldn't get Jiho's plays out of his mind. Just from his mechanics, it was clear he was no ordinary player. He was going toe-to-toe with 2 opponents, displaying flawless movement, timing, and devastating execution. He couldn't fathom how he was wiped out without dealing damage in front of thousands of viewers. From what he could tell on Giraffe's stream, that masked Spiro looked to be about the same age as him. For a kid of Jiho's age, he was showcasing moves that would put some seasoned players to shame. Enemies couldn't even touch the hero he was controlling. The defeated player vowed to get his revenge if they ever faced each other again. Winning a deathmatch while distracted by thoughts of revenge would be a remarkable achievement. Behind the monitors sat a kid named Ouyang-gu from Gil High, aiming to win the school tournament. However, in this massive PC room, he was the only one practicing. He had wanted to speak with the game-obsessed Blondie, but she transferred out when he joined the school. Things weren't going his way as a player lately. Just when he thought his teammates had returned, it turned out to be a stranger behind the door. They didn't respond or enter, but simply tossed something outside the doorway. Ouyang saw an envelope and assumed it was a delivery. Whoever had dropped it off and its contents didn't matter. The important thing was to look inside. Since it had come to the club, it should be fine for a club member to open it. It was a notebook with a poorly handwritten Sword Rush cover. At first glance, the contents resembled a toddler's sketchbook. He initially thought it was some kind of prank. However, as he examined the writing and crude illustrations more closely, it became clear. It dawned on him that he was holding a treasure, strategy notes written by Spiro, the greatest of all time in one sword's history. Have you ever been so down bad that the universe tells you to get good? After the one-sided beating at the back of the school, the team is back together in the club room. Another day, another headache for Chang Yun. Liu Jin really tried to be patient, but the thugs wanted the smoke. It's a good thing that the coach already had something going on the side. Mr. Yuan and the teachers have already been informed in advance. There's irrefutable evidence that 4 Eyes stole the notebook. Together with the video that Chaewon captured, they should have a compelling case. However, the video really does make Eugene look like the instigator. This type of thing cannot happen again. It might sound cold-hearted, but they might need to implement a formation that accounts for Eugene's possible absence. That should be taken care of for now. Next on the docket would be Captain Ari's final decision. She needs to take the team into consideration with regard to changing roles. Her pick in the next practice match said it all. Tab the healer. But the captain has no idea what she's doing. It's just a light 2 versus 2, and Jiho is her partner to get her accustomed to the playstyle. She's never played healers before, so they're going in blind. Chaewon wanted to team up with Jiho, but it looks like they're enemies again. Liu Jin is also being forced to play Ledage instead of his main. For the strategy to work, they cannot keep being one tricks. While playing a healer, Jiho learned that it's important to pay attention to the overall flow of the game. Also, you shouldn't forget that damage wins games in Sword Rush, so don't forget to attack. As Changyun theorized, this might just be the perfect role for Ari. Since this was a practice match, Jiho wanted to play at his own pace for now. Using Genevieve, he hopped off the rocky terrain so fast that his teammate couldn't even keep up. He's diving into the enemies with a numbers advantage. A masterful maneuver in mid-air twisted his hero's body while gathering momentum to ignore the DPS and penetrate the backlines. A blind dive that's targeting Eugene's inexperience with a new pick. As Chaewon jumped in for a standard retaliation play, she couldn't help but feel like something was wrong. Even though Ari is playing healer now, this would be the perfect time for her to dish out some damage. But since she's still acclimating, Jiho doesn't expect the captain to do the optimal move. It would be more than enough if he receives heals at the right moments. Chaewon's intuition was correct though, who needs heals if you have your own blade? The pouncing DPS was thwarted by the jumping healer in the nick of time. Captain Ari apologized for going too aggressive as she was moving through pure instinct. This was quite a surprise. Not only did she make the perfect move given the situation, but she also made Jiho's job of dealing with Eugene so much easier. It was perfect decision-making through and through. Chaewon's not going to go down with a simple knockback, though she's still salty about not being able to team up with her crush. So Blondie will not hold back from now on. Disregarding the inexperienced healer, she's going after the big fish. But being tunnel-visioned in Jiho's direction might have just spelled a grim death sentence. If Captain Ari was in Chaewon's DPS shoes, she would have done the same. So, not only can she make the right calls at the right time, but she can also predict the enemy's movements based on her experience as a primary damage dealer. Chaewon hasn't even gotten in position, and Ari's already winding up her skill. Her timing is insane. The first slash landed, and she's posturing for more. It looks like she's moving more polished because there's more time to think as a healer. She can focus on the smaller things and execute with her already outstanding mechanics. To add to that arsenal, she even knows when to give the perfect buff with maximum value. All of her calls are unexpectedly genius, given that this is her first time branching out. Jiho has been finally convinced that Captain Ari is meant to be a healer. He was so excited that he had to pause the play for a second in the middle of the match. It's just like Changyun said, Ari is destined to become the perfect healer archetype. Given that she was still inexperienced, she thought that the kid was just encouraging her. But no matter how many times you play the game, there are just prodigies that do everything perfectly on the first try. If she focuses on play as a healer, this captain of theirs could definitely reach the top of the food chain as a top-tier ranker. Two absolute geniuses in one team is definitely a cheat code. Coming from the greatest player to ever touch the game, those are not just empty words. Meanwhile, a luxurious car just pulled up in front of Gil High. Out came Changyun to clean up the mess that the thugs just dumped on them. Of all the teams that Four Eyes could have sent the notebook, he really sent it to an upcoming enemy in the tournament. Earlier in the club room, before trying out the role switch, Ari was highly skeptical of herself. Changyun is the only one who fully believes in her potential. Since his friend just made such a big and brave decision, he can't sit idly while doing nothing. Changyun will do his part by getting the notebook back. No matter what it takes, and no matter what he must do, he's determined to get the girl he loves into the pro league. No knocks, no warnings, he just went into the school's training room. Inside is Ouyang-hu just diligently practicing in front of the PC. Changyun is here to take back what's theirs in the first place. I'm pretty sure that this kid is in the mafia or something. Back in practice, Jiho excitedly elaborated on just how great Ari's moves were from play to play. In this role, she's having more time to think and look at the bigger picture and wouldn't feel as much pressure and offense. With such quick thinking, she can elevate and increase the pace of the match even more as an offensive healer. Or she could play back and act as a balanced healer. Someone's getting a little jealous. Blondie wanted to get complimented by Jiho as well. Meanwhile, Jin Yang is just taking in this display and deconstruction of talent between two great players. Thinking that they might get a new main healer, Eugene might feel threatened. But no, He's just picking his nose and waiting for the game to start back up. One cannot expect that kid to behave like a normal human would. When the play was stopped, so get every player in their seats. Every single one of them could not function without specific instructions. As for scrims, they can't really invite anyone as classes in other schools are still in session. So Jiho casually decided to ring the current rank 1 player, Jina Lee, for some help. Calling such a massive star is a level of flexing that only a few can exhibit. That woman is rich, popular, and older. Chae-won can see herself losing in a lot of aspects. As Jiho was about to give up as the call had been ringing for a while without answers, Jina finally picked up and asked him what he needed. She makes it a point that she would answer a call from our boy even if she's busy practicing. All they need today is a team scrim partner, and Jiho has his eyes on the other S91 trainees. That should be easy enough to arrange. One of those guys is Domin, the one that they bumped into in the elevator a while back. Jina quickly arranged everything, and all that was left was to get in the lobby. Also, before hanging up, she wanted Jiho to check out a link she just sent. By the tone of her voice, it doesn't sound like it's negative or anything. In this scrim match, she'll also be watching and observing. It turns out that the link was for an article teasing Jiho's appearance in the Sword Rush tournament. That only pumped him up even more as he'll get to fight more great players from now on. Jiho's talent is so well respected that he can even ask for high-quality scrims at will. After some proprietary setup, the practice match between Dano High and S91 trainees is ready to go. The war will be taking place on the icy mountainous map. Chae-won is equal parts happy and nervous that she'll finally be able to fight alongside Jiho in a match. Meanwhile, Jiho has picked a DPS hero, Clayton, as a practice run for the real tournament pick. There are also the 2 healers, the genius Ari and Eugene back in his signature link pick. The other corner is comprised of the cream of the crop when it comes to talent. They know that Jiho is someone that the company is paying special attention to. Domin wanted to use this opportunity to demonstrate who's boss among the trainees. It looks like no one's going to ban the S-tier Blakey, so trainee Hojin John will take it. Dano High's bans don't make a lick of sense. They picked mostly S-tiers, but S91 has a better team comp overall. They're not going to be complacent though. Just from seeing the 2 heal and deal comp, one can already determine that Dano High's going hard. Another trainee, Sohu Park, refuses to lose against a bunch of amateurs. Back in the Gil High training room, Oyeong-gu is choosing to play dumb with regard to the notebook. Chang-yun didn't come here to chat, he just came here to get what he needed and get out. Oyeong-gu pushed back as the guy really was coming in strong. You see, Chang-yun's just not very fond of liars. He just needs a peek at the desk, and the notebook was just displayed outright. If this wasn't what he was looking for, he'd gladly apologize, and if the kid wants to oppose him, they can always just throw down and square up for the damn thing. Flipping through the crude handwriting and drawings, the item has been secured. Before going in here, he's already researched everything that needed to be known about Oyeong-gu, aka 950. He knows where he came from and everything before his life in Gil High. He's also heard that this kid fell off in 1 sword at some point. Chang-yun is just a menace when you give him a little bit of prep time. This twisted strategist just wanted to lead a thinly veiled threat for the kid to watch himself from now on. Oyeong-gu can either get lost or prepare for things to get ugly real quick. Fortunately, it seems like this kid knows not to mess with people who can unearth every detail of your personal life. Chang-yun is out here playing mafia chess while the other characters are playing baby checkers. Not only did he solve the notebook issue, but he also messed with the mental of the main DPS. He firmly believes that crises always present opportunities.
That boy ain't right.
The S91 trainee team was brimming with confidence. They were locked in for the scrim. Jina specifically instructed them to go all out, and when the #1 DPS in the world tells them to do something, they do it. Domin, in particular, is essentially a successor to Jina, so there's more familiarity. Some of them are still hesitant to play at pro speed, given that they're going up against an amateur high school team. They think Jina is maliciously ordering them to give some kids a reality check. Domin remained level-headed, though. This is a proper practice match, so everyone has to go all out. Doman wanted to draw the proper strat because practicing without a strategy is a waste of time. He can be a boomer and a stickler sometimes, but every team needs that. More importantly, they just have to have fun and show what they have. The two camps watch each other from afar, waiting for the clock to count down and the barriers to go down. As soon as the timer hit 0, keyboards simultaneously clicked as a burst of APM went against each other. Dano High is going for a 4 versus 1 isolation play for the tank. This play was quite standard for a team comp as fast-paced as them, and it was easily read. It really does give them a better chance of winning. But strategies like this are useless once you tie the DPS out of the picture. Jaewon was the odd man out as her hero was classed and yanked. Before she was totally seized, the other 3 heroes decisively entered the strike zone. The tank hurriedly put up a firewall between him and the entire enemy team. He's maintaining his calm, still underestimating the enemies as amateurs. His firewall has bought enough time for the rest of his teammates to come up as reinforcements. But Danoha has a play that utilizes this specific firewall as a stepping stone. The 3 can easily ignore the vanguard and jump straight into the squishier targets. Meanwhile, Jiho would be the one dealing with the front with Clayton. It seems like the kid has an affinity with heroes that are electricity-based. Clayton is a DPS character that can harness thunder as a weapon of pure destruction. In the hands of a prodigy, this hero looked way too unfair to go up against. Mind you, the enemy is school tournament champions who are training professionally. But there's one thing that Jiho noticed. This guy plays like a pure sword rush player. He's definitely a good player in the eyes of many, but a player that doesn't have one sword influences doesn't interest Jiho much. He just made the enemy dance in his palms like a kid going up against a ranker. A healthy mix of long-range darts and close-range lunges took over the brawl. This supposed pro is the only one taking damage. He wanted to change that as soon as Jiho gets a little bit closer. He's going with a textbook counterattack with some decent timing. His heavy downward slash didn't even have the chance to change angles, let alone make contact. It was the first time that the trainee lost in a manner that was a complete mystery to him. He tried his best, and he tried a decent number of times, but he didn't even deal a single point of damage. Meanwhile, the 3 versus 3 in the distance is still raging on. With the 2 Dano high healers tied up, an opening for a one-on-one mismatch should arise. Chaewon was clearly outclassed by the S91 trainee when they were put in a solo duel. The damage was insane. This is the difference between rookies and official trainees. She continued to get beat up until her HP bar was drained. That was just enough time for Jiho to jump back into the fray, though as the 2 opposing DPS were about to collide, the 2 healers also took note. Captain Ari was seeing everything clearly. She needed Eugene to tag team the enemy healer first. To awaken Eugene's competitive spirit, Ari shot him a heal and provoked him to fight even harder against the other DPS. That boy is kind of like a miracle worker if you get him riled up enough. As that goes on, one can only see billowing smoke and hear loud clashes without vision. And in the other corner, Jiho just made quick work of the other enemy DPS with no problems whatsoever. Just a little bit of distraction and opening, and the gaming god can easily break a team's composure. Doman and the trainees might have been caught off guard, but they still have some comeback potential. He thinks that after going one-on-one with a tank and a DPS, Clayton should have extremely low health. Rushing in with all that he's got, Doman unleashed a precise and sharp stab, but what he saw on the other side of the blade was unbelievable. Jiho hasn't taken any other damage than that sneaky stab. Going inside Clayton's strike zone was like jumping in your own grave. Doman was finally convinced that they were not up against someone ordinary. The red screen of defeat was reflected on the S91 trainee screens. As the shot caller of the training team, Doman thinks that everyone must be in shock right about now. As the leader of the team, it's up to him to lighten the mood so they can bounce back for the second round. He wanted to own up to his first mistake. Dano High is a team formed a few months ago, so they resorted to a pretty simple divide and conquer strat. That play would undoubtedly work at the school tournament, but can be countered by real pros. In the S91 room, an eerie sound of silence loomed. The 2 players that went up against Jiho in separate 1 versus 1s looked like they saw a ghost. Jiho should probably be considered a war criminal after this. One look, and you'll see that they are utterly crushed, a complete stun after witnessing something inhuman. The next round came, and the overall team play had become a lot smoother. Captain Ari had adjusted perfectly, and Jiho didn't even need to give her instructions to make the right move. The improvement was evident, and her potential as an aggressive healer was scary. With her watching the flank and providing support, Jiho could perform God Gamer level plays a whole lot easier. It was clear that the opponent's movements had become more sluggish compared to the first round. They might be pro trainees, but they weren't immune to fear. With Eugene and Chae-1 in a separate unit, this should be an easier win. They intimidated the front lines to the point of giving them a free pass to the inside. He wanted to bounce back and at least get the healer back. Unfortunately for him, that path of penetration had been anticipated by the other two heroes. This time, Local and Blondie demonstrated their synergy while arguing about who should get the kill. This was quite a standard play, so the enemy healer was there to respond and group up with the two DPS heroes to outnumber the dive. Jiho's eyes were locked on Domin. That was the only hurdle they needed to overcome, and the rest would be easy. And Ari already knew her job. Distract the other players so Jiho could move as he pleased. It was risky, but it was a testament to how much trust the captain was placing in the genius. That only motivated Jiho to go even harder to assist her afterward. Without the backup of healers, Domin might try to buy some time first. If that's the case, stirring the pot a little wouldn't hurt. Actually, it would help. Jiho's Clayton was going right in to try and turn the tide in their favor in one exchange. Every keystroke was perfectly precise and well-timed. Every skill and movement had been perfected to the highest degree. This really was a clash of prodigies as Domin paused his attack for a second. Much to Jiho's surprise, this enemy was actually planning the same thing as him. Something like this was quite rare to see. So Jiho wanted to know if the enemy would do it again. He tried to posture for a leap, and Domin outpaced him to take control midair. Since both of their characters could engage in aerial combat freely, Domin was trying to gain the advantage. This really was a great battle of wits. Unfortunately for the trainee, he was facing someone out of this world. After a few seconds of continuous mid-air combat, there was only one thing that Domin could do now. And as Jiho rushed in with a wide, heavy attack, there came the concealed timing attack. It was a perfect counter, but he was facing the king of timed attacks, so it was easily predicted. As one would expect from a trainee, Domin actually recovered quickly and canceled the incoming move in the middle of its animation. This man was on the brink of death, and he was still pushing forward instead of retreating. Out of the S91 trainee players, Domin was the only one who actually had the ability to chip away at Jiho's HP bar. It was a bold move that paid off, even if just a little. At the end of the day, a single hit didn't win the war, pure godly talents did. The victory screen once again appeared on Danohai's screens. Right after that 2-0 victory, the trainee camp sent a message that something had come up, so the scrimmage had to be cut short. Domin Yu had such an interesting playstyle that Jiho lamented not playing against him more. Meanwhile, Jin Young's smile bordered on being genuine and criminal. He thought that the trainees had totally rage quit after suffering 2 losses in a row. Jiho had made 7 kills in 2 games on his own. Even Eugene's face was starting to twist into an awkward smile, evidently pleased with their victory. This was indeed a rare opportunity to train, so cutting it short was a shame. As for the undisputed MVP of the 2 short matches, Chae-1 wanted to ask him if he practiced DPS Heroes too. It turned out that the kid didn't even touch that class. He avoided them because they were slower than Spiro, so the timings were easy, and the fights ended too quickly with the high damage output, making it boring for Jiho. Chae-1 heard all that casual flexing of natural talent and couldn't help but fall even harder. As for the captain, she was experiencing a heavy turmoil in her mind. If Jiho played like this as an inexperienced DPS user, she started thinking that the kid should take over the role. But before she could say anything, Jin Lee started calling. The first thing that the Korean team captain asked was, what the hell was the deal with that healer? She wasn't talking about Eugene, but the one playing the hero tag instead. She thought it was the new girl, but it was Captain Ari. Jinha's #1 fan. It was kind of hard to believe that she was the main DPS and was now subbing as a healer. On top of that, she had just gone up against some big names in her first rodeo. Coming from Korea's #1 with more experience, there would be plenty of teams that would want to sign Ari. Jinha just assumed that it was Jiho, the genius, who suggested the role swap, but it was actually the strategist Chang Yun-young who started it all. Realizing potential and implementing a switch like this required intuition and decision-making fit for a pro league director. It looked like there were some hidden gems in Daeuna High. So Jinha promised to drop by and watch some practice sooner or later. At Ari's uncle's gaming cafe, the owner looked tired as hell after hearing his niece go on and on about Jinha's phone call. The Fangirl and the cold-hearted captain was so alive today. The world's top DPS player had just said that she had the talent, and who wouldn't be jumping with joy at that? That was also the reason why Ari had decided to devote herself to becoming the perfect healer from now on. Her uncle might be weak with memorization, but this girl had yapped all day long to the point that her uncle had memorized the story already. He could only add to the praise just so this young lady could stop repeating her story. Also, Ari's mom kept on calling around lunchtime, making a fuss about her daughter. That was quite odd, as she hadn't done anything wrong lately. Unbeknownst to her, this was just her uncle's genius diversion plan to change the topic. It turned out that her mom really was trying to go in-depth with researching her daughter's chosen path. You couldn't even tell if she was worried or excited about the whole thing. Her mom could just ask her daughter such things, but she was still bothering the poor uncle. This was enough for her uncle to execute a masterful technique to point Ari out the door. To prepare for the upcoming Sword Rush School tournament, her uncle had actually added more computers to the cafe just to accommodate the new players, if they were getting new customers playing. Ari wanted to know if they got students from Jiangsu High. After practice, Chae-won could be seen complaining on the way home as the Three Stooges kept insisting on taking her home. All three of them had some corny reasons in their heads. Blondie was grateful, of course, but this was just too much. Anyhow, the practice against the trainees was quite fruitful, though Jin Young thought he was better than them already. But when you look at it, Jiho was practically doing all the heavy lifting. Aside from him, Captain Ari was the standout. She exhibited a tournament-caliber healer performance. Jin Young couldn't pinpoint it yet, but he felt a bit odd. Jiho thought that his buddy was bummed out because he couldn't participate earlier, so he proposed another round of practice in Eugene's absurd PC room. With Chae-won coming with them, they should have a full stack. Jiho's a good friend. But how might Jin Young crawl through some training from hell? The kid definitely cheered up once they got into Eugene's crazy room. It was all thanks to Jiho's attentiveness and suggestion. Meanwhile, Local was feeling insecure because he didn't even have a ramen cooker. He wasn't ready to become a professional gaming cafe owner yet. Chae-won, who was seeing the insanity for the first time, was dumbfounded. For today, attack timings were on the training menu. In Sword Rush, hitboxes changed depending on the trajectory of an attack. So, with precise targeting on an opponent's hurtbox, there was a possibility to deal a crit. You could go about damage normally and do the regular amount of damage, but a perfect hit goes a long way. If you want perfect hits, you need to know every aspect of your hero's offensive capabilities, down to its animations. This is also where the control stat comes in. Higher control allows you to make a wider range of combos. Next is memorizing the opponent's attack motions, just like you did for your own. When an enemy attacks, they become more vulnerable to a crit.
Write that down, write that down!
After dropping some fundamental knowledge, Jin Young was unimpressed. Eugene offered some ramen, and Chae-won was head over heels. To summarize, they had to memorize the attack motions of every hero. To liven up the place, practicing with actual games might just be the move. Jin Young wasn't listening to him anyway. He might have said this was practice, but it was more like one-sided destruction. As Jiho went ham with Clayton, Jin Young started to see what his friend was yapping about earlier. For a second, he caught a glimpse of what Jiho sees all the time. There really was nothing like tough love when it came to learning the ropes. Back in the one-sword days, only those who grinded the game non-stop could comprehend his guides. The rank 29 mineral water had especially stood out after you released the guides, after getting beaten up and then healed by Eugene. Jin Young should have gotten the gist of the lesson. Now, the other three could finally team up and go against Jiho all at once. Meanwhile, Jadak was disgruntledly waiting for someone while watching Jiho's replays. His eyes were glued to the phone screen. Finally, Oyeongu from Gil High arrived, calling him Mooncane. Being called by your in-game name in public was a different level of cringe. It had been a long time since these two had seen each other. Getting into business, Oyeongu had some questions. This meeting concerned Dano High's sword rush course. He was going around and asking about the menacing jerk that took the notebook from his desk. He just came in and made some threats like a mob boss, then bounced. The notebook was supposed to be sent to Jadak first, but it ended up in Gil High. The handwriting was garbage, so it was hard to make anything out, but the illustrations were childish, but on point. Just from those pages alone, one could conclude that Spiro was at Dano High. Back in the local gaming cafe, Ari was pestering her uncle about customers from Jiangsu High. She wanted to find out so badly that she asked her uncle to stake out his own business the whole day tomorrow. If she wanted to pull her weight as a healer, she thought that analyzing the opponents like Jiho does was necessary. The next day arrived, and the uncle-niece Yuo manned the counter. She just sat there, moping around and looking at the customers. With the cafe's expansion, new players were pouring in from every school in the area. The business was booming for her uncle, but the Jiangsu High players weren't coming in. The sound of students coming in and paying for absurd hours was like music to the man's ears. But when he heard these boys commenting on his niece, the monster might just have come out. The group that had just arrived was from a school in Group G, and there was a chance that they might face Dano High. Jiangsu High was the biggest problem, though. Ari couldn't be bothered to analyze some team if they weren't the scary Jiangsu. The boys were just warming up, waiting for their captain to arrive. These Seangshan High kids would have been upset if they had heard Ari's dismissive comments, but the gloomy captain actually heard everything, and he wasn't angry at all. Jiangsu made it to the quarterfinals last year, so they were real threats. Seangshan was insignificant in comparison, but the gloomy captain took that as motivation to try harder. Captain Ari apologized for sounding arrogant. She felt bad for what she had just said from one captain to another. But the gloomy young man was quite mature. He knew that every team in the tournament would be fighting against their existing reputations. That went for Dano High as well, so there was no need for apologies. Also, it wasn't every day you ran into another team. The gloomy captain proposed that they might as well game together. After a few moments, Dano High had assembled in the cafe, skeptical that this was okay to do. This could just be treated as a scrimmage, so everything should be fine. It wasn't like the tournament had started yet, but Ari knew that these guys were more experienced and had a stronger mentality than them. They were regulars in the school tournaments already. Jiho was doing Giraffe's stream again, so Eugene was their last man. Speaking of the devil, the literal demon had finally arrived at his home court. He basically lived in this cafe sometimes. That's why the owner was quite happy whenever he saw Eugene. Ari yelled at her uncle to let Eugene sit next to the team. This was the first time that Local had realized that the owner was Ari's uncle. All this time, he was actually so close to actualizing his dream of being a gaming cafe owner. Everyone hopped on the game. Now that it had come to this, Ari encouraged everyone to think of this bout as training for the real thing. When push came to shove, they had to be ready for when Jiho was not playing alongside the team. It looked like both teams were sticking close to the meta with standard team comps. According to Seangshan's intel, they knew that Dano High was a team with lots of momentum after defeating Pogak High and the existence of a pro trainee on the team. The captain always reminded his team that among the teams that qualified for the tournament, there weren't any that they could take lightly. In fact, they were the team that always got looked down upon. But if the people didn't know them that well, then they just had to show the world what they were made of. According to Chang Yun's analysis, Seangshan High's formation was optimized for speed. Since Dano High was also using an aggressive formation, these rounds should be decided fairly quickly. They lacked mobility, so solo fights were a no-go. The game plan was to stand their ground and wait for the chance to go all out. It was a fairly simple strategy. so these kids should be able to follow. But the two boys weren't responding, and it seemed like Chaewon was the only one to get the call. Jin Young was in his head, trying to materialize what Jiho had taught him about the importance of combos. He thought he should be making his own combos. Eugene, on the other hand, was hung up on the fact that he now knew someone close to a gaming cafe owner. These boys needed to get their heads out of their butts. This was the last proper practice session before the school tournament started. They needed to give it their all. Captain Ari started this off with a very optimistic expectation. Since the enemy team was basically tilt-proof, they were the ideal scrimmage partners. But it didn't take too long for the optimism and excitement to fade. It was replaced by confusion and frustration. Dano High was supposed to be a team that wiped out pro trainees. They didn't hold back, nor did they slack off in training. The only thing that was different from then and now was that Jiho wasn't playing today. Maybe it was time to reconsider just how big of a shadow Jiho really had on the team. It might just be that a single player basically makes or breaks their whole competitiveness. Songshin's captain remained gloomy and nonchalant after winning the matches. As he thought, Dano was quite good but not quite at the trainee level. That just meant that they didn't have their ace with them today. As for his teammates, it sure did feel good to wipe out people bad-mouthing your team earlier. The gloomy captain got up from his seat and went up to the other team's booth. He then asked Ari if they had the training with them that day. He knew that this was only a fraction of Dano High's strength. There was a glaring issue that anyone could exploit. The team's tank, Jin Young, was singled out as the absolute weakest link.
Emotional, damn it!
Far from the gaming cafe, we turn our attention to a sandy desert. There, a poor hero is getting beaten. No, destroyed by some familiar crackles of lightning. Jiho is out here doing Jiho things using his Clayton. Right now, he's facing off against a streamer that Guraf brought on air. This one has good defensive timings and hero fundamentals. But unfortunately, this guy has only played Sword Rush 2. He's not one of the people Jiho's looking for, but he's still pretty decent. The brutality of the match was more than enough to enthrall the audience. It was simply unreal. Comments praising the masked Jiho continued to flood in. The final explosive spark capped off the match in a fitting fashion. He destroyed the only streamer who's in the leaderboard as a ranker, Almond Candy. Uref can only wonder if Jiho picks Blakey, the DPS hero with the highest pick and ban rate. He's sure that the audience was curious too. That's what makes him a good streamer. And so, he's decided that the next stream would be to catch Blakey, to see what happens when an OP hero goes to an OP player. After the match, it's about time for a break. Uref can't even commentate on these games because he's just too hooked on the plays. The man has taken a 180-degree turn and really did transform into the most respectful fan. The cutthroat streamer has turned into an equivalent of a Twitter stan. Jiho thinks that it's even harder to deal with fan Guraf instead of shady Guraf. As for the next streams, Jiho will need some time off as the tournament is coming up. If it were up to Guraf, he would just let Jiho focus on training. Also, it's about time for the young man to get his cut from the streaming revenue right away. One look at the figure that just came into his account came as quite a shock. Most of it came from stream donations under Spiro's name. Also, Guraf was told to keep it a secret, but as a fan, he felt uncomfortable keeping one thing to himself. The high-end computers donated to the school were actually bought by the student Chang Yun Lee. To gain access to the school grounds, Guraf needed a sizable donation. He wanted to pull out, but Chang Yun insisted that he take care of it. That young man is quite a mystery sometimes. When Jiho checked his messages, it was filled with Jin Young's usual yapping. After the text regarding the match with Songshin High, his best friend just sent him a message asking for help. It's dark out now, and Jiho is running as fast as he can to see his buddy. Jin Young is in the park. Jiho's never seen this guy this dejected. Something obviously happened in the scrim at the gaming cafe. It turns out that Jin Young is having a crisis about whether he should stay with the Sword Rush course. At the practice earlier, he couldn't do anything like a complete moron. He kept dying even though he was supposed to be the tank. And then he was just ignored altogether as if he was nothing. He's aware that he's not good at the game, and he's just getting carried. He always acted like a hotshot, trying to fool himself that he was half decent. But as the tournament looms, his confidence is totally shattered. He knew it all along. He just didn't want to face the truth because it hurt his pride, like always. The only thing Jiho asked his friend was what he was going to do about it. He knows that this kid doesn't want to hide from his problems anymore. Running away would be so easy, and he's not doing that yet. He's angry, and he feels sorry for himself for being excess baggage. But Jiho will always be there to reach out and help. Jin-young doubts that he can still improve, but Jiho can see it clearly. He doesn't have bad habits, and his reflexes are outstanding. If they can keep up the pace, Jin-young is more than capable of becoming great. As always, practice makes perfect, but practicing with the gaming god makes you a monster. In that case, Jin-young is ready to take this on seriously and learn. This is where the real hell training begins. Jin-young swears to pay his best friend back after they succeed. Sometimes all you need is that one friend and a sleepover to make life better. And so several days passed, and the first round of the school tournament finally arrived. Like, subscribe, and stay tuned for.
Tournament! It's a tournament!